Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's louder when you do it. I'm not a lefty. I gotta really bang it.
You gotta get the angle.
Get the angle. That's it. That's nice. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. I'm State Representative John Michael Parker. Excited to call to order this public hearing for the Environment Committee on Monday, March 17th, a special day, which we'll hear something about, I think, shortly from some of our leaders. Let me get started with Senator Lopes. Any comments?
I'm all set.
Lovely. Representative Callahan, what's on your mind today?
Thank you, Representative Parker. If some masochists make me come here on St. Patrick's Day, I get to tell a story. So it'll take 2 minutes of our day. I've been over Ireland a few times. The first time I went with my Uncle Kevin, my Uncle Jay, and my cousin Owen, and we get to Shannon Airport, and they're stamping passports as we go through. The true story. They get to my uncle, my cousins, they get to me, they stamp the passport, Callahan, and he looks up, he goes, "You fellas here to settle a score?" And then we go down to Lahinch to our first bar just south of Galway. It's a day like this, a soft day. And we sit down at the bar, and I said to the bartender, "How long has it been raining?" And he said, about 2 years. And I'll end with this. So Patty goes into a liquor store in Galway, and he buys a pint of Irish whiskey. In Gaelic, that's Ishkabaha. Puts it in his back pocket. He's walking across the street, and he slips, falls on his rear end. He gets up, and it's wet. He said, "God, I hope that's blood." All right, that's my fun for the day. Let's get down to business.
Thank you, Representative. Yeah. At this rate, we will be.
Love it.
And with that, we're going to invite up our first member of our list here, Commissioner Katie Dykes and co. Ready to settle a score, we think, with her team. Good morning, Commissioner. Thanks for joining us today.
Good morning. I'm sorry, not everyone on my team followed the dress code today, but I'm trying to do what I can to represent. And great to be with you. I know we have a long list of bills that are before the committee today. I want to just express support for our two agency bills, Senate Bill 1496, which is the department's minor revisions bill. It includes a number of provisions that would help us improve the effectiveness of our programs, including through streamlining process to make things more efficient. Senate Bill 1495 also is one that we are supportive of, which involves the review of DEEP's surplus state property for siting of renewable energy facilities. We noted that we've raised some concerns with a number of bills. Many of those relate to things that we are supportive in concept, but would need to work with the committee to identify resources or ensure that there's no duplication with an existing work. And so that includes 6229, single-use plastics, 6224, water operator workforce, 7174 on riparian buffers. And we're also submitting comments on 6222 aquaculture, 5749 on septic systems with nitrogen removal, and House Bill 7172, sewage right to know. That's another example of something where we've been glad to work to implement the committee's direction and improving notifications around spills. And but it's a question of resources, and also we can speak to some of the existing and ongoing work we've been doing to implement legislation from 2 years ago. So with that, and to be brief, happy to take any questions that the committee may have today.
Thank you for that. I'll get started with sort of an open question. If you could speak a little bit more about the single-use plastics bill. I know there's some from testimony questions and concerns about resources and expertise, and want to be thoughtful about that. But can you just zoom out a little bit and speak a little bit from your perspective? What's the problem here? What's the severity of that problem, and what are some of the things that we might be able to work on with it? What are y'all doing currently? Maybe I should ask that as number 3, and then what might we be able to do to push it forward?
I will. So Emma, do you want to take the lead? Great.
Yeah, happy to start. Emma Simino, Deputy Commissioner of the Environmental Quality Branch at DEEP. Nice to be with you all this morning. Sorry for not following the dress code. I'll hand it back over. I'll get started and then Jen Perry can jump in. But I mean, I think the department is certainly supportive of policies that divert, any waste from our waste stream. I think in particular, single-use plastic, is something that we would support. It is not really recyclable. It is hard to dispose of in an environmentally friendly way. And so I think we do support broadly policies that reduce the amount of waste. And I think we do, of course, support a reduction in plastic use. I think many of the things contemplated in this bill would just be difficult for the department to do, and would require additional resources. Some of the requirements, like we certainly would support water bottle refill stations in schools. We don't really have the expertise or the resources to provide those or help schools install those. Um, there's a section in this bill that requires us to evaluate the economic impact of these reduction measures. Again, economic impact is not really our department's area of expertise, although we certainly would be happy to work with other agencies in determining this. And so I think just to bring it back, we certainly support reducing the use of plastic and reducing the plastic in our waste stream. I think some of the requirements contemplated in this bill would be difficult for the department to enact with current resources.
With that said, we'd be glad to work with the committee, if it's a priority to move this forward. I mean, I do think that some of the different elements that the General Assembly is seeking to be informed on in terms of, what are the environmental benefits, understanding what are the appropriate measures like group purchasing contracts or grant programs to help incent the phase out of or more the use of more sustainable alternatives, what are best practices from other states. And these are all great things for the committee to be informed about to design the right policies here. And so I think if there's a desire to move the bill forward, we would be, stand ready to kind of speak to where we have the expertise and what kinds of resources we think would be needed in order to get the right kind of consultants or REMI analysis or whatever it may be to ensure that this plan and this information can be produced.
That's helpful. Yeah. So hearing that this is a problem that you think is worth continuing to try to solve and maybe find ways to work together on it.
I think, it reminds me of the ban on the single-use plastic bags from several years ago. And, that was an example of the legislature taking a step to phase out, first with a 10-cent fee and then transitioning to the ban, the use of these single-use plastics, which have, negative impacts on marine life and litter. And I think if you walk around Connecticut today, you can see that we're not seeing those plastic bags in the trees and stuck in the brush and the waterways. And I mean, it certainly has been a success in that regard. Although there has been, use of alternatives in terms of thicker bags and, like there's all kinds of it's important to design these policies right. And I think that what the legislature is seeking here in terms of what's the right incentive and how do you achieve these kinds of phase outs and what are the right alternatives, right? We see those elements in the plastic bag ban, how that was structured and considered. So to the extent that there's an interest to look across at other types of single-use plastics, I think these are the right elements to be studied. Including economic impact to businesses or schools or whatever are the users of these materials. We just want to make sure that if DEEP is in the lead to develop the plan, that we have adequate resources to be able to produce that.
That makes sense. Thanks. I'll ask one other question. I'm sure my colleagues have a number because we got other things that are engaging you all today on with the list of things. So I'm just going to pull one more, the aquaculture bill. Can you give your sort of overview of what your thoughts are?
Sure. So DEEP supports the concept of Section 2 of this bill. We'd like to see more diversion of oyster shells for use as mulch. We did enter into an MOU with DOAG in 2024 to identify the scope of responsibilities for each agency when it comes to shell recovery. We would be, I think we would be glad to work with the committee on some of the implementation issues here, particularly related to, the use of transfer stations and permitting for solid waste facilities. We do have some concerns with Section 6. We oppose while we appreciate the intent to try to help limit the spread of invasive species, our experience indicates that incentivizing the trade in ecologically harmful invasive species is counterproductive to limiting their spread and can actually have the unintended consequence of starting to introduce or create market forces to try to introduce more invasives. And there is an existing regulatory pathway to bring a variety of non-traditional food species, such as green and shore crabs, to the restaurant market without establishing a new commercial fishing license. But we can go into more detail if you like.
Sure. Good morning, everybody. Justin Davis, Bureau Chief for Natural Resources at DEEP. So the commissioner did a great job of summarizing the issues. We have an existing license that would allow harvest and sale of a large variety of sort of non-traditional food species like green crabs and shore crabs. And those organisms could be harvested and sold to restaurants and served in restaurants. So my understanding of the intent here was to try to provide a new commercial fishing license to facilitate that trade, but we already have an existing license by which that can occur. It's a bait dealer's license, and I can maybe understand that sounds a little weird for licensing for a restaurant, but it's a pretty inexpensive license. Anybody can get it at any time, and it would allow purchase and serving these seafood items in a restaurant. It's a pretty extensive list, covers just about everything you could think of that could be harvested here in Connecticut. So we have an existing pathway by which this can be done.
And is it being utilized? I mean, I know there are restaurants that sell green crabs. I can think of one, but
Yeah, I think the license itself is not widely utilized. We don't have a lot of bait dealers in the state, and I'm not aware at this time of any restaurant owner that's using this pathway, but it's there to be used.
so maybe this serves as a PSA for the folks that want to work on that. All right, I've asked a lot. Please, Rep. Callahan.
Thank you. And I just want to preempt that. Not a lot of company today, but that's not for lack of interest. I want everyone to know there's several committee meetings going on today. That's why people are going to come and go. I'm supposed to be in 2 other places too, but just so you know. I have a couple questions, and then perhaps you can come back to me, Mr. Chair. Starting with bottle redemption bill, Commissioner. I've seen the pictures. I've been to meetings on the off session of huge trucks pulled up at redemption centers, at grocery stores, and it's causing sanitary condition problems. You've got young kids who are working at the grocery stores, trying to manage these bottle redemptions, telling people you've reached your limit. There's really, it's become quite a mess. I've got pictures I can share with you of lines and lines and lines. I'm sure you've seen it. When we did this on the House floor, I mentioned how is DEEP going to take the responsibility to enforce this? And it's that bill's on our agenda today. Does DEEP have any ideas how to make this better? Because right now it's become a mess.
Great question. So we do have written testimony opposing Senate Bill 1115. But to be clear, we are supportive of efforts to try to address some of the cross-border redemption issues in order to preserve the integrity of the bottle bill program. But that said, I think we think that some of the approaches that are in this bill have limitations that cause us to not support them. There are a lot of, challenges in terms of DEEP is not, resourced to be able to do enforcement on cross-border redemption. But happy to turn over to Jen and Emma to speak to more specific, measures that could address the issue.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer Perry. I am the Bureau Chief for Materials Management and Compliance Assurance at Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. I think we do think that some of the provisions in here, most especially the section that would require redemption centers to take additional information from those individuals that would be bringing in those very large, whether it's a truckload or something like that. But I would flag that there could be some additional clarification in that language to really identify where that load of redemption containers is coming from. So, I think there is some opportunities within this language that we could support. I think our most significant concern, a lot of this is pushing some responsibilities to the Department of Revenue Services, which would disconnect the registration and oversight from some of the things that we're already doing within the bottle bill community. So I think we have some concerns about what would that do in terms of the connectivity between programs and how that would roll out in terms of the shared responsibilities. I also think that one of our concerns here is around some provisions that seem to imply that no matter what the redemption rate, I mean, we are actually seeing significant increases in redemption rates, but seems to imply that if there is a greater than 100% redemption rate, that deposit initiators will recoup those costs no matter what, even if that money has to come out of the general fund in order to do that. So it seems like there's some things in here that we have some concerns over from that perspective. And it also seems as though the language in this bill, and I don't know, again, what the intent is around it, but it does seem like it puts additional burdens on redemption center owners that it does not put on, say, an RVM operator or a small business. And it seems to push that onto the redemption centers to pick up the costs of additional registrations and some things like that. So we have some, I would say, some fairly significant concerns about how this would roll out. But we are definitely interested in continuing to work with the committee on things that we could implement that would help address this. I would also note that the state of New York last year was also looking at a bill that would make some revisions to their bottle bill, similar to what we have done over the last couple of years, expanding the number of and type of containers that are covered and increasing their fee from 5 to 10 cents as well. So I think that we expect that we'll see that in their legislative session again as well. If that passes, that will also help us to deal with some of the cross-border issues that we are seeing in terms of the importation of containers.
Thank you. And if I may, Mr. Chair, to follow up, it sounds like you're addressing if we go over the 100% redemption where people can get their money back. But the problem is also, who do they call for enforcement? I know we dumped it on you, and sometimes that's impossible. You know, you have limited staff. How are you going to go and police all the redemption centers around Connecticut? So we've got a Stop and Shop in Danbury, and how do they have lines of trucks, people fighting in their redemption room, a teenager trying to control it, and it's creating a mess. So who can they call to get help? Is there anyone at Deep that can, or DRS that can give them some assistance?
So we currently have one dedicated staff person who works on all bottle bill related issues, and she does her best to respond when people call. We don't have anyone that we can necessarily send out in multiple places across the state at the same time. So I recognize that that is an issue, but we have continued to work with those redemption center owners, RVM operators, to try to help provide them with assistance wherever we possibly can. But it is really for us a resource issue in terms of how we do that. That being said, I'm not sure that simply reassigning some of those responsibilities to another agency is going to solve the problem, because they would also need additional resources if it's something that they're not currently doing.
I understand, and thank you for your answer. I don't know if there is a good answer, so I think you did your best with that. But we created a problem with this law, and it just can't go on for another year the way it is now. There's a mess at a lot of these redemption centers and grocery stores and liquor stores, with people coming from as far away as the Carolinas to come and return cans in Connecticut. So you can come back to me, Mr. Chair, if you wouldn't mind some other questions, but I do want to let the other committee members get in. Thank you.
Thanks, Representative. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Circling back to the single-use plastic, in reality, if I get a single-use plastic fork and I use it and just throw it out anyway, what's the difference between that and using a single-use fork that is made from something like this, which says it's made from plant starch? Is, if I'm going to throw it out anyway, and it gets sent to the waste to energy facility and it's burned, can you definitively say that it's better to burn something that's made with plant starch rather than something that's burned with plastic? I mean, I'm trying to get to the bottom, what's going to happen on a daily basis. I'm sure if you went to the garbage over there, there's forks in there. So is it going to be a benefit, not just on paper, but in reality?
So first, I would say that I would hope that if we are pushing people to more sustainable, single-use products that are plant-based, the concept is to then be able to provide them with an outlet to compost those materials, right? So that's the purpose of a plant-based. If in fact it's simply just thrown in the trash, there would still be some benefit. It would be significantly less, but you would have less potential chemical off-gassing or emissions from the incineration of those plant-based or starch-based products. But really the goal would be to again, provide an outlet for people to be able to compost those implements rather than just dispose of them.
Thank you. And if I have a follow-up. We're rotating over to the bottle bill. And if memory serves, when we modernized this, there was a fund specifically earmarked for redemption centers to come and locate here in the state to expand the availability to our residents to redeem their cans and bottles and the like, to try to alleviate, one location and then having it be tough to police and tough to keep clean. Where are we on that?
Thank you for the question. So in the terms of the Bottle Bill Redemption Center grant program, we have actually expended all of the funds that we were provided with. We provided funds to, I believe, about 9 different entities to increase the capacity for them to be able to accept these containers. So we have expended all of that funding, and we are seeing some really significant numbers coming into some of those facilities where they've upgraded to be able to have more automated handling of redemption centers or redemption containers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will take the lead from our ranking member.
Thanks, Representative. I see online Rep. Gucker.
Good
Followed by
afternoon,
O'Day online. Go ahead, Gucker.
and thank you, Mr. Chair. Getting back to the bottle bill, I'm old enough to remember when we started the bottle bill under El Grasso. And I remember that Connecticut was kind of an island to itself when we did come up with the bottle bill. New York was not part of it, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, our surrounding communities were not part of it. The way it was handled back in 1980, 81, was that each one of the redemption or redeemed containers, it was labeled that it was a Connecticut bottle, that this was redeemable in Connecticut. In fact, we kind of joked back then because I think it was Michigan that was offering on the can 10 cents for the bottle. Was it worth the drive to Michigan? Would you think, or do you think with today's technology, could we do something like that where Connecticut has its own, say, barcode or labeling to where they can be identified as being a Connecticut redeemable container? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I mean, certainly that technology does exist. We know that other states, including, I believe, Massachusetts, requires barcodes. I think that is certainly one solution to the problem being identified here.
Representative Gucker, you're on mute, I think.
Sorry, my fat fingers here. And thank you for that answer. I would think that it would be something that we would look at. I'm not sure what the fiscal note would be involved with that. And I would also add that I know when we went from 5 cents to 10 cents, there were some bottlers that had products that were in container ships on their way over, and it was running into a problem there. So I might add that if we do think about something like this, that we do some sort of phase-in period to allow, any kind of materials that are in transit to be able to come compliant. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity.
Of course. Thanks, Representative. Next up, Rep. O'Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner and staff, for being here. Quick question on the bottle redemption issue. Who is it at Deep that is responsible for kind of coordinating this problem issue that we as a legislature created for you all? And what do they suggest the fixes are? Because I looked for some testimony. I didn't see any from you all on this.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It is part of our sustainable materials management team within Deep is the staff that kind of works on the bottle bill. I will say that certainly, as Bureau Chief Perry mentioned earlier, there's pieces of this bill we think would be helpful. Some of the requirements around some of the limits, daily limits in terms of bottles that can be redeemed, some of the information this bill suggests gathering from those redeeming the bottles. I think that those could be helpful disincentives to folks maybe who are coming over the border. We also are supportive of some of the provisions in this bill that delivers additional data to Deep. I think that as we think towards enforcement, I think a lot of the data contemplated in this bill would be really helpful to narrowing down where is the problem happening. Are there certain types of bottles that are more of a problem than others? I think some of this data could really help us try to target better with our extremely limited resources.
Just maybe add some context. When the original legislation passed that increased the redemption value to 10 cents, there was also discussion at the time about exploring whether the industry would step forward to create a stewardship organization. And we know from the time that Oregon and other states have stewardship organizations that collect funding and then invest in redemption facilities, but also addressing some of the fraud prevention. And that ultimately is not something that moved forward here, which is fine. I appreciate the intention that this bill is trying to take to ensure that there's some funding and investment and reporting that can help address cross-border redemption. And if the desire is for Deep to take on, or DRS to take on, or a state agency to take on some of that enforcement role, I think that simply, I think what we're speaking to is that we would have a lot of suggestions, and there'd have to be a significant expansion of resources beyond the one FTE that we have. But I think, it maybe this is a time for us to revisit what we had anticipated might be the solutions for enforcement issues when the bill passed in 2021, and in light of now what we see is happening today. So I think it's timely, and there may be some solutions that we thought would come forward that haven't, and so that suggests that this is a time for us to revisit what would be most important. I also want to say, to the extent that the committee is interested to hear Deep's perspectives, it's been very important for Deep that we are not, we're not the exclusive experts on bottle bill. And in fact, we've taken pains to establish a bottle bill advisory working group that's open to all comers, and we've encouraged everyone from industry to participate so that we can get, try to socialize and get input from everyone who plays a role, not just redemption centers, but the grocery stores and the industry broadly, on what are the best solutions here. So we see our role as trying to facilitate and solicit that input. And so we think that would, if there's a desire I know that that's the committee's intention to hear from all those stakeholders, but I wouldn't hold out Deep as like an exclusive expert on how to address the enforcement issue.
Understood. And look, this was predicted. We knew this was going to happen, and we did it. And we're having these cross-border redemption problems. And we as a legislature have failed again to take this into account and do something about it. So please, Deep, help us help ourselves and help our constituents and fix this. um, which we knew was going to happen. So I look forward to hearing the solutions to the problems we've created as we tend to do. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Representative. I think we can start a second pass. Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I have lots of questions, but I can talk to staff offline. But there's a couple that I do want to ask today. If you don't mind calling up Justin again, I have a question for him as well. But while he's getting settled, I can ask you, Commissioner, if you have taken a look at the riparian buffer bill at all, or if your staff has.
We have, and we have written testimony coming on that. We do have significant concerns with that one. And I know
Okay.
Graham Stevens and Brendan Shane also have some comments to share on that.
All right. Little switcheroo. I like it. The questions I have, and I have concerns with it as well, and I did read through a lot of the testimony this weekend. In Section 14 of that bill, it's basically charging deep, telling you to anyone who is going to, in lines 531 through 549, you're going to be in charge of supervising the insurance commission, charging a 5-cent surcharge on any insurance policies for fossil fuel infrastructure that expands processing, exporting, transporting of oil, methane, gas, or coal other than home delivery, which is wells, pipelines, terminals. This, to me, seems like a backhand approach to make it more difficult to use natural gas in Connecticut because we need it, and I haven't heard any alternatives proposed. I don't know how Section 14 is going to help us out of that problem. So that's kind of my open-ended question to Deep on that.
So actually, we have a lot of concerns with this bill, but we're neutral on Section 14. Insurance, the Department of Insurance this is more in their wheelhouse, so we would defer to their position. But we'd be happy to meet with them and you and or to circle back on this one.
Okay, they did mention Deep in there, and we're going to put it in your desk, so that's why the question was for you. Then my last question, Mr. Chair, is for Justin. I read a lot of the testimony regarding oysters. And I grew up not far from where Bloom Brothers is in Norwalk. Bloom Brothers has some concerns. They're already, for decades, these oyster companies have been stockpiling empty shells on their on their properties. Why do we need to change that?
Thank you for that question, Representative. So I think I'll defer to my colleagues over in EQ. Natural Resources actually doesn't have any management authority for shellfish. That's still
Okay, sorry, Justin. I thought it was you.
We're a big agency. Yeah, so I think, we heard from the community, the shell fishing community, that there was a desire to find a second use for their shells. I think we've identified certainly the culch piece, but there may be others as we kind of work towards this, which is why Deep worked last year to enter into an MOU with DOAG to really kind of streamline that recycling for the members of the shellfish community who are interested in pursuing that recycling and that reuse.
So you want to make it easier?
Yes, we want to make it easier.
All right, not more regulation.
No, I will say that it depends on the level of processing they're doing. There may be certain additional permitting requirements, but we believe for what we've heard from the industry and what they're looking to do, it is not, we're trying to make it as easy as possible.
Okay, and not to be shellfish, but I have one more question. So, it's that was serious. So there is in part of the bills, one of them calls for if you're doing farming of oysters, you can bring the shell length down to 2.5 inches. When I originally read that, I thought it was kind of innocuous, but then the shellfish industry said there's going to be no way to tell if I went out on the oyster beds or if someone else was out there. There's no way to tell if that was farmed or if that arrived. It sounds like I thought it was not a big deal, but it sounds like it is a big deal to lower the limit for farm-raised oysters to 2.5 inches. Does Deep have an opinion on that?
I think that question, that is handled by the Bureau of Aquaculture in the Department of Agriculture, and so we would defer to them on that.
All right, thanks. Then I'm done, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Anyone got a? Yeah, please, Rep. Gresco.
It's more of a FYI on the aquaculture. I took the liberty of asking OLR to come up with a opinion on if the legislature was to classify oyster shell as a recyclable material, what that would mean. And OLR came back and said that it would mean the industry would have to handle the shell differently. And the bottom line is it would cost them more money to properly service these now recyclable, even though they're getting recycled anyway, they're not classified as recyclable material. So it would, let's just say I got an earful from the industry. So just for edification for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I'll ask one final question. You mentioned the other sections of the riparian buffer bill that you had some thoughts on. I don't think we saw testimony on that yet. Do you want to talk through at a high level some of your thoughts to get us started? Thank you.
Good morning, folks. My name is Graham Stevens. I'm the Chief of Water Protection and Land Reuse. And the first thing that I will say is that the riparian buffers protection is something that we strongly support. The purpose of those buffers is to protect our vital watercourses and wetlands, something that I think everyone knows at this point is incredibly important. You know, we think back to years past where, you know, the practice was to fill the wetlands to try to eliminate disease or to build upon those lands. And then we realized the importance of those wetlands to protect our water, right, to clean our water and also as critical habitat. And we've seen that, you know, it's very important to also look at the wetland and watercourse as well as what's directly up gradient of those sensitive areas. And that's why there's an upland review area that, you know, municipalities look at when making decisions about land use. But I think with respect to the bill as currently drafted, you know, there's some complexities because what we're talking about now with extending that upland review area and classifying it as a riparian buffer, we're giving that area the same level of protection as is afforded wetlands and watercourses. So I think, you know, it would be a major shift and expansion of the regulatory authority for both the department and for inland wetland commissions. And I think at this moment in time, you know, we've also heard from the legislature that we need to do more with respect to training these officials, who are many of whom are the volunteers from their own communities who give up time to try to make balanced decisions about, you know, how to protect our wetlands and watercourses. So it also potentially infringes upon planning and zoning's authority. And I think to urbanized areas, you know, how are we going to deal with a riparian buffer in some of our urban areas where the, you know, where the built environment, you know, still does come right up to that watercourse or that wetland. So I think it's really an important conversation, one we've been having with our stakeholders and the environmental advocacy community for some time. And you know, in having that conversation, you know, they really, you know, push us to look at other states and how other states do this as well. You know, we don't believe that other states have the same authorities as what they've, you know, as what this bill lays out at this point. But I think it's really important as Connecticut looks to trying to become more resilient and trying to protect, you know, our vital water resources that we do have this conversation. So I'm really glad the bill is before the legislature this year. And I think it's going to be really important that DEEP stay at the table to continue to have this conversation. And where, you know, our bill does raise numerous concerns, including how DEEP as an inland wetlands, you know, actor will, you know, have to impose these same restrictions on, you know, for instance, DOT when they make, you know, plans for projects that often, you know, every bridge abutment is going to be impacting not just, you know, buffers, but also the actual wetlands and watercourses, you know, how that's going to be something that can be workable. So I think the conversation needs to continue. I just feel that the framing of this may not be such a large change, may require a lot more discussion.
Thanks for sharing that. That's helpful. Final questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, thank you all for being here today. Appreciate your time. All right, next up on our list, number 2 is Commissioner Brian Hurlbert from the Department of Agriculture. Commissioner, I think I saw you online before. Is that there? We are. Nice to see you, sir. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay?
Indeed.
All right. Thank you. For the record, I'm Brian Hurlbert. I'm the Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Agriculture. We are here to testify in support of 2 largely technical bills, Senate Bill 1497 concerning program at the Department of Agriculture, and House Bill 7170 concerning recommendations of the Department of Agriculture regarding aquaculture. We have submitted testimony in advance, so I hope the members have had a chance to review it. I do want to highlight, while I have an opportunity here, that this is National Agriculture Week. And on Wednesday, we will be celebrating Ag Day at the Capitol. So I hope that members find some time to wander over to the Capitol, meet with some of our partner organizations, and engage with some of the FFA and 4-H students that are coming up to the Capitol for an opportunity to hear about future leaders. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't think I need to read through the testimony, but happy to answer members' questions.
Sounds good. Any questions? Representative Gresco.
Mr. Commissioner, if you could just hit the highlights, because I tried to just bring up your testimony on 7170, and it's not on the system. So if you could hit the highlights, please.
Absolutely. On 7170, a couple of things in here. It combines the shellfish harvest and relay license. It revises the oyster harvest season for our natural shellfish beds, extending it by 35 days, which should improve the quality and the opportunity for oysters, and continue the ability for us to have that natural resource available to us. Section 5 requires that shellfish licensees comply with required business and related state tax filings. And then Section 6 allows for appeal rights on the revisions of franchisees with regards to ownership of shellfish beds. Section 7 updates the current dredge limit from 30 to 60 pounds and brings it in order with actual practice. Last time this was amended was 1967, so it's been quite some time. And then Section 8 repeals the language regarding the John Volk, which was the shellfish recovery vessel, as the department had surplus that a short while ago, so it's no longer within our possession. Is that enough, Representative Gresco?
Yes, and my one follow-up question is the extending of the season beneficial in what way?
It allows, it actually reflects current practice or current knowledge that oysters are spawning earlier. So we're moving up the start time to protect the oysters when they spat, giving them time to settle and giving them a longer duration for that on our natural shellfish beds.
Okay, I lied. And there's one more question. Can you opine on House Bill 6222? And if you had a chance to look it over, since it has to do with aquaculture, I'm presuming that you did take a peek at it, and I was wondering what your opinion was.
Thank you, Representative Gresco. We did take a peek at it, and I think it's well intentioned. I'm not sure that it is going to be as effective as its thought is in the design of it. I'll say that it would be very difficult for us to determine what is a cultivated seed or oyster versus a natural oyster. So that would be a challenge for us to manage. With regards to shellfish recycling, we do have an MOU, as Commissioner Dykes previously mentioned, with DEEP in regards to shellfish, oyster shell recycling. I would argue that the process is working and give us another year. This has only been for the past year that we've had this MOU. So I'm not so sure that we have anything yet to fix, but maybe we would find that out over the course of the following year. Within regards to Section 3, Our DEI working group did have representation from the aquaculture industry, and the recommendations from that would be applicable to aquaculture. So not so sure that we need any sort of specific aquaculture DEI working group. We do currently work in Section 4 with Sea Grant regarding kelp operations and the licensing. We want to make sure that kelp operation understands what their responsibilities are. We do have clear guidelines that are publicly posted, and our team is available to meet with anybody who's interested in becoming a kelp farmer. I do want to point out that the processing of kelp would not actually fall to the Department of Agriculture. That would fall to the Department of Consumer Protection, potentially Department of Public Health, and or the local health department. Section 5 requests that or directs us to work with Sea Grant to study the No-Link Aquaculture Cooperative. I would suggest that there are many studies out there regarding cooperatives and agricultural operations that would have identified anything that we would seek to find in this. And I believe just over the border in Massachusetts is the regional cooperative organization that we could refer any individuals to who are interested in starting an agricultural cooperative. Those are the highlights on that. Happy to go into anything specific.
No, that's good for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
I'm not sure if you heard my question when I was asking the Commissioner of Deep about the length of the oyster shells, and there was a provision in, I forget which bill, to allow those who farm oysters to go to 2.5 inches on the length. But heard from the oyster fishermen saying that that would be a bad thing because you can't, in the market, obviously, tell the difference between farm raised and wild. What do you think on that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think if there's an interest in moving the size of an oyster, that would be something that I would suggest that the department work with Sea Grant on. The ability for an oyster to be in the water for that length of time does allow for it to spawn additional season, which along the lines of extending the spawning season that's in our 1497. We would be in support of, but we really want that sort of determination to be based on science and make sure that we are protecting and enhancing that resource as opposed to making an arbitrary decision as to which is the right number.
So this year, you want more time. It would be a no because there's not a science-based for that. There's no science base for that law.
Correct.
Okay. And one more question, Mr. Chair. I forget which bill it's in. I read so much testimony and bills for the past few days. I believe it's in the bill regarding aquaculture is a need for marginalized communities to be able to have a leg up through Sea Grant or other things into the shellfish industry. Is there a need for that? Is there any way that the Department of Agriculture is stopping any certain groups from getting into that field?
I don't think we're prohibiting or stopping or making it any more difficult to get into aquaculture. I would argue that we have, over the past few years, done our best to increase the diversity of our agricultural community. And shellfishing in particular, recognizing that it's a high cost to entry that industry. Sea Grant created the Shellfish Incubator Program, I think 3 years ago. And we worked with them on the development of the curriculum. But in addition, we sponsor all of the students. So we're really trying to make sure that people have an opportunity to see aquaculture as a career choice for them, and then give them the training and the support they need to be successful in it.
Thank you. And anyone would be eligible to apply for those grants? Anyone?
Correct. Yep.
Thank you.
Representative Dillon.
Good morning, Commissioner. It's nice to see you.
Good morning.
Following up on the, well, I don't know if I was interested in some of the aquaculture bills today, but I did want to pursue the issue of bringing young people, particularly into the field. Does your department have any relationship with the Sound School?
Our Bureau of Aquaculture does. have a relationship and works with the Sound School. We do have a couple of other things in addition to that Shellfishing 101 course that I just mentioned. We do have a new and beginning incubator program in Brantford, an opportunity for small operations to get access to grounds that they might not have. And then a few years ago, the legislature gave us the opportunity to take underutilized or unused lots that are owned by the state and make them available to new and beginning farmers. So we agree that there's a huge opportunity for people to come into this industry, and we're trying to be creative and thoughtful in our approach to it.
Thank you. A couple of years ago, I visited the Sound School with Senator Murphy because there was a program that was federally funded, and there were some young people specifically researching shellfish. And I know we have the Ag Station in New Haven too, and I'm not sure if they do anything with our public schools. So, so I don't necessarily want to single you out, but we have relied a lot on federal resources, which I think are being wiped out, but I'm not sure. And but the need to bring our young people into the field and to open up their eyes really to what's going on. We're a coastal community in New Haven. It will remain whether the dollar's there or not. So I don't know if you have anything else to say about that, but I really would encourage you to look at different ways to work with the young people, particularly at Sound School, but not only.
Thank you, Representative. I see Rep. Dubitsky online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming in. Is there any reason why we would need to recycle oyster shells?
Yeah, great question, Representative Dubitsky. And I think that the terminology recycle may be throwing people off as we use it as Commissioner Deitz and her team. We're talking about plastics, but the oyster industry reuses oyster shells. They use it to redo and lay down along the shellfish or the sea floor so that oyster spat has a place to settle. They need a hard surface to settle on. So the oyster operations collect those shells. A lot of times, and previously they've done it by taking what they have on their lands, on their grounds, their shellfish leasing beds, and putting them down to create the appropriate ecosystem environment for oyster spat to settle. We have an organization in Connecticut, CORE, that has over the past couple of years started to collect the oyster shells from restaurants. And then they collect them and they season them, and then they bring them back to put into our natural shellfish beds. So they are being reused. And they do provide an important component to facilitate the growth of our natural habitat and support the industry.
Why would the state need to be involved in that?
Another great question, because not everybody has the ability to bring those oyster shells down to the core facility, and so they have been using transfer stations. And so that is and my understanding is that's a licensed facility that has certain requirements as to the activities that happen there and what's collected there. And I think that's where it gets a little bit more complicated for the restaurants that are recycling.
Is it the intention of this Aquaculture Bill 6222 that the state would be spending money recycling oyster shells?
I can't speak to the intent of 6222, Representative Dubitsky. It's not our agency bill. I'd defer that to the proponent of the bill.
Okay. With regard to Section 3, my good ranking member addressed that to some extent with you. Do you see any, well, let me ask this, is there a shortage of aquaculture farmers in general in Connecticut?
I don't know that I would say that there is a shortage of aquaculture farmers. I can share that Rhode Island has more aquaculture operations than Connecticut does. So we have fewer but larger operations. I think the opportunity here is that we want to increase, just in general, the diversity of Connecticut agriculture. Recognizing that the average age of Connecticut farmer is 58. It's a challenging business to get into, a high capital cost to enter. So if there are ways for us to support any interested future farmer, then we should be taking that opportunity and encouraging them and providing the support that they need to get started in that business.
But this bill would only seek to give the advantage or seek to encourage a limited categories of people, not all farmers. Isn't that how you see it?
I think that is the intent of Section 3, but again, it's not our bill, so I
Okay.
would defer to the proponent.
Okay, when the proponent, if the proponent testifies, we'll ask them. Thank you very much.
Fair enough.
Appreciate it.
Reverend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you all.
I think you're good. Next person up, Senator Kathy Aston.
So good morning, everybody. I'm traveling in between meetings as you all are. And so I just want to start the conversation with saying that I'd like to talk about House Bill 6241 and the agency bill relative to aquaculture. So a number of different things are going on within the confines of your committee, and I appreciate you allowing me to testify today. But there are a number of problems that we have in the state relative to the farming community. And a number of the policies that stand in front of you today are dealing with them. Relative to agritourism, this has been a bill that's been around for a couple of years now, where we're trying to increase the ability for farmers to participate in tourism within the confines of their farming industry, so to speak. And I would point out that agriculture is a $4 billion industry in the state of Connecticut, something that we need. And we also need to remind people exactly where their produce and their products come from. Those produces and products come from local farms, and that's exactly what we want. That's exactly something that we're trying to encourage and deliver on. And this, the agritourism bill would allow for tourism to happen on the confines of farming, the farming community, to show people, show young people in particular, children, to see what is going on. I was actually lucky enough to go to the Maple Fest in Hebron, which is talking about the maple industry. And quite frankly, I then went down to a donkey farm right down the road with children, enjoying that museum that was there and the donkeys that were on site. To see the young people participate in that lets them see a true farming animal, not providing any products today, but certainly providing the ability to till those farms many years ago. So I think having that there was wonderful, and it was a form of tourism that we should encourage. I also want to talk a little bit about a couple of other things that I think are important for us to address. I think we have to come up with under the confines of any number of the bills that you have in front of you today, we have to come up with a definition of hoop houses and make sure that hoop houses are not considered any more than what they are, and that's a temporary structure, so that we're not putting undue pressure on an industry. Again, I would repeat, it's a $4 billion industry. Many farmers use hoop houses as what they are, temporary structures to start their products growing earlier in the season. This is something that I think we have to pay attention to. I think we have to look at a fix on 490, where some assessors are determining that it's necessary for us to say out loud that chickens and chicken farms and egg production is limited to only the houses that the chickens are in and not the land that the houses sit on. That's not something that's true for dairy farms or anything else. And I think that to try to change that policy and to have assessors taxing at a commercial level land that is used for agriculture puts a significant pressure, financial pressure on farms that we should not be allowing. I'd hope that you would, I'm trying to fit as much as possible into my 3-minute time frame. The shipping containers that were in bills last year have been, the shipping container farms should be encouraged, and we should have it within the confines of the budget, the ability to increase the number of shipping container farms to help out in our urban and suburban areas, in particular around some of our schools that are on low income relative to their ability to grow food. And I think that that's something that we need to do. It's not unusual for us to try to do a number of different things. I'm very much in favor of you doing the work that you're doing on drones for farms. I got a call today on my way up today, say, please be careful on the gas powered. If you want to do it for state systems, fine, let them spend the extra money, but not for individual landscapers. Would put, again, undue pressure on them. And while not here, I just want to say for the record, I'm in favor of increasing the tax credit on farms, the buildings and the equipment to put it at today's standard. And I hope to put something in writing to you a little bit later on to talk about a number of different other things. So appreciate it. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Representative Parker.
Thanks for being here, Senator. Appreciate all the feedback on a number of bills here and looking forward to continuing the conversation with it. Just wanted to mention, a few of us have been working with the agritourism folks, and we think we have language this year that a number of interested parties are comfortable with. So we're hopeful we're going to move this one forward. Maybe some other colleagues have thoughts on that as well, but thanks for lifting that one up, and we've been paying some attention to it.
Thank you very much, Representative. I appreciate your work on tourism in general. Again, another multi-billion-dollar business that we tend to ignore relative to our policies.
Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator, for coming in. Couple quick questions. You had mentioned that the land around egg farms is not covered by PA 490, which is, as I recall, Connecticut General Statutes 12-107C. Why do you think that's the case? Why do you think that needs additional legislation?
Because assessors are identifying the land in between and the driveways going up to the hen houses are commercial property, not considered farm, part of the farm itself. We don't do that with dairy. We don't parse out their driveways and their milking parlors into manufacturing and thus commercial. But our largest egg producer is located in several communities in Connecticut, to include Basra, Franklin, Lebanon, and has had significant pressure and Colchester, and significant pressure by some assessors to say that you have commercial property. We don't consider eggs part of agriculture. This is something that we've been attempting to address for a number of years. You are, I believe, a member of the Rural Caucus, and it's something that we have talked about on the Rural Caucus. I, as one of the 4 chairs, are seeking for us to make that change to make sure that um, those farms which are relative to the production of eggs, something that we all talk about today relative to price, is not seeing an increase in price on areas that should not be included, like taxation on land within the confines of their farms that should be considered under 490 status, and may need clarification, or maybe we need to re-educate some of the assessors.
Okay, well, you and I can talk about some of this offline, but I can tell you as an attorney who practices in this area, I have encountered these things, these types of assessments on dairy farms, horse farms, egg farms, sheep farms. It is not in my opinion, not a problem with the statute. It's a problem with the assessors, and we can talk about this offline, but my feeling is we probably don't need a change in statute. We just need the assessors to do their job correctly. And in many instances, like the one you're indicating, they're not. With regard to,
Before you go any further,
Sure.
Representative Dubisky, all due respect to any attorney who may be in the room, I'd rather the farmer not have to hire an attorney to get an assessor to do things correctly. If we have this many assessors who are not doing it correctly, perhaps we need to tweak the language to say very specifically that this is something that we shouldn't do.
okay, well, we can talk about that offline, given that there's not a bill before the committee on that right now. With regard to Bill 6241, that is limited, I'm seeing, to those enterprises engaged in agricultural production. Is it your feeling that that's how it should be limited, or should it be should it cover all agriculture as defined in Connecticut General Statutes 1-1Q?
Thank you. An interesting question, but I told you a little bit about visiting a donkey place that was good for agriculture broadly, and I think that you know, I'm going to accept whatever we can get across the finish line this year and look to increasing it as we move along. This is, as you know, been something that we have been trying to do. If the language that comes across, and these hearings are designed to either tweak language so that it's appropriate, increase the scope of a piece of legislation, or decrease that scope depending on what is believed is the right thing by the committee chairman and its committee. So I'm going to be willing to accept anything as we get this across the finish line this year and move forward as we always do in bits and pieces.
Well, from my standpoint, I do think that definition needs to be addressed, because over the years there's been there have been a lot of instances where people have fallen through the cracks between agriculture and agricultural production, and I would hate to have yet another definition that could trip people up, especially when they've just been sued and they're trying to take advantage of a statute that we create. And there are people arguing that they don't fall within the definition. So I appreciate your coming in and talking to us about this bill. I agree with you that it is an important bill. I'm just a little concerned that it's unnecessarily complicated and limited in the definition. And as it moves forward, I would like to work on perhaps making that a little clearer that in what it encompasses.
Again, it's a good thing that you're a member of the committee, and I'm sure that you'll put forth language that you consider covers this issue. I look forward to the products that will come out of the committee. But I will accept this year whatever we can get across the finish line and move forward in bits and pieces if that's the case. But I'm more than happy for you to debate this amongst your colleagues sitting on the committee, and appreciate your stalwart work relative to the agricultural community broadly.
Okay, one other provision in here that I wanted to ask you about. It's the very last paragraph. Do you have the bill in front of you by chance?
No, I do not.
Okay, that's okay. It's the last paragraph. For the record, it's lines 65 through 71, and it requires that an agritourism provider that has knowledge of a dangerous condition post signs. Are you familiar with that provision about the posting of the signs?
I've seen some of that, yes.
Okay. Do you know of any reason why sign posting is going to be a requirement?
I believe that this was in order to complete getting this across the finish line. I think this is one of those compromised pieces of language.
Okay, it's not, you're not the proponent of the sign section.
No, this is a House bill.
Okay. All right.
I love the House bills, but I don't put in, you know.
Is there a similar Senate bill?
I think it was combined with other Senate bills because I think that I sent something over originally, but I'd have to go back and look. I put in 90 some bills, and perhaps my recollection at my age would be something that I would not get exactly correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming in. I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any further questions for Senator Austin? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. We'll continue to work on this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time, gentlemen and ladies.
Senator Summers, I believe you're up.
Yes, good morning. And I am here to testify and make some comments on HB 6222. My name is Senator Summers. I represent the 18th District, and I do have the honor of representing Noank Hatchery. It was one of the first hatcheries established way back when I was the mayor of Groton. It's been in practice now for going on 15 years and really is a great model of what can be done in aquaculture industry. So the first problem that I have with this bill is I don't think that the proponent of the bill has actually talked to any of the oyster growers in our state of Connecticut. We have had a 3-inch minimum on oysters coming out of the water for a very particular reason. And I'm going to speak loudly because there is some construction going on where I am. If you can't hear me, just signal.
You're very clear. It's good.
Okay, great. So the 3 inches have been maintained as number one. It provides us with a market advantage. Connecticut oysters are larger, they're meatier, and they have a distinct market requirement. We're different than other states that let you harvest at 2.5 inches. If we continue and lower the rate or lower the size, what happens is our naturally spawning oysters don't have an opportunity to reach the maturity age to spawn natural seabeds. And that's a huge deterrent in a sustainability program for oysters going forward. The other issue you will have is you won't be able to distinguish what is a hatchery grown and what is a naturally grown oyster, thereby making it easy for someone to claim that this is a naturally grown oyster versus a hatchery grown oyster. And there's no distinct way to tell. I believe that this bill was put in maybe for a particular oyster hatchery. Obviously, if it's smaller, you can get it to market sooner, but it will completely disrupt the market that has occurred here, has put us at the top of the market, and has created an industry that we really could become the oyster capital of New England, which we were years ago. So I wanted to make sure that we say that Connecticut should continue to prioritize sustainability and responsible fisheries management to protect both the environment, what we have now, and the future generations. I did want to comment on two other things within this bill. One is the oyster recycling. Our growers use all of the shell. They do not want it classified as a recyclable material because they are concerned that there will be regulations coming along with that will make it impossible for them to store shell on their land. And as you heard, the shell is the base place for the new spawned oysters to catch on to. That's how they survive, by attaching themselves to clean shell. They do not think that there is a need for this bill and recycling. They do all the recycling. As far as seaweed is concerned, I did speak to a bunch of my oyster hatcheries that also grow kelp. And while they think this is fine to pursue this, there has been no developed market for kelp. They have a lot of kelp and no place to sell the kelp. I'm just throwing that out there. Section 5, which talks about the Noank cooperative study. This was something that, again, I mentioned to you, we started this cooperative 15 years ago. No one spoke to the cooperative about wanting to study them. I'm not sure why we need to study them. We have cooperatives around the state. They're more than willing to help, but these are people that have put in their private money to sustain this hatchery. They've paid for their own docks. So I'm not sure where we're going with this particular section. And then as far as, reclaiming shells from restaurants, I think this is well intended, but this has been tried. It's not super cost effective, and I'm not really sure where we see this going. So I just you'll be hearing from some of the shellfish or men later on in the day. They have submitted written testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for coming in. So is it your feeling that House Bill 6222 should be fixed or should be killed?
Well, I don't want to kill anybody's particular bill because I'm not on this committee, but I just don't see the need for this bill when I'm looking through each section. I think it's well intended, but the biggest issue I have is changing the size of the oysters when they come out of the water. I know that this has been tried before and has been rejected. There's a long history to why we've stuck at 3 inches. I think that's critical for our industry to go forward. And there has been a reason why we have maintained that 3 inches. I'm not in the other areas, I've described, I think that there's an idea that recycling oyster shells is a good idea, and maybe it is, but our growers use those shells currently. There's not really enough for a recycling program. They've tried it themselves. You'll hear from some of them that testify. They've tried to create their own recycling facility from picking up oyster shells from restaurants. It just doesn't work. There's not enough. They're too spread out. It's very cost prohibitive to be lugging very heavy shell around. And they're just most concerned that there'll be these regulations on this recycled material. They won't be able to store it or use it as they need to continue the oyster beds. And, it's really underwater farming. We're planting the oyster beds. They're afraid they won't be able to continue that if this has some new classification.
Well, I'll tell you, when I read this, the first thing that came to mind was the extended producer responsibility provisions that we've imposed on like tires, and we're talking about batteries and mattresses and other things. And it was a little baffling to me as to why we would do that with something like oyster shells. We don't do that with orange peels or anything, or bananas. It just seemed odd to me, and it didn't seem like something that that oyster farmers would have initiated.
They did not. They did not. They reclaim the shell and they try to clean it, and that's what they use to lay down on their beds to spawn their new batch of oysters that they grow in their hatchery. So they do reuse them. If you go to the hatchery, you'll see a stockpile of shells. Some people don't like it where they are because it's not really pleasant smelling sometimes, as you can imagine. But that's just part of being on the coast. So shells.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, they use the shells, and they don't want the shells to be classified in some way that it's going to make it more difficult for them to be able to use the shells that they're doing right now. They basically have a environmental recycling program for themselves and how they grow oysters. That's different than the restaurants. But some of them have tried with the restaurants that you can ask them later. You'll hear from Bloom Brothers, hopefully. They're our largest grower and harvester of oysters in the state of Connecticut. They maintain and they use antique boats. It's an amazing operation. They're against the 3 inches. They do not see the need for this shell recycling. They are part of the Noank Cooperative. So we're not really sure where this bill came from or how these ideas came, because no one really seemed to talk to the industry. It could be that we do have a lot of maybe new hatcheries that, it's quicker for them to get their product to market if they lower the size. It's one less season, but we don't want to do that and jeopardize the entire market that we've created here in Connecticut as being different and sustainable, to just benefit one new person that may be in the mix now.
What is the Noank Aquaculture Cooperative?
Okay, the Noank Aquaculture Cooperative is actually it was an old Yukon building that Yukon was going to sell years ago. And the town, when I was involved with the town, we were able to purchase it from the state for $1.
What town is that?
Groton.
Okay.
It's in Noank Village. And so instead of turning it into condominiums years ago, we decided that we were going to enter with our Shellfish Commission and start an oyster hatchery. And everybody probably thought we were insane. We had help from Representative Lenny Winkler years ago. And that's when I thought the state was creative. They were able to find us a furnace from some other building and bring it there. PJ Delahunty helped us. I don't know if you remember that name, but we got this thing up and running. We worked with Long Island. Not only do they grow oysters there, they grow the food for the oysters. You can see the oysters spawn. They work with the local. We have a marine science high school that they work with, students from there that come back in college. And now some of them are working full time. It's an amazing facility. You can join the cooperative. There's probably, I'm going to 5 or 6 different oyster producers that are part of the cooperative. They work with our Shellfish Commission. They lease the facility from the town, but they buy their own, they put in their own docks, etc. It's a really great function of local, state, and actually federal working together to actually produce something that's environmentally friendly. It tastes delicious and it helps clean up the environment because oysters are massive filters actually for our water. And just to give you a little highlight, that was about 15 years ago that we established this, and there was not one oyster in the Mystic River. Now there's over 50 million oysters in the Mystic River, and the it's cleaner than it ever has been. So they're amazing creatures, and we just don't want to mess up this model. Again, they weren't approached as to studying their model. They would like to see hatcheries work, but they've put their own money into this facility too. This isn't the state giving them money for anything, but we did buy this old decrepit building for $1.
Okay, and you've been in touch with them about this bill?
Yes, they have reached out to me on this bill because they're in my district and said, where does this come from? No one talked to us. It would have been nice to have some idea what we're doing, but they are very much against. The biggest issue they have is the 3-inch size. And from what I've learned, that has been tried to be lowered in the past and has always been rejected for the reasons that you have heard. One of them primarily is that we are actually now seeing natural sets of oysters appear in places like the Thames River, which we never thought we would see. And that a lot of that has to do with allowing the oyster to get to that 3 inches because it has another cycle to be able to spawn for reproductive and sustainability issues. And when you bring them down to 2.5, they don't. And we have set the market, like I said, where Connecticut oysters are 3 inches and they demand a premium, and they are, if you go to the New York City Oyster Bar in Grand Central Station, they sell, it's Mystic oysters coming out of the Noank Cooperative. It's like one of their #1 sellers. And part of that has to do with the size in which it is harvested.
Okay,
So-
thank you. Rep. Novitsky, are you wrapping
Thank you
up?
very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Summers.
All right, any further questions? Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Senator. Thanks for joining us today. Properly attired, no less.
Yes. The green glasses.
We, have heard a number of comments and questions on this bill. and I appreciate how close you are to this in your district. I've tried to be looking through testimony, and it sounds like there's a lot of voices we want to make sure are able to be a part of this, because as you reference, we want to make a decision in a holistic and thoughtful way. We heard from the Commissioner of Agriculture this morning sort of two potential possibilities if we wanted to do anything about size. One would be to eliminate the size requirement altogether and let the market determine. The other would be to ask the commissioner and the department to work with Sea Grant to have a sort of, I think in his words, science-based approach to making this decision if we were to make a change. Do you have any thoughts on those as other pathways to continue working on this issue and make sure that all
Sure.
voices are actually heard in this?
I do not believe that limiting the size limit is a good idea in any way, shape, or form. That would just create chaos. You know, are we going to sell oysters that are an inch? I mean, that just makes no sense to me whatsoever. I don't honestly believe that you need to study this with Sea Grant. This has been practiced for years and years in the state. We have looked at lowering it, and it has been rejected for the reasons just given. I think that asking them to study this is sort of a make work. We know what the issues are. We know that we have a sustainable, multi-million-dollar industry here of oysters, and it's 3 inches, and it has set us apart from others. You can go to Rhode Island, you can go to New York, and you get a 2.5-inch oyster, but it doesn't maintain the premium, and it doesn't set. They're interchangeable. It doesn't matter whether you get an oyster from Massachusetts or New York. They're small. Connecticut stand out, and that's why they have become a premium. And I don't think it's smart to go in and jeopardize your market that you've created over these years. We've rejected a smaller size for that reason, to allow a hatchery just to get to market sooner. We are jeopardizing the natural spawn of our naturally grown oysters, which help proliferate and sustain us going forward with new oysters. And I'm just not sure why we would want to. I have talked to many, many oyster growers. There's only one that I haven't had an opportunity to speak with who's in my district, and none of them want this limit lowered. The only person I can think wanting it lowered is maybe a new, hatchery that's trying to get to market sooner. But, you understand the regs when you get into this business. You understand that it's 3 inches, that it has been 3 inches, and there's a reason for it. So I don't think that we should jeopardize the market and change everything when we have some of our largest producers saying, do not do this, just to help maybe 1 or 2 smaller hatcheries that may just have to wait until they can get their product to market. So
I
that's
appreciate that feedback. Just one other quick question. So you said in the past, this has, and this is helpful for me because I haven't been close to this before. In the past, we've had this conversation around changing the size, and it's been rejected. Was there a process for that to happen? Who's the we that rejected it in the past?
I believe it was the Environment Committee. I have to go get the details. I was talking to some of the folks that have been here longer about this problem, and they're like, oh yeah, we've dealt with this before. Somebody else wanted to lower the limit years ago and it was rejected. There's a reason that we have it to at 3 inches. But again, I think it's important to think of where this is coming from. This isn't coming from the agency. This isn't coming from DOAG. This isn't coming from DEEP. It is not coming from the oyster growers that are the market leaders here in the state of Connecticut. I'm not sure where this ask is coming from, but it's not coming from the people that are, or the largest people doing this work. And I think that's important. When we look at it in other committees, when we continue to have, physicians asking us for something, or people actually doing the work asking us to do it, that's one thing. But in this case, those folks are against it. So I think that's important to consider when you're looking at it. And I don't want to be part of a legislative body that ends up messing up everything that we have created to date with this sustainable business, and the way that they're recycling shells right now, and the size is all working. So there is a big pushback as to why we would want to change that now.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. I appreciate the history. I think we have one other question today from Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Summers.
Good morning.
Thanks so much for testifying. I read a lot of the testimony online, the written testimony, and I agree. The oyster fishermen like Bloom Brothers in Norwalk is very concerned with this, and your testimony is very helpful to me today. So that's what we do these public hearings for. We get this information out, and I'm certainly being convinced as a shell fisherman myself, recreationally, we don't want to get that population down. And there's a couple things in this bill that would do just that. So I really appreciate you taking the time to testify in our committee today.
Thank you.
I think, thank you, Senator. Thanks, Rep O'Day online.
Just briefly, I know we've got a long list. Senator, thank you so much for your testimony. And I will say, I was involved many years ago in looking into it. Now, my district in New Canaan, North Stamford, and a little part of Darien on the right along New Canaan, there's no ocean front. So Larry Cafaro, then minority leader, asked me to look into the size of oysters. I ended up going to the Blooms, their facility in Norwalk, and I learned more about oysters. And you're 100% right. The 3 inches, they're safe. They're safer from an environmental standpoint and healthy standpoint, breeding standpoint, every standpoint. It's 3 inches is the minimum. And so, thank you. And I will appreciate you coming out, and I will keep an eye on this going forward because you're 100% right. Thank you.
Thank you. I will share with you just quickly. This is years ago. You might appreciate this now that we're talking about this. The hatchery did not have such a wonderful relationship necessarily with DOAG at that point in time. You probably remember this. For no reason nothing that they ever did. It was just, a new burgeoning industry. And there was one time where the econ police were called to meet the men coming in at the Mystic Hatchery. I'll never forget this because I was the mayor and I was humiliated that they would do that. These guys had just been out planting seeds and clams for our local people to be able to clam and participate in kids. And they come into the dock and the econ police were there and they wanted to see the oysters. Again, it's 3 inches. So when they get the oysters, they throw them in these mesh bags and there's probably 100 in a bag that click against each other. And so sometimes when you're taking the oyster, there's a special measurement tool, you slide it in, it's 3 inches, you throw it in the bag. But sometimes the shell is soft, so they click against each other. And I had an econ police officer that was measuring 2.99, failed, 2.97, failed. It's a big, long list. And it became quite the court case with the no tolerance on 3 inches. And that's how serious we were about 3 inches. There was no 2.99. It was 3 inches coming out of the bag. So, it's been going around for quite some time, but thank you for mentioning that. It's worth visiting their facility and seeing how everything works if anyone has time on this committee.
Yes, please do. Exactly. And they're not fishermen, they're farmers. And it's important to note. But anyway, thank you very much, Senator, and appreciate it. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Love your outfit.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Senator, for joining us this morning. Seeing no further questions, I'll just express my dismay that my good ranking member left a big pun on the table. I didn't think you gave a shuck about these. That's okay. Next up, Representative Menapace.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable chairpersons, vice chairpersons, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Nick Menapace. I'm a resident of East Lyme, and I'm the state representative for the 37th House District. I support House Bill 5749. I'm a co-introducer, which takes a critical step in addressing nitrogen pollution from septic systems. I think it's one of the biggest issues that we're having here in terms of environmental threat to Connecticut's water quality, particularly in coastal environmentally sensitive areas. We've been talking a lot about shellfish with our previous people, and this is a big issue that has been happening in my area. So as a coastal state, Connecticut is facing increasing threats from excess nitrogen entering our groundwaters and waterways, primarily from outdated or from outdated septic systems. When nitrogen seeps into the waterways, it contributes to harmful algae blooms, oxygen depletion, and ecosystem collapse, which threatens marine life like shellfish, and to damaging our fishing and tourism industries. This bill is modeled after successful programs in neighboring states like Massachusetts and Rhode Island, which have already implemented nitrogen-reducing requirements to protect their water resources. I think that House Bill 5749 provides a scientific-based framework to protect our water supply and ecosystem. The issue is urgent for Connecticut coastal communities because many shoreline towns are dealing with the impact of septic-driven nitrogen pollutions. We've had to close our beaches at certain points in the area in part because of this, and we cannot afford to delay on this issue. I urge everyone to support House Bill 5749 and ensure that Connecticut follow the leads of our other states in protecting our water, marine life, and coastal economies. I also want to express my support for House Bill number 6229 as a co-sponsor, and also House Bill 7174 about riparian buffers, and ask that an amendment be added regarding edible riparian buffers, emphasizing that the planting of edible native species and giving the correct framework of how to do that supports ecological health, community food resources, and it helps keep our waterways clean. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I see a question online from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it. With regard to the riparian buffer bill, the bill uses the word clear cutting. What does that mean?
Well, I am not the author on that bill. I had my own riparian buffer bill. I'm not sure exactly what the clear cutting mode is. I'm just a big supporter of riparian buffers. I think they're very important for protecting our waterways, and especially, like I said, I think that edible riparian buffers are a great way to increase agriculture in our area, and that's why I want us to do it in a healthy way.
Okay, because I ask because in forestry, the term clear cutting has a very specific meaning, and it's one of the various types of cuts that a forester does. There are various types of selective cuts, and there's a clear cut. There are clear cuts for certain purposes, different types of clear cuts. So I'm wondering that, mixing this in with the term clear cutting, I was just wondering if you had any idea why that term was used.
Yes, that would be a better question for Representative Mashinsky, who's the introducer on that bill. I would say I am very concerned, like riparian buffers, I think are very important, and that's why I think we really need to have very clear language on how best to deal with them being so close to waterways. So I appreciate your concern on this, Representative Dubinsky.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you, Representative. Are there further questions or comments for Rep. Menapace? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for joining us.
Thank you.
Next up, we have number 6 on our list, Representative Tina Corpus.
Thank you, Chairman Lopez and Parker,
Welcome.
Vice Chair Hockaday, ranking members, Harding and Callahan, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thank you for an opportunity to testify today in opposition to HB 6249. I'm State Representative Tina Corpus, and I represent the 149th District, which includes the coastal towns of Greenwich and Stamford. This bill limits appeals under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, CEPA, which is a statute passed by the General Assembly in 1973. Under CEPA today, every citizen has a right to challenge an action which causes unreasonable harm to the environment. If this bill passes, and if the polluting force is a housing unit, that right would be cut off for all citizens except a very few. I oppose this bill on 2 grounds. First, I think it lacks the balance which is so important to good policy. As a member of the Housing Committee, I understand the need for housing in our state. Every citizen should have a roof over their head and a home base. However, like every other law we pass, we have to balance that need against other things that we value highly. This session, the Environment Committee is considering bills regarding neonics, PFAS, septic tanks, leaf blowers, all based on the principle that preserving the environment matters. We cannot elevate the environment on the one hand in those bills and then deprioritize it to this degree when housing is concerned. I am sure we respectfully disagree about where that delicate balance should be struck, but in my opinion, 6249 strikes it in the wrong place. The second grounds is citizens' rights and citizens' roles. A homeowner whose neighbor is polluting always has the right to bring a nuisance claim against the polluter in court. The homeowner brings that claim on the basis of his or her property ownership or proprietary interest. That was true in 1973, it's true now, and it will be true whether or not this bill passes. But CEPA had a very different and specific purpose. The legislative intent was to create a cause of action for the general public, everyone, because the environment is something we hold in the public trust. Here's what our predecessors said in 1972 when they created the law. Quote, some of the natural spaces most vital not only to our survival, but to that of future generations, do not lend themselves to proprietary right. CEPA makes the guaranteeing, preservation, and protection of those rights available to the public. And since, unquote, and since 1973, CEPA has worked in exactly that way. If a housing structure today is built on the top of a hill and there's dangerous runoff coming off of it, because of CEPA, the town, the neighbors down the hill, an engineer, a wildlife specialist, the neighborhood association, the town commission on the environment, all of these members of the public can become an intervener. But this bill cuts all of them off. The only people who can intervene are neighbors within 100 feet and 501c3 nonprofits. The Education Committee does not reject the testimony of citizens who do not have a child in Connecticut's public schools. The Housing Committee does not reject testimony from people who have never personally been evicted by a landlord. These processes are open to all because we all have skin in the game of these shared values. And nowhere is this more true than in our physical environment. In sum, I agree that increasing housing is an important goal, but we cannot sacrifice everything else we value at this altar. In my opinion, we need a better balance than this bill strikes. The bill also cuts off the fundamental principle that we hold the environment in the public trust. The Sierra Club, the Audubon, Save the Sound, they cannot intervene in every neighborhood, stream, and valley across Connecticut. For 52 years, we've relied on citizens to help protect the environment because we all have skin in the game of our natural resources. And I believe that that right should be preserved. For these reasons, I respectfully oppose HB 6249. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate that. Questions, comments from the committee? Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning.
I read the bill in a similar fashion that you did, that it would allow certain entities to pollute if it was meant for certain housing capabilities. And your testimony actually helped me. You must have kissed the Blarney Stone because it was very eloquent. So I do appreciate it, and I read it the same way. And we certainly in this committee we want to preserve the environment, and I don't even know why that section of the bill is in there. So thank you for bringing that to everyone's attention.
Thank you, Representative. Online, I see Rep. Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in, Representative. I read this bill and I had some pretty grave concerns. Maybe I interpret it differently than you. Is in lines 33 through 35. Do you happen to have the bill in front of you?
I do.
Okay, lines 33 through 35. It says that it's limiting the appeals with regard to any building permit application submitted in connection with the proposed construction or renovation of a structure that contains one or more dwellings. Now, the first thing that came to mind is, okay, so I can build an asphalt plant in the middle of, Darien, and as long as I put an apartment in it, nobody more than 100 feet away can appeal. Is that how you see it?
It is, yes.
Okay, so it isn't limited to residential buildings. It's any building, either new construction or renovation, as long as there's one dwelling unit of some sort, this applies. That's a little scary to me.
That is how I read it too.
Okay. Now, in the last paragraph, the last line actually, it says that people who own property or live 101 feet away from the subject property can't appeal unless they are a nonprofit organization, did that raise the hair on the back of your neck like it did mine?
Yes, it did. And I spoke to an environmental lawyer over the weekend who has practiced in this area for 25 years. And she said that the reality of proceedings like this is that the big and organized nonprofits, Save the Sound, the Audubon, et cetera, don't have the bandwidth to pursue issues that this bill helps pursue. That is, if you have a neighborhood situation going on, Save the Sound is not getting involved and it doesn't have the information needed to make an impact, but the neighbors do, and the people that live nearby do, and the town commission does, et cetera. Oftentimes, those entities are not organized as 501c3s. So to her, it seemed arbitrary that a nonprofit organization, which is essentially a tax structure, would have a standing, so to speak, that those other entities would not.
Right. Well, my feeling was that there would be a constitutional issue, whereas, you've got two property owners right next to each other. One is allowed to appeal an application that may have an effect on the property, and the other is prohibited for no apparent reason. So, I got a little scared of that, and why are nonprofits exempt from this restriction and individuals are not? Just didn't seem to make sense to me. I'm also, I don't know if you've perhaps talked to anybody who supports this, but do you know what the purpose of this bill is? 'Cause I don't.
What it appears to me to be is that it really elevates creating residential dwelling units to a very, very high priority against all of the other values, or at least against an environmental value in our state. And there's a line somewhere where we're balancing the environment against balancing housing. And I have a great respect for the committee and the people that support this bill, but I just disagree on where that line is drawn. I feel like it's drawn too far in the direction of housing to the real abrogation of a law which has existed for 52 years and has really had a positive impact. The other value at stake here is local control, but it's a sort of local control on steroids. This is the ability of private citizens to defend their own environment and their own natural resources. And to me, that's a very valuable and very important societal value.
Well, thank you very much for coming in. I very much appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no further questions, thank you for joining us this morning, Rep. Corpus. Have a great rest of your day.
Thanks so much.
All right, next up on our list, number 7, David Aldridge.
Hi, how you doing? My name, I'm here with SCARE Operations Manager Liz Shuffin. Hopefully we'll be able to share a screen. If not, I'm going to go ahead anyway. So my name is Dave Aldridge. I'm the Executive Director of the Southeastern Connecticut Regional Resource Recovery Authority that serves 12 communities in Southeastern Connecticut and their 230,000 residents. I've been in this capacity with SCARE for 13 years, managing the waste disposal and recycling systems that support the region. I thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 6229 about plastics and polystyrene. I strongly support this bill, as obviously many people do, given that it has 34 co-sponsors and 53 submissions of written testimony, 50 of which are in support. I've read all the testimony that has been submitted, and I wholeheartedly agree with the concerns regarding plastics and polystyrene as it relates to litter, the impact of marine debris on our beautiful rivers and coastline, and the health hazards that chemicals involved represent. I'd like to discuss the bill from a little different perspective, how this fits in with the larger waste issue in the state and the financial implications that go along with the environmental concerns. As you know, the state has a significant waste disposal shortfall. That was exacerbated when the Hartford Waste to Energy plant closed in 2022. Per the information provided in DEEP's Comprehensive Material Management Strategy, published in 2023, the state was processing approximately 3.3 million tons of municipal solid waste at an average cost of $81 per ton. That's an annual expenditure of $267 million. Currently, while the volumes remain steady, the average per ton cost has risen to the neighborhood of $115 a ton, or an annual expenditure of $379 million, an increase of $112 million, or 42%. That's in 3 years. The data further projects.
Excuse me, sir.
By
I'm sorry to
2030
interrupt, but we're not okay to share. We're not allowed to share presentations in the public hearing. So would you please take that down? Thank you so much.
Okay. Our apology. I'll attach it to my written testimony.
Yeah, please do. Thank you.
You betcha. So the data further projects by 2030 a cost per ton of $130 per ton for an additional $50 million, bringing the 8-year increase to $162 million, or a 60% increase. That is a burden that is being placed on the taxpaying constituents that both you and I serve. I applaud the steps taken in House Bill 6229 as it removes a portion of this heavy burden and addresses some of the environmental concerns that a difficult petroleum-based product presents. My concern, given the vastness
Mr.
of
Aldridge,
the waste
your time
problem,
is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
I'm doing that right now. Given the vastness of the problem, that this does not go nearly farther enough, in my opinion, we should be working towards a total ban of these items in conjunction with making food waste a mandatory recyclable and furthering producer responsibility legislation. If you do the math, our current trajectory, the price tag to state residents is going up at about $27,000 per day. Thanks, and I look forward to any questions you have on this or anything else solid waste.
Thank you so much, Mr. Aldridge. We appreciate that. And
You bet.
certainly a number of bills on our committee relating to a number of these issues you've raised today. So we're doing our best to take these on. And thanks for your comments on this one. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for joining us this morning. Thanks for the work that you do out there. And we'll certainly be keeping in touch as we work on these issues.
Have a great day. Aaron Gobra.
Thank you. Next up on our list, number 8, is Terry Jones from the Ag Experiment Station.
Not too long.
Welcome, Mr. Jones.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, I'm also I'll let him introduce himself. Mike Last from the station.
Yep, Michael Last. I'm the Chief Financial Officer at the Agricultural Experiment Station.
So I really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak before you. And I tried to dress appropriately, but the only green I could find is on these carrots. And I'm sorry, but it is green. And it does remind me that I'm a farmer. And my great-great-grandfather came over from Ireland in the 1840s. And he would not eat carrots, they tell me. I wasn't here. Because that was, in Ireland, that was what was fed for horses. But times have changed, and I appreciate the chance to speak to you. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Terry Jones. I'm Vice President of the Board of Control at the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station, CAES. The experiment station was founded in 1875. First in America, and is celebrating its 150th anniversary this year. The experiment station is governed by an 8-member board of control. The governor serves as president and appoints 3 members to the board. The current members are the Commissioner of Agriculture, Joan Nichols, a forester and a former head of Connecticut Farm Bureau, and myself. The Board of Trustees at the University of Connecticut and Wesleyan University each appoint a member, as does the governing body of the Sheffield Scientific School at Yale, basically Yale University. The Board of Control, and also these members choose the 8th and final member, the director of the experiment station. The Board of Control manages the state agency and acts as a trustee over several trust and research funds. The board also owns in trust research farms located in Hamden and Windsor. Raised Bill 7171, an act concerning certain caretaker authorization for the agricultural experiment station, would simply document the authority of the Board of Control as trustee to appoint a caretaker to the farmhouses located on the properties owned in trust by the board. The Board of Control has appointed caretakers for decades. The bill clarifies that the caretakers can include staff members at the station. The caretakers pay rent as negotiated by the board and are responsible for safeguarding the trust property, the William R. Lockwood Trust Fund, which owns the 2 research farms. For 150 years, the experiment station has made groundbreaking scientific discoveries with an unwavering commitment to public service. The station lives by its motto every day, putting science to work for society. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I believe we have a question from Rep. Gresco.
Jerry, good morning. Thanks for coming up.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Appreciate your testimony, but give us the real world situation that would evolve from the passing of this bill in the CAES's mind. I mean, we have the legislation, but once it's implemented, who's going to do it? What happens? And what do you see happening?
Well, the Board of Control would be reviewing, we own these houses. And in the past, often the manager of the farm would live there and still may. But in the absence of them not,
We can't hear.
Mr. Chairman, we lost the sound.
How about now? Can you hear me, Doug?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, we were not able to hear most of that testimony.
Thank you for sharing that. Let's resume. We'll call back into order. And Terry, if you don't mind giving a real quick summary for the people online to the question that Rep. Gresco had asked.
Sure. The what it allows us to do is to make efficient and productive use of these farmhouses. And times have changed. It's just like DEP used to have houses for all the caretakers of the state parks, and that's less done these days. But anyway, inevitably there would be a member of the staff who this could be useful. And as I say, we would work out the rent and other duties that they might perform.
Do you have individuals at CAES who have expressed an interest in participating in this?
Yes, we definitely do. And in this case, it's the director of the station, whose children have pretty much flown the coop, and Dr. White and his wife would very much like to live there and pay their rent, but also perform some duties. She's a great gardener and is eager to work with a pollinating group and create an organic garden. There's just many things that could be beneficial. It's the footsteps of the leader on the ground where it's happening, I think would elevate the usefulness of the facility.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I think yeah, Rep. Dubitsky, you got a question?
I do.
Go
I
ahead.
do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Why can't they do that now?
Well, I'm going to let our business manager, we've looked into that and he'll explain why.
Thank you, Representative. The Board of Control not only governs the state agency, but is also a quasi organization where they manage private trust funds, and the private trust funds own the homes. And there is a procedure in place right now for state-owned properties with state employees or rentees. What this language would do is clarify that the Board of Control, as a trustee of a private land, could rent to state employees.
We looked into it quite a bit, and this is maybe perceived as a technicality, but we feel it's the right thing to do, just to dot all the I's and cross all the T's.
Okay, because what I always have concerns when these things are brought to the legislature, to have the legislature enact essentially micromanaging statutes, as opposed to saying something like, it may own and manage such real estate or personal estate. Putting in this very specific thing sort of excludes everything else you might want to do to manage that property efficiently. Why so small? Why don't you, if you're worried that the current language doesn't cover, why don't you just add the management of it? Is there some reason why you wouldn't want this entity to have the authority to manage the property efficiently?
I would say it's basically as simple as we ran it by the one of the Ethics Commission, and they recommended that we do this. And it just seemed like it would be better to an ounce of prevention's worth a pound of cure, and we didn't want any questioning of the legality of it. I think as a farmer and a business person, it makes a heck of a lot of sense because having the leader of an organization right there on the ground and paying rent and setting an example of putting science to work with overseeing and looking and carrying on their own experiments is brilliant.
It seems to make perfect sense to have somebody live there as a caretaker. I'm concerned when, when you're asking for this very specific thing, and I can envision, a million different things that you might want to do. And I hate to have you come back next year and say, oh, we didn't anticipate that we needed to do X, Y, or Z. So we want to add that now to the statute, as opposed to just putting in that you want to be able to efficiently manage the property, which seems to be what you want to do anyway. Just seems like you're missing an opportunity to fix the problem here.
Yeah, Representative, I just wanted to, I certainly agree. The state statute does give the Board of Control the authority to manage the property, but because there could be state employees involved with a private trust fund, we just wanted to make sure that it was clarified in the statute that the board had that authority.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Representative. And thanks for sharing what you did. And I heard you reference that you've engaged the ethics folks. And so appreciate you trying to go about all these steps in the right way.
That's why we're here before you.
Understood.
It's a very simple fix. And I can assure you we won't be back here on this matter.
Be careful, you're on the record. But thank you. I appreciate the attempt, of course. Are there further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for coming out this morning and thanks for the work that you do.
I just want to add one thing. I've suddenly realized how old I am because on our farm as a child, there were lots of oyster shells because my grandfather would go down to Representative Gresco's beloved Stratford area and collect the clam and oyster shells and spread them on the land they would break down and provide nutrients. The simple days.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thanks for being with us this morning, gentlemen. We appreciate it. Next up, number 9 on our list, Frank DeFelice. Nice to see you, Frank. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Frank DeFelice. I currently serve as the chair of the Regional Planning Commission for the Lower Connecticut River Valley Council of Governments, and as the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission and Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency for the town of Durham, Connecticut. As a decade-long wetlands and watercourses official, I stand in opposition to the establishment of mandatory setbacks for wetlands and riparian areas as advanced in HB 7174, an act concerning riparian buffers and associated environmental provisions. Now, if this seems surprising, allow me to explain. The language in this bill confuses wetland areas with riparian areas, and the two are not the same. In fact, they are very different. First and foremost, it's critical that you recognize that in Connecticut, wetlands are determined by soil type. And under this definition, which includes 44 soil types, approximately 25% of our state is technically a wetland. So this buffering requirement would impact an enormous amount of Connecticut's land. Many of these areas already contain farmland, homes, outbuildings, driveways, and septic systems that require vegetative maintenance. Thus, the impact of this regulation on property owners would be incredibly burdensome. Now, some of the riparian areas also require vegetative maintenance. Real property having waterfront views would quickly have their water views and waterfront access compromised under this bill. The second thing to know is that the boundary of a wetland can only be determined by a soil scientist. And while there are aerial and soils maps that claim to delineate Connecticut's wetland areas, these maps are grossly inaccurate and cannot be relied upon to accurately determine where a buffer should start from. While riparian areas might be easier to delineate, their delineation changes, as does the water's surface height relative to the surrounding grade. Third, the definitions of riparian buffer in HB 7174 are in conflict. Lines 3 through 5 state riparian buffer means basically 100 feet. Yet lines 18 through 22 reference riparian buffers of 50 feet, 25 feet, and 10 feet. So that's an area of extreme confusion. Fourth, there is no accommodation for the removal of dead or damaged vegetation in riparian areas. And this is especially important because in riparian areas, trees often fall across the waterways, obstructing flows, causing flooding, and hampering the recreational use of the waterway. Dead vegetation must be allowed to be removed. Fifth, HB 7174 attempts to establish a mandatory one-size-fits-all solution. And inland wetlands and watercourses agencies know that there are no two wetland or watercourses issues that are the same, and mandatory distances are often unworkable. Riparian areas are already protected by inland wetland and watercourses agencies as part of the watercourses in their name. So for more than 50
Your
years,
time is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
yeah, for more than 50 years, inland wetlands and watercourses agencies have proficiently managed and protected their wetlands, watercourses, and riparian areas, and will continue to do so. And for those reasons, I respectfully urge your commission to oppose HB 7174 in its current form. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. And I'll first just say, Frank, thanks for the good work you do in the 101st District. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
I think we have a question from Representative Mashinsky.
I got a couple and a clarification too. I helped write this bill, and it was my intention that we'd not touch the existing upland review area at all. Just current, I was going to stay with current law, and if that's not what the bill says, then it just the drafting just missed my point. So I can work on the further language. My intention was to set for the first time riparian buffer distances in Connecticut. We are the only state in New England that does not have them. And so when a builder or a homeowner decides to clear cut right down to the water's edge and plant grass there, they are harming the waterway, both water quality and temperature, and as well as habitat. And so that is why the other New England states have put in a minimum footage to protect both the filtration of the riparian buffer, right? The filtration purposes of the riparian buffer, and also to shade the water so that it remains cool and can support fish populations. So that's really what it's supposed to say. And if it doesn't, if the upland review has been expanded from what it currently is in town by town, then that was not my intention, and I will address that and correct it. The tree removal is really that we don't want to remove all trees on the riparian edge. And if you look at the other New England states, that's what they do. The New England states do take a log out of the river if it's obstructing passage, boat passage, but they don't allow cutting down every tree on the riverbank. And that's really what we're trying to do here is follow along with our other New England states and do at least certain feet of protection. It depends, you probably noticed in the bill, it depends on whether the stream is supporting cold water fish or not. There's a larger buffer there. If it's supporting drinking water supplies, there's a larger buffer there. And if it's urbanized, there's a smaller one because those buildings already get pretty close to the water. So that's what we're trying to do. And as you have pointed out, there's some discrepancy in the language, and I think we can fix that. So thank you for testifying and bringing that to our attention. We can make a better bill. Thanks,
Thank you. If I might respond quickly to that, there's a couple areas you mentioned, and they can be in more than one category, right? You could be a water supply, and you're a riparian area, and you have cold water fish. So the issue is here, it's not clear cut, and we know from seeing here in Durham with our inland wetlands and watercourses applications, there are people that come in that their driveways abut a waterway. Well, they need to be able to maintain that area. They may have blueberry bushes. We have one group that comes in. They come in pretty regularly, about once every 5 years. They want to come back. They want to trim out the blueberry bushes that separate the driveway from the water, and there's probably only 5 feet there. So there are a number of instances, and this is why we trust the inland wetlands and watercourses agencies to protect these things. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Representative, for your comments and clarifying the intention there. Grateful for the chance to keep working on this. Online, we have Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. DeFelice, for coming in. Under this bill, who do you understand would be enforcing these new regulations?
That is an absolutely excellent question, sir.
I'm known for those, thanks.
So it would normally be the Inland Wetlands and Watercourses Agency, but the way this is written, I assume it would be DEP. There's a fiscal note attached to the bill which provides them some money, I assume, to do this. I don't know how effective that's going to be, and I think they have more than enough on their plate now, but there will be some confusion there. Will it be DEP enforcing this? Will they go around, policing these areas, or will people have to call them and report such a thing? Maybe somebody's clearing a dead tree that's fallen across a stream, versus the local inland wetlands and watercourses agency that I think is better equipped to handle local issues like this.
So, my fear would be that if it is the DEP as you believe and as I seem to interpret also, then anytime somebody puts in an application to do just about anything within 100 feet or more, or perhaps even more, because this says no less than 100 feet. So, let's say it's 200 feet. 200 feet of every wetland and watercourse in the state is an enormous swath of land. So anytime anybody needs to do something, they need to apply both to the local wetland commission and to DEP. That sounds like it's going to get very expensive, take a long time, and risks conflicting decisions. It sounds like a nightmare to me. Is that how you view it?
It's exactly how I view it. And it's interesting because when this bill has come up before, similar forms of it, and I've testified against it only because when you think about it, the people that are would like to see this bill passed either don't understand or they don't communicate the fact that because Connecticut is one of the few states that uses soil type to determine a wetland, 25%, a quarter of the land in the state of Connecticut is technically a wetland. And how do you determine where that starts and ends? Well, you have to hire a soil scientist. You can't use an aerial photograph. You can't use some stuff from maybe Clear, the University of Connecticut, because it's not in the ground testing. And that's that's another big issue, because if somebody's going to say, well, you cut trees down and you're within this distance, this buffering distance, who's going to prove it? I mean, you need to get a certified soil scientist out there to say, okay, it ends here and it ends here, and this is 10 feet away, this is 100 feet away. It's just not workable.
Well, I appreciate you coming in, and I appreciate your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you, Mr. DeFelice. Appreciate that. Representative Shinsky for the second time.
Yes, I want to point out again to Representative Dubitsky and to the witness that the intention is not to go to 100 feet statewide. The intention is only to add a new regulatory area, which is a riparian area, for the local wetland commissions to enforce. That is the intention of the bill, and if it is worded incorrectly, we can fix it.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate the clarification. Again, thank you. Seeing no further questions, Frank, thanks for being here this morning. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
And for the
Thank
work
you. You too. Thanks very much.
Next up is number 10 on our list, Randall Mell.
Thank you, and good afternoon, members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Randall Mell. I'm the Director of Food, Nutrition, and Wellness Services for Middletown Public Schools, and I wanted to make some comments on Bill HB 6229, an act concerning a reduction in single-use plastics and polystyrene. I want to express my support for the intent of HB 6229, as sustainability is a key priority for our school nutrition programs, and we have seen firsthand how reducing single-use plastics benefits both the environment and our students. However, ensuring that all districts can successfully implement these changes will require some careful planning, funding, and infrastructure support. I did submit a case study that was done by Clean Water Action for Middletown Public Schools. So in Middletown, we've made significant strides in transitioning away from disposable food service items through a combination of targeted grants, city partnerships, and donor supports. We've been able to reduce single-use plastics with durable, reusable alternatives. Our schools are thankfully and have been thankfully equipped with commercial dishwashers, allowing us to wash, sanitize reusables efficiently. This transition is already yielding positive outcomes for us, which I also submitted in, a little bit deeper in that case study that was done. Most importantly, though, the funds that have been previously allocated for disposable items, I'm now able to use towards improving meal quality, including locally sourced items from local farmers here in Connecticut. But that being said, in the reality of my colleagues, most school districts do not have access to the external funding sources that made this transition possible for my district. Many do not have necessary dishwashing infrastructure, and in some cases, the physical space needed to install it or the electricity needed to install physical dishwashers for reusable items. A recent analysis in a similarly sized school districts found that it would cost roughly $200,000 a year to make this shift even to one-time use compostable items, which is an expense that would be very difficult to absorb and may actually not be an allowable cost for child nutrition program funding. Without dedicated funding for this, many districts would have to divert resources away from their program sustainability, which would be an unfortunate consequence of an otherwise well-intended initiative. To ensure success across all districts, I encourage the committee to consider adjustments to the bill's timeline, the creation of a task force to evaluate infrastructure needs, and the establishment of funding to support schools in making this transition. A phased approach that takes schools in district size into account, available resources and equipment needs would allow for a more equitable and sustainable implementation. Middletown's progress shows that moving away from single-use plastics is possible and beneficial, but it requires a thoughtful investment and a lot of long-term planning. I look forward to these continued conversations with you all and how we can achieve these environmental goals together while ensuring that every school district has the resources that they need to do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Mell. That was really helpful. So did you say the comparable district you believe could cost $200,000? Is that roughly an annual cost? And if so,
yes, so
what did you
that would be
month for that?
So that would be, so my school district size is about 4,500. So there was a comparative analysis done in another school district that does not have dishwashers currently and does not really have the infrastructure to put dishwashers. So they would have to use one-time use compostables. The analysis saw that it was going to be somewhere between $150,000 to $200,000 annually. The question also in mind is that if this would be an allowable cost to school nutrition programs from federal funding, or if this would have to come from school districts' general funds, we would have to get clarification from the United States Department of Agriculture on if this movement can even be, funding could even be used for there. But even so, as I was mentioning in my testimony and in my written testimony that I submitted, school nutrition programs are already financially burdened. When on a typical basis, we have about $1.40 to $1.80 to put a meal on a tray for a student for lunch. That's less than a small cup of coffee at a Dunkin'. So to ask, when you break it down per student cost, that transition was going to cost that district probably an additional 50 cents that they would have to take away from meal quality, and from the meals that they're offering.
And where did you folks get the funding to do the transition in Middletown?
So I had funding from a variety of sources. So I was able to get a couple of grants, the equipment assistance grant from the state. I also was able to get some grants from Clean Water Action along with a donor campaign. And that was just to purchase the reusables and some things that were in relation to that. However, my district has the privilege that our schools are newer in relation to many of my colleagues, and all of the schools had commercial dishwashers, and there was already funds in the general fund to pay for the support. So we have transitionary students who help and come into our cafeterias and help wash the dishes. We have lunch duty aides who come and help collect and clean those dishes. So there's a lot of logistics behind it that we had in place already as far as physical human resources plus the infrastructure. So those grants were really just helping us purchase the products because I could not afford this transition from the our school nutrition account.
Got it. Thank you. Next up, Rep. Callahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you testifying today. I have a wife who's a teacher, so I hear a lot about how the meal systems work at the school. Let me ask you a question, sir. During COVID, free lunches, free breakfast and lunch were common. Did your school do that?
So yeah, so Middletown during COVID was able to provide free breakfast and lunch during that time. And then now Middletown currently through the community eligibility provisions is able to still provide students free breakfast and lunch. However, we're not a fully funded program. And that's just based off of demographics and some of the numbers that are in relation to that as I've been speaking on in different committees. So we're able to still offer free breakfast and lunch, but not a fully funded program. So very, very tight margins we're working on.
Thank you. The reason I ask is my wife sometimes gets frustrated because the people who accept free breakfast and lunch, a lot of it ends up in the garbage. What type of percentage of waste do you see?
So there definitely bears the conversation in relation to waste. So Middletown has made strides. Most school districts as well, who we run on a program called Offer versus Serve. So that is offering students physical items and allowing them to select which items they wish to take and wish not to take, as well as providing a variety of those items to reduce food waste. Argument that can be made with that is in relation to the amount of time students have. So, and that's something we see a lot, is that in typical basis, students may only have 20 minutes from one bell to the next, or maybe up to 30 minutes. And that's, between going through the line and actually physically having time to eat, there is not a lot of time for those students to be physically eating, especially in higher volume settings where there's a lot more students that we're trying to serve in a shorter period of time. So I wouldn't say that the waste is in relation to students disliking any food. I would say that if there is waste, whatever that percentage of waste is, it's more in relation to how much time they have. And of course, not just looking at students, but, as we look at restaurants and everything else, if, people just may not be eating everything that they're given for one reason or another. And there's a lot of other initiatives that districts are doing to minimize food waste. So I don't have an exact number on food waste for my district. The last analysis that was done was a couple of years before I started in the district, but that is something that we have been discussing.
I appreciate that. And the reason I'm asking, because the bill you are testifying on is, I want to make sure we figure that into the equation. that if we're going to, we of course want to do things to reduce waste, but if we're still providing a lot of meals that are ending up in the garbage, that's something I hope we can look at in regards to this bill as well. So I appreciate your response. Thanks.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative. Online, we have Representative Leeper, Chair of the Education Committee.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Randall. We've spoken before about the really wonderful program you're running in your district, and I'm personally envious. But I think you did actually answer this, but I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly that if this isn't funded, it could actually impact food quality that districts are able to offer students. Was that correct?
Yes, that is correct. So the question bears in mind two things. Is number one, is this an allowable cost under the USDA for school nutrition programs to actually do? So of course we're able to buy things currently as they are, but we're not sure from our the state level or the federal level if this is something, if these are funds that can be allocated towards making these types of transitions. We just don't have that clarification right now from the federal level. And second to that, if it is an allowable cost, what the analysis has done. So we're working on more and more districts as far as this analysis, but we're looking about an additional 50 cents per student meal for this paper cost transition if it's going to be compostable. We haven't gotten quite to the reusable cost, although when the infrastructure is in place, like in my district, the reusables do save us money, but had it not been for the money that we received through grants and donations, we wouldn't have been able to purchase all that stuff up front, because it was about $50,000 to just purchase all that through the grants and donations. So if it were to be an example, an allowable cost, that districts who are already constrained for a lunch, maybe between somewhere $1.40 to $1.80 to put a full meal consistent of protein, fruits, vegetables, whole grains, and milk on a tray, who are, that $1.40 to $1.80 mark, you're now looking at 50 cents back from that. So you're looking from 90 cents to $1.30, and which is nearly impossible to put all of these meals on a tray as it is.
I really appreciate that. And you actually touched on my next question, because, I think we want to achieve both of these goals, right? To continue to offer high quality and ideally actually even higher quality food options for our students, but also reduce our single-use plastic. So I think in your testimony, you said you included a recommendation for studying this, and I would love to study the investment required to help districts transition, so then actually they can begin saving on the single-use plastics, and what that savings could look like for districts. Because if we could help our districts get there, it could be a win-win for both our kids and the planet. So thanks, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask those two questions.
Thank you, Representative. Of course. Seeing no further questions. Yeah, Randall, I'll just say, as someone that cares about these policies as well, really grateful for your leadership on this and your ways to get creative, to think about funding, to write the case studies so we can learn from those, and take the time to be here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, number 11 on our list, Domenico Screlia. You'll help me out with that one.
Yes, Domenico Screlgia. Very well done, though. Good
Welcome.
morning, members. Thank you. Good morning, members of the Environmental Committee. My name is Domenico Screlgia. I'm a member of the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut and also co-chair of the Public Policy and Legislation Committee. So this morning, I'm also referring to Bill HB 6229 concerning reduction of single-use plastics and polyethylene waste. So just to piggyback on what Randall said, one of the main things really concerning school districts across the state is a lot of them don't have the infrastructure currently set. For example, for these commercial dishwashers, some districts like Middletown have done a great job already with having these in place through grants. The district I currently work for, Meriden, relatively bigger district, around 8,600 students enrollment wise. We currently don't have anything in place. So for many school districts, this is the concern, is we don't have the infrastructure to do this currently, and our budgets are already a little bit tight as well. So to put it in perspective, 13 schools that I currently serve at, commercial dishwashers can go anywhere between, say, $30,000. So this would be around $400,000 just for the commercial dishwashers. And that's not including any of the reusable trays or anything along those those lines as well. And then also this would include having any extra staff required to do so. So currently, because we don't have any commercial dishwashers, we also don't have anything as far as infrastructure to drop off any of these reusable trays or cutlery as well. So that would also be something we have to look at as well. So a lot of our staff are currently stretched thin as far as staffing wise. I'm sure that's statewide as well. So one of the main things that we really want to be cognizant of is having the necessary funding for this bill. Of course, we want a sustainable future for the state. We all, and members of my association, work for all school districts across the state. So the sustainability efforts are very, very, very important to us, but we also want to be sure that there's funding attached to this proposed bill. So now I'm going to leave it up for any questions.
Thank you so much. Are there questions or comments from the committee? So it sounds like, in summary, you're sort of similar in that you think these are good ideas, but you're concerned about the costs associated with it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, again, we appreciate your perspective. That's really helpful. And thanks for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Next up on our list is number 12, Eric George.
Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman, how are you? Thank you very much for having me, Senator Lopes, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Eric George, and I'm the president of the Insurance Association of Connecticut, here to offer testimony in strong opposition to Section 14 of House Bill 7174. I want to talk about a few other provisions in here. Sections 1 through 12 dealing with riparian buffers. We have no position. We do not oppose that. Section 13 dealing with fishways, dams, and aquatic habitats. We do not oppose that. Section 14B dealing with flood risk data and public awareness. We support that, and we would like to draw your attention to Senate Bill 1385 in the Insurance Committee, which is actually dealing with increasing the awareness of flood insurance. It is with Section 14A that would impose a surcharge on property and casualty insurers that we oppose. And what this bill is doing in this surcharge that it would seek to place on insurance companies is to use the insurance industry as a cudgel against the fossil fuel industry. I hear all the time nowadays that the cost of homeowners insurance and the cost of auto insurance is going up, and that people are struggling to afford the premiums that they are faced with. I also hear, while it's not in my area of expertise, that people are very dismayed by the cost of energy. And I would be surprised if anybody was interested in voting for a section of a bill that will go directly to increasing the cost of insurance and the cost of energy. You have my written testimony. I do want to, so I'm not going to just repeat that here, but I do want to point out that the insurance industry has been a leader in climate change. You know, we are here providing a transition from typical fossil fuels to more carbon neutral energy sources. It's very important. We're also here insuring fossil fuel related companies during this transition, which is critical so that they are not without insurance. We play an important role in overcoming technological, financial, and regulatory hurdles. We also provide the necessary coverage for companies that provide renewable energy services and technologies. And we also are significant investors in the global economy. And it is important, something that I think about quite a bit, that our financial portfolios are diverse and strong so that we have the sufficient capital available so we can pay claims that we are obligated to pay. We need to ensure that our capital and that our investments are sound and diverse so that a swing with one industry or the other will not have a critically damaging effect to our ability to pay claims. You have a lot of people signed up today, so I'm happy to pause there and ask if anyone has any questions, and also to thank you, both chairs, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. George. Before I move on to questions. I just got to remind all members of the committee, you don't have to ask questions of every person coming to testify. It's an option, but you don't have to ask questions of every single one. But Representative Dubitsky, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your comment is duly noted. Thank you, Mr. George, for coming in. With regard to section 14A, is it your understanding that the surcharge would be on insurance policies that cover the damage or replacement of these facilities, or also policies that cover liability insurance?
Thank you for the question, Representative Dubitsky. I think it would cover both. The language in the statute, which I will point out is not wholly clear, it would impose a 5% surcharge on all property and casualty insurance policies for fossil fuel infrastructure that facilitates or expands the processing, exporting, or transporting of oil, methane gas, or coal. And then it says, other than home fuel delivery vehicles or any other infrastructure related to such activities, including but not limited to wells, pipelines, terminals, refineries, or utility scale generation facilities. So to your question, I think that this would deal with liability policies, general commercial policies, and whatnot, with the language that says all property and casualty insurance policies.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, this bill would be putting a surcharge on liability policies on pipelines that carry natural gas and the like. Wouldn't that generally discourage people from getting liability coverage?
So that could absolutely be one of the consequences. I will be so bold as to say that when I said this section 14A specifically seeks to employ the insurance industry as a cudgel against the fossil fuel industry, I stand by that. And the reason I say that, it's because this is trying to incent folks to not insure, so that, to make it more expensive, so that they do not operate. This bill seeks to make certain industries in the fossil fuel world less able to operate. If that is the will of the legislature, I would ask that you not use my industry as a conduit to get to that end.
Well, I appreciate your testimony. I thank you for focusing specifically on the issue and in this pretty extensive bill. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any Representative Mushinski?
Just to head off the questions, Eric, I wanted to let you know, and other witnesses know, that I didn't write section 14. That got stuck on this bill after I handed in my language. So not guilty for section 14, and I'm not even sure how it got in here.
Can I, with the chair's indulgence, I would like to just say, Representative Mushinski, thank you. I actually had no fear that this came from you. For those who don't know, Representative Mushinski was my boss early on in my career when I was the deputy clerk for the Children's Committee, and she was the House chair along with Senator Del Eads. I've held Representative Mushinski up in very high regard through all my years over at the Capitol. But thank you for saying that, Representative Mushinski.
All right, thank you. So Eric, you're telling us you don't like this provision in the bill, huh?
The rest of the bill is great.
I think you conveyed that clearly. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, Walter Fritsch, followed by Laura Copeland. All right. Walter's not coming up, so Laura Copeland.
Copeland, thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Laura Copeland, and I live in Ivyton, Connecticut. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of 6263, the gas leaf blower ban. In addition to the toxic carbon emissions by gas blowers, which I'm sure you will hear about later, the fact is that gas leaf blowers are disagreeably loud. In my neighborhood, the decibel level from gas blowers is often intolerable. Every spring and fall, every day, as soon as one company departs and silence falls for a moment, another company arrives on another neighbor's property to blast the tranquility. Recently, my neighbor used his own gas blower for over an hour, penetrating the walls and windows of my house with foul air and noise. 5 minutes after he stopped, my other neighbor began blowing. It's impossible to sit outside. It's impossible to open the windows. Noise ordinances don't work because enforcement is spotty or non-existent. And there are many electric leaf blowers on the market weighing within the OSHA recommendations. There's lots of information about pricing that can be factored into purchasing. Gas leaf blowers interfere with the quiet and healthful enjoyment of my property and my home. I also support 6229, single-use plastic reductions. They are a menace to the environment. In my walks in beautiful Connecticut forests and lakes, I see empty water bottles, empty plastic food packages, and used plastic cutlery. If it's on the books, the agency members and school districts are all smart. Resources and funding can be found, and we can work to make it work. We can work together to make it work. And in your deliberations, I would ask you to consider including dry cleaning plastic bags as a single use. I lived in another state for a number of years, and my dry cleaner offered reusable bags to his customers. I actually was shocked to find here that they are not offered. I bought my own. They are not expensive, they are reusable, and they are environmentally sound. I also support 6257, an act authorizing the use of terramation. As an environmentalist, I have made my property into a natural habitat for butterflies, bees, and birds, and every year there are fewer and fewer butterflies and bees. Green burials avoid the use of fossil fuel and are an environmentally sound alternative. Cremations pollute the air with toxic chemicals and use an enormous amount of energy to heat the furnaces. Toxic embalming chemicals leached into the earth. Furthermore, cemeteries take up acres and acres of land. That land could be put to more beneficial purposes for the living, such as housing, gardens, and parks. In sum, I ask you to support 6263, the gas leaf blower ban, 6229, the single-use plastics bill, and to include dry cleaning, and 6257, authorizing the use of terramation. Thank you, and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you. We do have a few questions for you, Representative Collette.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Regarding the leaf blowers, I did have a couple of constituents reach out on this issue, and I do have a couple of quick questions on that. And first of all, I know you mentioned the noise. Do the electric leaf blowers emit, or are they silent? I mean, I think
No, they're not silent, but the decimal level is way lower. And I don't have the numbers. I mean, there are people who make a living doing this, so I don't have the numbers, but I assure you that they're lower and that you can find out the information. There are going to be other people testifying today to this very fact who know more than I do. This is just a homeowner. Like, sometimes I want to scream from how loud the gas blowers are. I have other neighbors who use electric leaf blowers, and I don't want to scream quite as loudly.
Thank you. And I do agree, you could have a situation where a landscaper or your neighbor comes in and they're cleaning up their yard, and it could be a bit loud. But my other
it's more than a bit loud. And the other thing is that the individual homeowners, they become obsessive, and they stand there for a minute on one leaf. I mean, I've watched them. One leaf, they're like they've never heard of a rake. so I think that there's an obsession about getting rid of every single tiny little leaf on your property. And meanwhile, spewing.
On the
Sorry,
flip
I
side
didn't
of
mean
it,
to
I'll say
interrupt.
that
Excuse me.
I served on the town council in my town, and I had a number of people complain that folks weren't maintaining their yards right. So I guess there's always a fair balance. My next question is regarding the existing small businesses in Connecticut that have invested thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars in lawn care equipment, meaning leaf blowers, weed whackers, zero turn mowers. I had an individual reach out to me early this morning that said he's in Fairfield County and he owns 25 leaf blowers. And in the fall, when the leaves come down and he has some 150 accounts, he has to go out with the ride-along leaf blowers because you just the backpack ones don't do the job. So what's the message to the folks that have invested time, energy, and resources and money, quite frankly, into their businesses? And then what do we do with them if we were to ban the gas-powered leaf blowers?
Look, these are all problems. And every time you make a change, there are going to be people who have difficulty putting up with the change and accommodating the change in their businesses. I don't have the answers. I am not an expert in this. I am a homeowner who is disturbed by the fact that I can't go outside on my deck. I can't go outside in my garden. I can't open my windows because of the sounds that these leaf blowers emit. There are problems, there are issues, there are smarter people, more knowledgeable people than I am who can address some of these issues. That's my best response to you.
And thank you. And then would this just apply to leaf blowers, or are we talking mowers and weed whackers as well, or does this just apply to leaf blowers?
I don't know. I'm not answering that question.
So thank you, and I have no further questions. I think just my brief comment would be that it could be a slippery slope. You ban one thing, and then you come back the next year and you ban the next thing, and then before you know, we have a whole industry that's out of business. So
well, all I can say about that is that when the plastic bags in the supermarkets, when that first came up, everybody was saying, oh, this is going to be terrible, and oh, you're hurting all these people, and now everybody takes their bags to the supermarket. Yes, there are problems. Yes, there are issues, but yes, we need to balance. We need to balance our hearing issues, damage to our ears, and damage to our environment. And the thing is that we're all smart. We're all smart, and we can all work this out. All the problems that you are raising can be worked out, can be discussed, can be battered about, and smart people can figure out what to do. Thank you.
I know there are other questions on this, so I digress. Thank you for your time and for your
Thank
willingness
you for your
to answer
hard
my
work.
questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Harris.
Hi, well, welcome, and thank you for bringing these bills to light. My question has to do with the terramation. That in our last session, there were a lot of questions. Actually, Deep was asked to consider putting the terramation remains like in their farmlands and other areas that they own, and that was a hard no. And that unfortunately most people don't understand that when somebody is terramated, that it produces an entire pickup truck full of soil. So would you suggest then that the families that are having their folks terramated would, have to receive that full pickup truck and make arrangements for that soil themselves?
Representative, I'm not sure. I don't know what your name is. I can't see what your name is.
It's ready to use.
Thank you for your question. I don't have the answers to these things. There are people who are making a living researching this information. I'm sure there's testimony about it. And there are problems with every change. Every single change, there are going to be, well, what if and what about and how come and what about? You know, we'll work it out. You know, if it's on the books, we will figure it out. That's my answer to you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like I should jump in a little bit to both of you and questions for her that probably would be better directed to me as someone who's drafting the bill. Regarding the leaf blowers and moving to battery operated versus gas operated lawn equipment, there's some drafting errors in this bill when it came out, not on the staff, all on me. I did not get them done in time for this hearing. But the goal of the bill originally was to only apply to state properties and contractors and state employees working on state properties. And for those people who testify later on who have questions about what do we do with equipment now, which is a valid question, there is no outright ban. We never desired to have an outright ban, you know, in the line in the sand. It would be more of, you know, what you have now, what you own now for equipment, keep using it until its useful life is over. And then as you buy new equipment, that's when you start thinking about moving into battery operated equipment that is better for the environment, better for sound, whatever reasons that you have. Regarding terramation, I missed part of the question, but it was.
Well, my question had
microphone.
My question had to do with the remains once they are finished with the body. This was a problem in the previous session because that people just wanted a pinch of, you know, the dirt. They didn't want the pickup truck full of the dirt. And which is also the terramation remains are in there as well. So my question had to do with, if you are having your loved one terramated, are you responsible for taking ownership of that pickup truck full of your person?
That's a good question. Yes or no? I do believe people will be testifying later on from the industry who could probably better answer that question. All right. Any further questions for?
I also want to make one comment, sir. On the bill as it's written, it says it refers to the state, but then it says in 2029 it would apply to homeowners. If I recall properly, I don't have the bill in front of me.
Which bill are you referencing, ma'am?
I'm sorry, the leaf blower. The leaf blower bill. It begins. The bill is about the state,
Yeah.
but then it says 2029. The intention.
Yeah, my answer to that would be that bill's going to undergo quite a bit of change.
Yeah, I'll bet.
End of the road.
I'll bet.
So, any further? Oh, sorry, I do see Representative Dubitsky with a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in to testify about those bills. It's the leaf blower bill specifically I wanted to ask you about. Approximately how in your neighborhood that you are being annoyed by these leaf blowers, approximately how many, how far away are the houses from each other?
A stone's throw. There's my house, there's a little bit of vegetation, and then there's the next house. But the properties are the grass, the lawns are very big front lawns, very big backyards, and people just blow and blow and blow. It's their, I don't know, they do it while they vape. I don't know, their wives don't want them to be in the house while they vape. I don't know what it is. But it takes a very long time to get
Ivoryton is in Essex, is that
yes,
right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a pretty densely populated area?
Yeah.
Okay. So would there be any problem? Do you foresee any problem having people use gas-powered leaf blowers in places in industrial areas or in places that are very rural with big farms?
Well, I am only talking about the noise. There are other people who will be talking about the carbon emissions and so on.
Sure.
I mean, that's
understand.
terrible, yes, but my issue in testifying today was that, you know, we have to leave. You know, my husband and I, you know, oh, our next door neighbor has started again. Let's get in the car and let's get out of here.
I understand, but the noise isn't an issue in an industrial area or in a big farm or something like that, right?
Well, I don't know. You have to ask the people who live in those areas. Maybe the person who lives in the farmhouse has to put earplugs in her head too. You know, I don't know.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions? Being none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much. Good luck to you.
Eniv Chen.
Yep.
Please proceed.
Hello. How are you guys doing? Committee members, senators, and representatives, thank you for having me today. My name is Dr. Yaniv Chen, and I'm a neurologist in Fairfield and also an environmental health advocate, serving on the Health and Pollution Committee and as part of Sustainable Fairfield. Over the last decade, physicians have noted an exponential increase in the prevalence of neurodegenerative disease, most particularly Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, but many others too. Based on epidemiological research, there's growing and convincing evidence that these diseases are in part caused by anthropogenic pollution, whether it be in the air, water, or soil. Today, we are convened here to speak about a growing culprit in that pollution, which is the gas leaf blowers and other landscaping equipment, but mainly the gas leaf blowers, also known as GLBs, that discharges large amounts of unmitigated air pollution and the worst of its kind. The 2.5 particulate matter, nitric oxide, and other carcinogens have not only been linked to neurodegenerative disease, but also to increase in strokes, heart attacks, respiratory disease, and cancer. In an independent investigation by an industrial hygiene company a few years ago, tests of several commercial GLB models actually showed the concentrations of the PM 2.5, which is, as I said, causes the most disease, were measured within a few feet of a GLB, were up to 54 times higher than the concentrations found at a busy highway intersection in the city of Los Angeles. Worst of all, such pollution has more impact on the most vulnerable populations, children and the elderly. Numerous pediatric associations, including Mount Sinai, have noted that such pollution causes increased respiratory disease in children, and new evidence from research points to its links to cognitive and mood changes in children, including trouble focusing in schools. If we are serious about preventing disease that everybody's talking about, before they occur, if we are serious about reducing the amount of Connecticut GDP that is spent on healthcare that everybody's complaining about, if we're serious about reducing human suffering in general, we need to start with getting our priorities straight. Let us choose our families, our loved ones, and fellow citizens' health over machines that help manicure our outdoor spaces. To close, I want to say that many GLB bans have been successful to date nationwide. There are phase-out GLB bans, they are gradual, and they take into account the industry. However, transition has to happen, and those that have faltered had two common denominators. One, they did not have any ramifications for breaking the ban, and two, they had poor enforcement. Without an enforcing agency, such bans are just hollow words. So I strongly support HB 6263 and believe that eventually in 2029, everybody should abide by it, not only the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the person? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. When you're talking about leaf blowers, where is the emission coming from, in your view?
Yeah. So the problem with GLBs is that they're two-stroke engines, and we won't get too deep into engineering, but two-stroke engines basically burn only 70% of the fuel and the oil that they use. And so a lot of different articles and evidence-based articles have measured the percentage of volatile organic compounds, all kinds of different, green gas emissions and other things that are known as carcinogens in the air. And I've actually shown one, thing that really catches people is that the amount of 1 hour of use of GLB is equivalent in producing as much gases of this sort as driving a car, a regular sedan car, okay, that has a catalytic converter for 1,000 miles. Okay, so if you start thinking about how many GLBs are in the neighborhood in one day with crews of up to 4 people coming in, then you are producing more at times in certain neighborhoods, more pollution from those than from the cars.
Okay, so to my question, the emissions are coming from the exhaust of the engine.
The exhaust, yes, because the two-stroke engines are not efficient. Yeah.
Okay, and what about the ones that are 4-stroke engines?
So that's improved. It's definitely an improved as the science shows it does cut down. But there's still other issues. For one, they're still producing the pollution and the carcinogens. And second, as mentioned by the previous person that was before me, it does cause significant other issues. For example, I can address the decibels if you're interested.
But you're a neurologist. You're sticking. Your point is with regard to emissions. So
right.
If we reduce the emissions, why would we need to ban them altogether?
Well, in general, so first of all, there are numerous issues with these machines, and I think that it's a simple thing. It's just that eventually it's a question of priorities, right? I mean, can you live without this? And I think you can. We have people here, landscapers that are all electric, and they make a nice profit, and their prices are very reasonable. It's not that it's impossible. It's a transition, and it has to be learned how to do it. And there would be people after me speaking today that will speak to that, and have also testified that it's very doable.
Okay, but you're here specifically to talk about the damage that the emissions cause.
Not only the decibels to the hearing, to
gentlemen,
people's cognition.
Gentlemen, I don't want to have to institute every question going through the chair like we should, as someone's been yelling at me about all day. But I do ask that you respect each other. Let one person finish, then the other person talks. Do not interrupt each other.
Sure.
So you're here to your initial testimony was about emissions. So if we reduce the emissions of the engines, for example, by having 4-stroke engines as opposed to 2-stroke engines, doesn't that address the problem?
It improves the problem.
To emissions? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any further questions?
Sure.
Representative Arzeno has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony today. Just if you would like to address the issue of noise too, and seems that you are an expert on the issue, besides our prior speaker, I would appreciate it, please, if you can tell us what you know about the damage that the noise produces on people. Thank you.
Sure, I'd be happy to. So again, I'm not a physicist, but in general, just a quick explanation of how this works. Decibels, every increase of 10 decibels in the scale of decibels basically doubles the amount of sound that comes out of anything, okay? So if you have a 60 decibel thing versus a 70 decibel machine, that means that the 70 decibel machine is twice as loud. So 60 decibel is usually a range that is tolerable. And most electric equipment or leaf blowers are around 60 decibels. The problem with GLBs is that you get to 70, 80, 90, 100 decibels. And when you use, especially when used in groups, creates a whole roar that can actually travel, according to research, up to 800 feet. So back to the question of how close houses are, I live in a 2-acre lot area, and there's a lot of use of GLB, and we can hear them like almost a mile away. Not only that, they also produce a special type of sound wave called low frequency sound, which has a very high pitch, and it also has the capability of penetrating walls as opposed to other types of frequencies. So for all those reasons, these machines are by far more noisy and disturbing to focus concentration to people who work at home or in their offices than their equivalent electric leaf blowers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any further questions, so thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Chen.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for letting me talk.
Next person, Ayana Melvin.
There we go. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Ayana Melwan. I work with Aquarium Conservation Partnership, which is 35 aquariums and zoos with aquarium strong across the United States and internationally. And I'm here today to speak in support of Bill 6229, an act concerning a reduction of single-use plastics and polystyrene waste. I first of all want to say thank you for taking the time today to listen to all the testimony. I know there's a lot in support, and so I'll go quickly. Our aquariums in 2016 entered into a plastics commitment to reduce single-use plastics on campuses because our audience were telling us that they were kind of sick and tired of us telling them to recycle and us not doing anything about it. Them coming in and being able to get plastic bags from the gift shops as they leave and purchase something, or if they're going to the food courts, being able to continue to use plastic straws and cutlery. This commitment was made so that each Aquarium Conservation Partnership member could hold each other accountable, but also learn from one another about how to reduce plastics. And over time, we have been utilized as advisors, including with the Department of Interior, on how to reduce plastics on their campuses federally, because we have been able to be successful on our campuses across the United States. And the reason why is because we work with the vendors, we work with community members, and we work with other key stakeholders that are curious about how to do this, but how to do it in a way that everybody has a say at the table. I've heard a lot today. I had all these notes written down, but I heard a lot today about the concerns of costs and the concerns of doing this. It sounded like Connecticut Deep thought on their own, or the school districts on their own. That's not what we're asking. We're asking to be utilized as advisors since we've already gone through this process. We've been going through it since 2016. We've revamped the programs over the past couple of years, including having a plastics database that we're going to be launching, where all of our aquariums are going to be able to put into a database their usage of plastic on campus to help them reduce. So this is a really big thing for us. Number one is because 92% of all encounters between marine animals and marine comes from marine trash. All sea turtles are impacted by plastics. We know that 54% of marine mammals, including seals, I know that there was a famous seal recently, but including seals, are impacted by plastics, marine waste, marine debris, and 56% of seabird species. It is critical to our mission as aquariums and zoos who want to help protect and inspire audiences to care about the environment, conservation, but more importantly, the animals that we have. It is important for us, and we're thankful for bills around reducing plastic or eliminating single-use plastic. We also, I heard about the cost in terms of using reusable products, but I also want to think about alternative products, especially because our aquariums and zoos work with big, huge industries like Coca-Cola. Even Mystic Aquarium recently was able to work with Coca-Cola on alternative products. So it's something that we can all consider and use the expertise that is in the state of Connecticut to come up with solutions that work for all industries that would be impacted by reducing single-use plastic and eliminating polystyrene waste.
Okay, thank you. Perfect timing. Any questions, Representative Partner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being with us today and for your work on this. So just so I understand, at the Aquarium Conservation Partnership, you work primarily supporting different aquariums in what's happening on their campuses. Is that when you use the word campus?
Yeah.
And in Connecticut, is that Mystic and Norwalk?
Yep, Maritime Aquarium.
Okay, got it. Is it both of them?
Yep, they're both a part of the
Okay.
Aquarium Conservation Partnership, correct?
Awesome. And so you referenced that some of the pushback we've been hearing is around costs. My hearing of that was specifically related to schools. I didn't know if you wanted to speak any further on ways that you've seen when institutions have to take on the cost. I don't know how y'all have done it at the on those two specific campuses, but and imagine we'll be hearing from the 1,500 campuses of schools across the state about this. Do you have any guidance for how we might approach this part of the conversation?
Absolutely. And again, after this conversation, happy to continue to advise. But one of the things is that we do have a cost benefit analysis that we'd be willing to share. We have submitted written testimony, but it hasn't dug down that deep because we did not know that would come up today. But duh. But at any rate, when looking at these things, we don't want to just go and do these blanketed bans without thinking about how it's going to impact at every incremental stage. And so the aquariums and zoos work on very skinny budgets. I know that's very hard to believe, but all the aquarium and zoos that are part of ACP are nonprofits or work with nonprofits. So they have nonprofit budgets very similar to our school districts and our 501c3s. And so looking at the cost analysis was really critical and important. They freaked out too. How are we going to do this? And the vendors freaked out. But when they worked together to see about reduction versus alternatives versus reusable, they did what was feasible for their campuses. So I heard some people talking about infrastructure. Mystic Aquarium is 52 years old. These are old buildings. Shed Aquarium is, it's old. And so when you're looking at these old buildings, and you're trying to put reusable stations in them for water bottles and things like that, you have to take those things into consideration. So we do have that information for you and would be happy to share beyond today.
All right, that'd be helpful. Yeah. So I think the primary thought from your advocacy is the cost benefit analysis would show that despite saving costs up front, there could be savings in the long term. I think be able to make that case to schools and to district officials and could be helpful. So thanks for being willing to share that.
Yeah.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
And just one more thing that I forgot to mention, when they did go look at the cost analysis, they learned that they lost no money. As a matter of fact, they're doing really well.
Good to know. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Christina Baldwin.
Thank you. My name is Christina Baldwin. I'm with the American Property Casualty Insurance Association. We're a national trade association composed of both small and large insurance companies. And nationally, we write 65% of the property casualty insurance in the nation. I'm here in opposition to Section 14 of House Bill 7174, which would impose a 5% surcharge on insurance policies for fossil fuel infrastructure. Property casualty insurers have long been supporters of efforts to reduce the impact of climate change and protect families and communities from the impacts of national disasters. And we've really played an active role in efforts to facilitate the orderly transition to a lower carbon energy sector through underwriting and investment activities. As property casualty insurers, we're there, firsthand witnessing the devastation following the more frequent and severe storms that we've been seeing. And we really want to prevent, seeing people lose everything and having to rebuild. And, also from a financial perspective, the costs associated with those storms are enormous. So we definitely have an active role in this and definitely want to reduce the impact of climate change. However, the provisions of Section 14 of this bill are just not the way to get there. States shouldn't be using tax policy to try to prevent insurance coverage for disfavored industries. Decisions about underwriting and investing really need to be left to individual insurers. And making insurance scarce or impossible to obtain for certain industries can actually harm innocent people, because as was referenced before, some insurance company or insurance coverage, particularly liability coverage, are actually set up to benefit third parties. And if companies can't purchase insurance, then innocent people may not be able to recover compensation for their injuries or damaged property. And just as stability of the energy sector is enhanced by diversity of energy sources, diverse insurance products and insurance investment strategies help facilitate the energy transition and provide a safer and more stable energy future. And you know, this bill could actually have negative consequences toward this goal. Many fossil fuel companies are also developing renewable energy.
The timer went off. If
Oh, sorry. Fossil fuel companies are also developing renewable energy, so we wouldn't want to add additional costs to that might inhibit those efforts. So we'd urge you to oppose Section 14 of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down to testify. Any questions? I'm not seeing any online or here. Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Connor Yakaitis.
Thank you very much. Honorable Co-Chairs Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, distinguished members of the Environment Committee, my name is Connor Yakaitis. I am the Deputy Director for the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. I'm here to strongly support HB 6229 because it takes a crucial step in reducing plastic pollution by eliminating polystyrene food containers and restricting single-use plastics. Plastic pollution is more than just an eyesore. It's a serious and growing environmental crisis that affects our health, wildlife, and ecosystems. Every year, millions of tons of plastic waste end up in our waterways and our oceans, breaking down into harmful microplastics that contaminate the air we breathe, the water we drink, and even the food that we eat. Here in Connecticut, plastic waste from our cities and towns flows down our rivers and ultimately into the Long Island Sound, harming marine life and degrading the water quality. I live in Rocky Hill, where I spend time kayaking on the Connecticut River, and every time I go out, I see plastic waste floating downstream or caught along the shoreline. It's very frustrating and heartbreaking to witness firsthand how much plastic pollution is making its way into our waterways. And I know our Executive Director, Lori Brown, will be speaking later on several bills, including protecting riparian buffers. I also spend a lot of time in the summer on Fisher's Island, and I know some others from out there have submitted testimony in support of this bill. And out there, I've personally seen the plastic waste washing up on the beaches, carried by the tides of Connecticut's rivers. Even though New York banned polystyrene plastics statewide in 2022, they are still dealing with pollution because we as a state have not taken similar action. Plastic waste does not recognize state lines, which is why Connecticut must step up and step forward, not just for our state, but to encourage our neighbors to do the same. Massachusetts, our upstream neighbor, has already made progress with 62 municipalities restricting or banning polystyrene. If we don't act now, we'll continue to fall behind in our fight against plastic pollution. Polystyrene, as I mentioned before, is especially concerning because it never fully breaks down. Instead, it fragments into microscopic particles that linger in our environment for centuries. This ultimately ends up in our seafood, which means Connecticut residents are likely consuming plastic when they eat locally caught fish and shellfish. And reducing plastic waste isn't just about protecting wildlife, it's about protecting ourselves and our communities. By passing this bill, Connecticut has the chance to be a leader in tackling plastic pollution. And this is a necessary step towards a cleaner and healthier future where our waterways are not clogged with plastic, wildlife is not suffocating on waste, and we aren't exposing ourselves and our children to toxic food containers. I urge you all to support this bill and available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Thank you much.
Thank you very much.
Next, Priyal Garala. I don't see them on the list. Conrad Cutler. Fred Myers.
Good afternoon.
distinguished Environment Committee. I'm here to testify today on the Senate Bill 1115, the act concerning enforcement of the cross-border bottle redemption prohibitions. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Fred Myers. I'm the owner of Myers Limited Incorporated. I doing business as Soda Stop Plus Thrift and Simple Bottle Returns. My facility receives bottles and labeled with redemptions for the Connecticut State Bottle Bill with the CTRV and returning the deposit to the consumer at 10 cents per consumer. I submitted a testimony in. I do implore you to read my testimony, but I'm going to go off the track here and do a history lesson on the Environment Committee. 4 years ago, you passed a law to try to modernize the bottle bill, and with three quick steps. One step was increasing the handling fee that I work off of. That's what I use to operate my business and pay my employees. 2 was the expansion of the bottle bill by adding carbonate non-deposit containers that were non-deposit, which was iced teas, lemonades, and fruit juices. Then the third one is adding 10 cents from the 5-cent deposit. By doing this, you were modernizing the bottle bill and hoping that the states would follow suit, surrounding states. I opposed the 10 cents back 4 years ago for the concern of over-the-border bottle returning. That would be an incentive for states like New York, Massachusetts to go over the border, come into Connecticut, and receive a higher deposit fee. In that time frame, we had the opportunity to 4 years of figuring out how to expand our operation, knowing that the goal of the Environment Committee was to increase the return rate. The return rate was 49% back 4 years ago, and you're looking to increase the rate to get the incentive of the public to participate to return more bottles and cans. So our goal was, knowing in the 3 years, was how to expand my operation. So I ended up having to close down my 30,000 square foot facility and reopen a 68,000 square foot facility to take on the new higher volumes of material, just like the Environment Committee wanted us to do. In doing so, I also took my operation and modernized itself, which provided to the public a better way of returning bottles and cans. My philosophy was mix all your containers together, cans, plastic, and glass, dump it on our screen tables, and we'll do the rest. My machines that I developed do up to 700 cans a minute. We currently do over 100,000 containers an hour through my facility. The goal of recycling that the Environment Committee wanted us to do. In that 3 years, we were hoping that the distributors would follow suit by modernizing their abilities by placing the deposit on the containers to make sure that they relabel them with from the 5 cent to the 10 cent, and hopefully that they would relabel their labels for Connecticut use with identifiable markings that we can, as redemption centers, can determine what's a 10-cent Connecticut bottle compared to a New York or Massachusetts 5-cent deposit. The distributors did do the labeling of CTRV, but their labeling basically is the same as New York, Massachusetts, even Florida. I've been in Florida, and that same markings are in the Florida containers. There's no difference. So from a redemption's point of view, we have no way to recognize what's an in-state deposit compared to an out-of-state deposit. So we took steps as a redemption center to say, all right, what do we have to do to prohibit out-of-state returning of bottles and cans? So what we did was we actually have to put an employee out in the parking lot. Any car that comes in with an out-of-state vehicle, we have to make sure that they have a Connecticut state license. Now, because we're a Connecticut college campus of schools, there are people that are on campus with out-of-state vehicles that their parents allowed them to use. So what they look for is, how do we make some extra cash? Now, if a car comes from New York with 2 bags in the back of their car, there's no way to determine that they're going to come all the way from New York to return bottles and cans. They have to be somebody that lives locally. But if they come in with a van with a New York plate that is filled with bottles and cans, we determine that it's coming from out of state and we reject that whole load. If it's a U-Haul, let's say, rented, which happens to have a very common because we do high school drives, Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts, there's an unlimited amount of fundraisers out there that people have to rent vehicles to transport them to locations like mine. So as long as those rented vehicles have a person with an identification of a Connecticut residency, we accept their material. If they don't have a Connecticut ID, we don't accept their material. So we do our part on trying to prevent over the border crossing, because as one of the biggest redemption centers in the state of Connecticut, distributors are going to focus on me, on that's the person that's going to be accepting out-of-state containers. I don't want out-of-state containers. I want to service the Connecticut's people. I've created a system for the Connecticut residents to return bottles and cans. Now, I post signs outside my doors saying Connecticut residents only. We don't accept for out-of-state people. I also posted a sign that you recently passed last year, but basically says that if I know of anybody that I could be potentially fined for allowing out-of-state bottles come into my facility. So I just want to make sure that the Environment Committee realizes what we as redemption centers, which the Environment Committee wants us to expand our operations throughout the state to provide our services to local communities, that we have an opportunity to do so, and we're trying. But then when we have this legislation that they're trying to pass, you're putting a burden on us to ID every person coming into my facility. If you put a 1,200 container limit for people coming to me, that's 95% of my customer base. A shopping cart of a person that walks around the local community, picks up bottles and cans. They come in with over $150 worth of bottles on that shopping cart. Am I going to cart them? Am I going to take their information? Are you requiring me to go be a police officer of this law? Or are you looking for people like me to go out there and collect bottles and cans to make the system of recovering these bottles and cans easier for the distributors?
All right.
That's basically all I have to say. If you like any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
That was helpful. I think there will be some questions. Representative Paletta.
Thank you so much. That was very enlightening and educational. I think it's important for all of us over here to understand that you are a business operating in Connecticut, and there seriously is an issue with this right now.
Yes.
While I wasn't on the committee at the time, I've had a number of conversations surrounding this and the redemption centers and what's going on. So I just want you to talk briefly about, if you could, is it a fallacy to say that there are some folks coming in bringing these bottles in of product that is not even sold in Connecticut? Like, is there certain cans or whatnot that are being deposited that are not sold in Connecticut that you're still forced?
A good example of that is I have very good communications with all my distributors, even with the state. Whenever I have an issue, I call the state DEP department, Laura Pointek. We discuss this at length on what we could do to identify these products. One distributor, Star Distributing, Rocky Gallo, contacted me, says, yes, we sell Coors products that is part of their distribution, but we don't sell this size of a can. And on top of that particular can has the Connecticut CTRV. How am I supposed to know as a redemption center of seeing that I'm not allowed to take this? Is it coming over from another state? Of course it is. There's no other way to get it over here. But there are also people that go out of state to get a better price for a case. I used to do this when I was a kid, would go into Portchester for my Vista run, but that's besides the point. But we also brought it into Connecticut, and some cans do come across. Now, there are two bottling companies that do put recognizable identification on their bottles to make sure that it's non-deposit stakes. It's basically water bottles. the Poland Springs and the Kirklands, I believe it is. They put a red label around their barcodes or a red line across the top. Now those are not sold in Connecticut, but I get them. So how are they coming into Connecticut? Well, it could be trains, could be planes, could be, you know, a lot of different ways. But we see those, we refuse them, we'll recycle them for the customer, or we'll give them back to them, but we will not pay for them.
So, and I think it's important to note that that just proves the point that there are bottles or cans that are not sold in Connecticut that are deposited, or they try to deposit them at the
Yes.
facility. So, you know, what you're saying is accurate. And I think, you know, I'm always a numbers guy. I like to look at the proof is in the pudding. And I think it's true. I think I know it's true that we're getting these out of state, you know, folks that are coming in. And I was at ShopRite over the weekend, and I saw there was a sign posted on the door that said, you know, it's illegal to deposit if you're from out of state or whatnot. But what's the enforcement mechanism? There isn't an enforcement mechanism. So that affects industry here in Connecticut, affects a business like yours. So, you know, I think as a committee, we're going to talk about this, but I think as a state, we can do a better job at enforcing this, because eventually, I mean, what's going to happen here? It's not going to be worth it for you to operate, right? I mean, you're taking in over the amount, right? I think there's some estimates that are over 100%, right? Where this has been, where you said 40%, but I think at some there was an estimate around 70-75%. Now some folks are taking in over, you know, way more than they had originally taken in before this law was passed. So, you know, there's going to be a problem down the road that I think we need to address here.
I think there's two ways to address this: either relabeling the product so we can identify the product that's sold in Connecticut, or get the other states to, like New York, Massachusetts, to follow suit to the 10 cents. Once they go to 10 cents, it's over with. They don't need to come across the border. But you are going to find those select few that say, I can get, I don't know if you've seen the Seinfeld show, but you basically go over the border and you get extra money if you go to Michigan. Well, you can come to Connecticut now to get the extra. So my fear is expanding my operation from Bridgeport to Stamford, Danbury, Norwalk, Waterbury. Those towns need redemption centers. But because they're so close to the New York border, I don't want to be the one accused of taking over the border bottle return. I want to go to those areas, but how do you cure it? States like New York has to go to 10 cents. And that by what's going to happen over the border redemption is happening. How do you prevent it? We're doing our best to try to stop preventing it. But we're not going to catch it all. Everybody sees a loophole. They're going to try to jump through it.
Thank you. And I have no further questions. I'll just say, I think, you know, sometimes we pass bills in this building that are intended to do good and help people, but then we find ourselves trying to amend them or, you know, go back and change in 2, 3, 4 years down the road. And I think we're going to have to do that here. So thank you for your answers. And I look forward to, I'm sure there's other questions hearing the debate.
You're welcome.
Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Fred, in your experience with the advancement of technology that you are using in your new facility, there is a way to put the specific Connecticut barcode or SKU on a Connecticut problem that would solve this, you know, not tomorrow, but by the time the SKU is put on there, maybe a few months before all the volume is recirculated. But I know that for every item coming out of state to Connecticut to be redeemed for a dime, the state is losing that dime. But on the flip side, the beverage industry is paying you that 3.5 cent handling fee that they wouldn't normally have to because that product came from out of state. So what I can't understand is how it doesn't behoove them to put that label on there, considering that they're losing 3.5 cents to you at least per item.
I would have to agree by changing the label or the barcode, but I think these manufacturers and bottling companies are way out of state from where they're distributing their products to their local distributors. and they're just handling the products that are being brought in. And those same products with the same barcodes are no different from New York, Connecticut, Massachusetts. They're all identical. So any RVM machines that are out there, any people like us, if we don't have identifiable markings or a UPC identification change, there's no way to stop the over the border fraud that is happening. Just making people aware of the situation. Changing the laws is not going to fix the problem. I think that working in hand with your counterparts over in New York or Massachusetts or Maine or any other state, and try to get them to understand that the incentive of 10 cents is making people want to return, and it increases the recycling value. We want that commodity because it's a high value commodity, and we want to recover it, and that's the whole purpose here. Now, I don't think we're at anywhere near over 100% on bottle return as of today. I think we went from 49%. We're close to 66% right now. We're inching towards the Michigan's model of 85 to 90%. And I think that's our goal. Is that not? But these distributors or bottling companies are already, this is going to be an annual event for us to come here, because they're going to keep pounding the same drum over the border fraud until the other states follow suit. But if it exceeds over the border fraud of 120% returning, well, then there's a major problem. But we're at 66. We're not at that problem yet. So I don't see the distributors having an issue, but I do see down the road, if this doesn't change in the next 5 years, there's going to be a major issue of over the border fraud.
So you think relabeling the items by the manufacturers for just Connecticut is too small potatoes for them to worry about? And
Companies like Coca-Cola, Anheuser-Busch, I think that's the issue right there.
Yeah.
They were able to put the CTRV on all the labeling, but they're unwilling to segregate certain products to designate just to Connecticut-based retailers only. It's just, I can't see that happening. But who am I? I'm just a collector of bottles and cans, and that's my goal, is to go out there and how do I make it easier for these bottling distributors and make their job easier by having a one-stop shopping. And if I can go out there and collect all of it, I would do my best to do so. But there's just too much out there for me to do by myself.
And then last question, just for reference, moving from, unfortunately, the district that I represent to Bridgeport and tripling in size, you've already outgrown your facility.
That is correct. We anticipated from the 200,000 units a day that we normally processed to go to 600,000 when the law finally hit to 10 cents. In the first 10 months, we exceeded that number. We're up close to 900 to 950,000 units a day coming through our facility. We service over 2,000 people a day going through our doors. So people hear about my operation. It's modified to make it simple for the public to return their bottles and cans where there's no hassle. It's just one-stop shopping. They drop it and they're in and out like that. And that's what they get their cash and they're out. They're not returning bottles all day long at a store. Now, most of the stores right now are putting a limitation on the amount of bottles you can bring to them, like 240 bottles and cans. Well, you put that limitation on it, the people are out there looking for a source that are willing to take these bottles and cans. And that's where redemption centers like myself are out there waving the flag. I'm right here. What can I do for you? And our business is to service the customer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have a couple questions, but it seems like other people do too. All right, we're going to alternate. Representative Mushinski goes first. Yes, seniority.
Thank you,
Rep
Mr.
Anderson, then Rep D'Amico.
First, I want to compliment you on your hat.
Thank you.
This is terrific.
As Irish as I could look today.
Yes, you definitely looked the part. And second, I'm glad you're doing so well. I was hoping that would happen.
And it happened, and thank you.
That's
We're
good.
trying our best.
Your numbers are fantastic. And then third, I mean, why don't we just combine forces and get the manufacturers to change the barcode on the thing? I mean, that's the other fix, other than neighbor states passing the 10-cent version. The other fix is to barcode the thing so that the machine can tell which one is which. Why don't we just lean on them to help us out here?
Personally, that doesn't help me out because I don't read barcodes.
So your machine though,
Our machines are designed to count at a high speed. It does not
Okay.
count barcodes.
Okay.
Barcodes, after we do the counting, then I have a whole nother section in my warehouse where we have to do the separation by distributor. Now, reading a barcode does all that for you, and then it doesn't need to go through the warehouse for separation. Now, that I employ 46 employees now. Now, that's having a barcode would have automated RVM machines, which would require no employees at all other than to transport the commodities from one area of the warehouse to the other.
so you redeem the whole bag by bag, right?
I redeem bags,
Okay.
but the customer basically dumps onto a screening table, and we screen with my own employees, passing them through my counting machines, making sure that the bottles and cans have the Connecticut deposit. and
Okay,
pull
how
out
about a
that thing.
sticker then? If the manufacturers put a sticker on the
Sticker would
Connecticut.
be wonderful. We can identify it.
Okay,
uh,
so maybe we should combine forces and get the sticker on for the Connecticut ones.
That's a possibility.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thank you,
Yeah,
and
thank
thank
you.
you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Rep. Anderson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Myers, really appreciate your detailed testimony and your business model you've created. We all want to increase recycling, but I see that we keep trying to create more and more rules on how to make our bottle bill work. I think we have one of the 3 most expansive bottle bills in the country as far as the 10 cents and the containers included. So I'm going to ask you a question that you might not want to answer, and I understand that. If we were to sunset the bottle bill, what would be a fair timeline for you in years?
Define sunset.
We would not have a bottle bill like neighboring Rhode Island, 1, 2, 3, 4 years. What would be fair to a businessman like you?
Wow.
Did say you don't have to answer it.
Yeah, I just want to let you know I've been in this bottle bill since 1981. I started when I was 16 years old, going to a local country club, collecting their bottles that they were discarding and returning them to the grocery store. I made more money doing that than the paper route that I was doing at that time. So for me to say that, how do I walk away from an industry that I've been 45 years into? I'm hoping to pass this on to my my daughter and see that she could take this into the future without me.
No, I understand. I just think there's a lot of unintended consequences, cost to the consumer in the deposit and the percent who don't return or the time you lose in returning it. The burden on retailers. And, I question our redemption rates because if it's coming from other states, we don't really know our real redemption rate. But I really appreciate your testimony. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem. Representative D'Amico?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Fred, thank you
Hey.
for coming in and testifying, as you always do every year. So I'm going to take a little different tact than my colleague from the 62nd District. But before I ask my question, I just wanted to say thank you to you, Fred. For many, many years, you came up here and testified in front of the Environment Committee, as Representative Gresco well knows, and you gave us really good information, as you're doing again today, and you really helped us quite a bit when we finally did make that upgrade to the bottle bill a couple of years ago. Your assistance was really invaluable, so I just wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
So thank you. Just to be clear, I guess in your written testimony, you are pretty clear that you think that what's in the provisions in the bill that's in front of us today, Senate Bill 1115, would be impractical and would be an administrative burden for a company like yourself.
My
Correct?
size, correct.
Yeah.
And I'm one of the largest, so I can't imagine what the smaller redemption centers that are out there, the burdens that they would have to endure.
Okay, and we received testimony from several other smaller businesses to that effect, that this would really be a huge administrative burden for them, and probably not for any good practical outcome. But anyhow, so I want to follow up on some of the things that you talked about with my colleagues. To put a state-specific label, some type of state-specific label, would this be in the interest of the manufacturers to do so? I thought I heard you say something about that, but maybe I misunderstood you.
If a distributor in Connecticut has a product that they're selling, and there's bottles from New York from another distributor, the distributor in Connecticut holds on to that dime until it's time to pay me plus the handling fee. And if that container is not returned, that money's heads to the state as an SG. Now, anything coming from New York or Massachusetts, those are not the distributor's bottles that they're holding on to the original dime for. So they have the burden of buying those containers. You can't distinguish between the bottles. They look identical. And for me to have the distributors who are basically required to recover the material that they're selling to the consumer, that they should do their best to try to recover any and all that they can until it starts exceeding 100%. Until it reaches 100%, where's the argument? How do you determine what's coming over the border or not? You don't know. There's no identifying ability to say that can there or this bottle here is from New York, or you can't. There's no discerning it. So until the exceeding of the 100% mark, which we're not even close to that right now, the argument is going to still be that there's over the border fraud happening, but with no evidence.
So you would agree with the statement that again, someone else submitted testimony here. The fastest and most effective way to eliminate cross-border redemption is for beverage companies to use state-specific barcodes.
That would help for RVMs.
The reverse vending
machines.
Yeah. Okay.
That would identify it right then and there.
Okay.
But for people like me, we don't use barcodes. There's no way we can identify it. We're not going to look at each barcode and see what number or which bar looks different than the next bar. It's not going to happen.
So for somebody like yourself, if we were to institute this, if this were to happen, and that state-specific barcodes were used, would that hinder you? Would that just force you to do things a little bit differently? What would it do as a practical matter for your operation?
My operation, it wouldn't hinder unless the distributors made a point saying, well, we're not going to deal with manual operations if this is what you're going to require. And being a manual sorter as we are, there's that would require us to change our ability to service the customers as we do in a rapid pace, to slow it down so that we can view and identify every barcode coming across. Now, if we're doing 1 million containers a day, that's 1 million barcodes you're going to be looking at. So how do you do that?
So what would be your recommendation as to how we finally, after years of arguing about this, finally get to the solution?
You guys need to go to your counterpartners in other states and get them to change the law, or change yours back down to 5 cents.
So now let's make it uniform throughout the
region.
Either all the states are 10 cents or all the states are 5 cents.
So that's cross-border.
Okay.
There's no necessary, people wouldn't have that incentive to do so. So it's either one or the other.
Just one more question, Mr. Chair, if I could. Okay. So again, we received some testimony that referred to auditing. Does that currently happen right now? Are you audited by the state of Connecticut regarding cross-border redemption in your business?
There is no state authority that does any auditing of any redemption centers. I get audited by companies like Tomra, who is a pickup agent for us, for a lot of different distributors that hire them as a third-party pickup agent. They come by and they grab and sample different products from different distributors and sample the bags to make sure that we're doing a separation properly. And that's the only audits that we get done. But my facility is open to every distributor, every pickup agent that wants to come through and see my operation. I welcome people to come down and I welcome all of you to come down and see the operation firsthand, to see how it actually works and the type of people we service and the community that we provide the service for, and see the happy faces of the service that we provide.
So a few years ago, I did take you up on your offer, as
Yes.
did Representative Gresco
Yes,
and
you did, Mike.
several of us, and it was quite an education. So I thank you.
I believe it was Earth Day, and I believe it was my grand opening where I did a ribbon cutting ceremony,
Correct,
and both
correct.
of you did show.
Yes, yes,
Where it was showing our new modernization of bottle return for the state of Connecticut. Thank you.
I would have to say, we'll do a field trip down there, and Rep. D'Amico and Rep. Gresco will pay for lunch. Rep. Callahan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate you coming in. And by the way, I've made a few Vista runs in my day, just so you know. When it comes to you, my interest in it hasn't been asked yet. So you've got people coming into your facility, and you have an employee out there to check. So you got some guy rents a van from Jersey, comes up with a truck full of returnables, and you tell him to take off. What kind of problems does that cause?
Upset. They say that we called and you said you take anything that has a Connecticut deposit, and those bottles have Connecticut deposit, but I can't verify that they're Connecticut bottles, so we have to refuse them. So for them to turn away, they're upset, and they give the hoots and hollers as they're leaving, but we have to do what we have to do.
Tough job for whoever you have to pay to put out there.
Yeah, they call me out to reinforce it.
But this is something, when we did this bill, we talked about on the House floor, how this is going to be a problem because we're going to tell DEP to do it, and we know they can't do it.
Yeah.
So now it falls on people like you to enforce this.
Correct.
And hire somebody else. It's a business expense for you.
Yes.
Granted, your returnables have gone up and your 3 cents have gone up, but the number of 3 cents, but it's exactly what we knew would happen. But think of a grocery store. You got a 16-year-old kid that's trying to stop a van from coming in and using the machine for 4 hours. It's just it's a big problem. And I just wanted to see how that affected you. So I appreciate the answer.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I have, unfortunately, a couple of questions.
Awesome.
I just want a clarification on when we talk about someone hitting 100% redemption as opposed to things. You're talking about total redemption of recyclables, and you're correct. 60, maybe we're at 60%, maybe we're less. We used to be at 49%.
Correct.
When we're stating, or a couple of people have stated, when I state that someone is over 100%, we're talking about specific distributors on the products that they sell. So we know some of the smaller beer manufacturers and even the larger ones are at or well over 100% on the products that they distribute. In fact, one hitting 140% at one time, in the last 2 quarters at 107%. So as people may or may not know, like these beer distributors, they're responsible for picking up the cans that they sell. So they have now hit quarter after quarter, now like 3-4 quarters in a row, where they're picking up consistently 107% redemption rate, which means of all the cans they're selling, they're actually picking up more cans than they sell, which is beyond what they're supposed to do. And that's what's putting the real stress on them. That's what the legislation's for, to try to mitigate that problem. And I understand you take in far more than beer. So we're solving we're trying to solve a problem that's a smaller portion of your industry, but obviously it's the entire portion of their industry. So that I just want to do that as a clarification for the room.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Absolutely.
Do you have proof of that? Do they show you documented proof that they're taking in more than what they sell?
I believe these numbers are documented to the state. Okay. So yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Don't hold me on it forever, but I'm fairly certain of that. I don't want to put you on the spot on this one too. When you feel free to think about this and return later with an answer. But I know you objected to the 1,200 number for returnables. What would be a number? And we understand that this may be a short-term policy to be in place to help this redemption problem until the other states catch up to us and this problem theoretically goes away on its own. But until that problem happens, what would be a potential good number for maximum number of recyclables brought in? And once again, I'm not holding you to say it, right now. No. Think about it. Feel free to get back to me.
I don't have a problem answering. I don't think that we should be responsible for monitoring the quantity of the units that come to my facility by one person. Yeah. As long as they're Connecticut residents, and I'm going to give you an example. I called Laura Pointek that I have a problem here with a customer coming in with a large volume. It's from New York, has a truck with a New York plate, has a license, New York plate, or driver's license, New York, but they own a house in Bridgeport. She pays taxes on it. She pays the utility bills. She pays all the necessary to own a house in Bridgeport. But yet she says she works in New York, but she lives in Connecticut. But she doesn't have any identification that she's a Connecticut resident other than the sewage bill or the house. And Laura told me, goes, she's a Connecticut taxpayer. You have to take it. So out of all those trucks that come in, I have one truck coming in that says from New York because Connecticut told me to. And so,
I know anecdotally, there's always going to be problems with the system. I'm no way do I have the optimism to think the legislation will pass, will be perfect.
Right. And you also have one other thing.
Sure.
Is that Connecticut's a sanctuary state. We have a lot of people here that are trying to make a living. A lot of these people do a lot of collections. They don't have any IDs whatsoever. And they're coming to me with boatloads of stuff that they're doing. They're scavenging of recycling bins or local parks or gas stations, wherever they can find bottles and cans. They collect them and they bring them to me, and I don't have any. How am I going to get ID from them? They don't have anything. But they do have a consulate here in West Haven from Ecuador that's providing IDs to these people and where they live. Now, am I supposed to take an Ecuador ID? It's not valid, is it? I don't know.
There definitely will be hiccups as we move forward.
So those are the hiccups that I call the states, because if I don't know, I want to be sure I'm doing the right thing. So I call the state and to get clarification.
No, what you're doing is not the problem. It's that's why we're having trouble crafting this legislation. Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to follow up with continuing that sort of conversation. So as written, the bill says that if someone brings in over 1,200 units, then you have to collect their ID and whatever else. It's not saying they're not allowed to, right?
I don't know the details.
Okay, so I think that's what it is. So if people have over, it's not like you have to turn them away for bringing more than 1,200. You just have to collect the information for them. So how many does 1,200 fit in one shopping cart? Like, can you give me a sense of like how many bottles 1,200 is?
One shopping cart can do 1,500.
One shopping cart can do 1,500.
Yeah, it's $150.
Okay.
So they can. You ever see going down the street where a shopping cart has bags tied on
Yep.
the side? No, yeah, that's almost $200 worth of stuff.
That could be 2,000.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Easily.
How many are in when someone brings in a U-Haul?
Could get up to 35,000 maybe.
Holy cow! So maybe our number is more like 10,000, not 1,200. To your point. Yeah, right. Well, that too.
Now, anybody comes in with a van or larger, I collect their IDs. I photocopy them. I keep them on.
So it almost sounds like you're doing the policy that this is contemplating at some level, and for you, you're saying it's a truck, right?
But now I have to call into the state and register and all that. This is information I'm taking from people that. What happens if I'm hacked and all this information gets sent out the wrong way? You know, I don't want to be responsible for providing.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood the other challenges, but I think just getting to what's the cutoff number that you're using is not 1,200. It's maybe closer to 10,000 or more. If someone brings in a van or a truck, you start to get suspicious when it's around 10,000.
A van or a pickup truck piled. I don't know if you ever seen these going down the highway where they have tied down bags, and you know, those I have suspicions.
Yeah.
Now, if they don't have a Connecticut driver's license
Right.
or an ID, I don't accept them.
And how many units are probably in the smallest one of those? What's the number you start to get suspicious at?
10,000.
10,000? Okay. The other question that I think this is related to was you said 95% of your business comes from, was it the smaller or the larger? And you said this in your original testimony. Remember what you said? I just wanted to clarify that.
What my facility is set up for doing high-speed counting for anybody. And when you get people from Danbury, West Waterbury, Greenwich, or I don't want to say Greenwich don't collect bottles and cans, but Stanford, Norwalk, they're the ones that are willing to travel the distance to save time by using a facility like me. So they're not going to come up in their car. They're going to rent trucks. They're going to rent a U-Haul or something and store enough material till it's worth their while to make a trip up to me.
So most of your business is these larger folks.
No, not necessarily.
Okay, so did you say 10? I don't mean, I'm not trying to belabor this point, but I just want to understand what you said before. You said 95% of my business is.
95% is over the 1,200 limit.
Okay, got it. It's over the 1,200 limit.
1,200 limit. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
I do get the people walking in, the grannies with the little shopping bag they
Yep.
want to turn. We have an express lane for that, so
Okay,
they come
got
right
it.
in and we get them in and out as quickly as possible.
But most of it is the larger. It might not be the largest, but
most of it's
larger.
larger than 1,200.
Larger than 1,200. Okay, thank you so much.
You're
Thanks for that clarification. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Thank
Wow.
you.
You took up a lot of your time. Sorry.
Well, you had information. It's helpful. Thank you much. I think we're good.
You're welcome. Thanks for the testimony.
If I'm doing this right, I think the next person is Benjamin Peach. Speaking of, your ears are ringing. Please proceed.
All right, good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you today. So my name is Ben Pichet and I work for Coca-Cola Beverages Northeast. So I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 1115, an act relating to the enforcement of cross-border redemptions. So just quickly about Coke Northeast, we're an independent bottler that operates across all New England and upstate New York. In Connecticut in particular, we have 3 sales centers and 1 production facility, and we're proud to have operated in the state for over 100 years now. So now in terms of the issue, what makes Connecticut such a hotbed for cross-border redemption? And the long and short of this answer is there's a deposit value mismatch across the region. So Connecticut recently increased their deposit value from 5 to 10 cents. This value is now significantly higher than all the surrounding states. New York and Massachusetts are both at 5 cents, while Rhode Island is at 0, as there's no bottle bill present in the state. So what this does is it creates a unique pricing disadvantage for the state of Connecticut in terms that the products that we sell in Connecticut are more expensive relative to the states around them because of the deposit. For a quick example, on the Connecticut-Rhode Island border, a simple 12-pack of Coca-Cola cans is $1.20 more in Connecticut than it would be Rhode Island, simply due to the fact that the 10-cent deposit is being charged on each and every one of those 12 containers. So what this does is it drives the price-conscious consumers to go across state borders to purchase the product cheaper, and then they return home with the product and redeem it in Connecticut for the full 10-cent deposit value. So this is problematic for us as Coke Northeast, as we have to pay out a full 10-cent deposit that we never charged and never received. And this is on top of a 3.5-cent state mandated handling fee and about 1.5 cent per unit pickup fee that we pay. So when you combine all those different fees, it gives you an idea of how much cost we're fronting on every individual container that crosses the border illegally. So now just to give a little impact on what we're seeing in terms of scope and size. So we have some local redemption data that I can dive into, and it's in my testimony in greater detail. But as of Q4 in 2024, the center of the state around Hartford and such had a 60% redemption rate. This is significantly lower than the communities that border state lines. During the same time period, we saw the state borders at 83% redemption. That's a very sizable jump from the 60% we saw in the middle of the state where no other state lines are present. To us, this is a clear red flag that there's big operations occurring across state borders that we need to address. And just to clarify, we're not trying to come after a mom and son that's on a road trip coming back across the state line with a few empties in the back of their car. That's not what's driving this. This is large enterprise type organizations that are using full tractor trailers and U-Hauls going across state lines to take full advantage of the deposit value mismatch in our local states. So thankfully, we have experience with this in a couple other states around the country, and there's a few different provisions that we've seen that we think would be applicable here. And first and foremost, I think the most important one are bulk redemption limits. So similar to the previous testimony, we're in favor, well, I would be in favor of setting a limit on how much you can bring back. And the reason why is it disincentivizes people from going across borders with those large scale operations, while the number remains high enough that it wouldn't impact your average resident of the state. So I know we were going back and forth on numbers like 1,200, I believe, as currently presented. We've seen in other states about 2,000 to 3,000 is where that limit's currently set. And just to summarize, because I know I just heard the time, I'd just like to thank you for all the work that's already been done on this. Up until a couple years ago, cross-border redemption wasn't even illegal, and now it is. So that's a great first step, and I'd like to thank you all for that. And I believe that this bill is another step in the right direction. And at Coca-Cola Beverages Northeast, we would like to work alongside all of you and the rest of the key stakeholders to continue to work out this problem and mitigate cross-border fraud as best as we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I know other people have questions, but I'm going to start in a little bit. There is a little hope in my world that we'd reach a point where Coca-Cola and Pepsi and the larger distributors would actually start to feel the pain of some of this, where you guys would step in with, let's just say, larger resources than some of the local vendors that we work with. One of the thoughts to correct this would be the barcoding, the changing of the cans labeling. I know historically you guys have said that's quite complicated and difficult, but I'm almost wondering, sorry to be blunt, that if it's hurting you, impacting you financially enough, at some way you'll figure out a way to do it. Is there any movement in that direction?
Yes, there's a couple different points. The short answer is that it's still unfeasible for us, and I can get into the reasons why. First and foremost, our legal team has flagged this on a federal level in terms of potential violation of interstate commerce. So I'm not one to talk on what's that means necessarily, but someone smarter than me has flagged it and said this could potentially impact interstate commerce. So that's just something to note. But in terms of Coke Northeast and what I can talk to, our supply chain is vastly complex. So as you can imagine, we put hundreds of different products on the shelves across the whole state. Once we get into the discussion on looking at different barcodes being added for the same product, depending on what state it is, it drastically increases the complexity of what we need to do in terms of our supply chain. And to be quite honest with you, we don't have the room to incorporate more SKUs and more barcodes in our storage and warehouses, let alone getting it out to the proper states. And the third point I'd like to make is there's a vast resale market, essentially, like third-party sellers, where we sell into them and then they turn around and sell the product accordingly. And to us, even if we were to go with the state-specific UPC, that product through the third party can still end up anywhere across New England, and we would still be faced with the same problem of having the barcode, whether it's Connecticut or not, still ending up in Connecticut one way or the other.
Thanks for that answer. Any questions, Representative Gresko?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And first of all, thank you for several years ago stepping up and helping Connecticut modernize our bottle bill. It was a love-hate relationship for many years, and we appreciate you guys, Mr. Bingham in the back there, stepping up and helping us out and like I said, modernizing. And I remember and I still see the advertisements on television saying, you know, we want our product back. And so whether it's coming from Rhode Island or Massachusetts or New York, you are getting, based on Fred's testimony, your pure product back. Doesn't that offset anything as far as your cost? I mean, it's not contaminated anymore. You're getting volume of product that you can use to make another bottle. I've seen the bottles that say 100% recycled.
Yeah, so to that question, it minimally offsets it. So being quite honest with you, when we get our bottles and cans back, we have the goals, as you laid out, as Fred laid out, to reclaim as much material as possible to put it into new bottles and cans and repeat this circular economy. However, we would like to reclaim the bottles and cans in the state in which they're sold, which makes it more cost effective to us. So for example, everything coming in from Rhode Island into Connecticut, we have to pay the deposit, the handling fee, and the pickup fee. Where if that product was returned through different Rhode Island methods that they have in the state, like curbside recycling and whatnot, we would still be reclaiming the same amount of material, but in a much more cost-effective way that we're not fronting the bill for something that's illegal.
So when a resident of Rhode Island throws their Coke bottle into their blue bin, how does that get back to you? I mean, to me, it just goes, it's already contaminated with cans and paper and a single stream, if they have single stream in Rhode Island. How does that bottle get back to you in the same condition that the bottles get back to you from Connecticut?
Yeah. So the way it works is, like you said, the curbside recycling, our bottles and cans are thrown into that. It then gets processed by whether it be a municipal or big third-party player that comes in. And then through that separating process, our plastic is separated and we are able to reclaim that. And in terms of quality, there is a little bit of a difference between the overall clarity of plastic that's coming out of a Rhode Island type situation versus a Connecticut, but we still have the processes in place to clean and reuse that and eventually get it to food grade certified material that we can reuse.
And then lastly, Mr. Chair, you heard Fred, and we hear this every year that legislation in other states has been proposed. It just never gets put over get over the finish line. So I don't know how you would feel about replicating your Connecticut effort from 3-4 years ago in our neighboring states and say we want our bottles back, New York. Let's increase and modernize just like Connecticut did, and then go to Massachusetts and say the same thing, rather than, I mean, the cost of everything is going up, not in the other direction. So to me, it's only inevitable before they make the switch. And knowing that you wouldn't be opposing it, if a matter of fact, doing the same thing you did here in Connecticut and advocating for it, that would give me motivation if I was a New York legislator.
And without getting into too much detail, and we do have something we plan on bringing to the table in New York this year to help address that problem. But let me just make it clear in terms of the deposit value. We have a couple of problems that exist in New York, similar to Connecticut, that we must first address before we think about changing the deposit value. Because when you increase the deposit from 5 to 10 cents, they have non-deposit states on their border as well, such as Pennsylvania, New Jersey. It would only exacerbate the current situation. And with the population difference in New York, we have a much bigger problem there than we even do in Connecticut, which is saying a lot. So we have a couple of issues to address there first before we get to the deposit value.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions? Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Pichet, I'm reading your testimony and you mentioned 4 locations in Connecticut. Do you have a presence? Your name is Northeast. Do you have a presence in other states?
That's correct. Yes. So every state in New England, so we have Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and then upstate New York.
So when we increased our deposit to 10 cents and added a lot of non-carbonated beverages, did you detect any loss of sales for Connecticut retailers?
Slightly so, yes. So the reason that is simply due to the pricing disadvantage that Connecticut now has with the increased deposit. So especially in times like today where consumers are more price conscious than ever, those small dollar amounts on shelf are really resonating with certain sales on bordering communities.
Thank you, Mr. Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further questions? I'm not seeing any online. All right, and good product placement there, sir. People.
It's the least I could do. Well, thank you all for the time.
Thank you. Christine Feely.
Thank you. I'm replacing Christine Feely. She's taking my slot down in 92. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Vincent Giordano, and I reside in Ridgefield, Connecticut. I submitted extensive written testimony on HB 6263, but will limit my comments to 3 observations and 2 suggestions. And I am responding to the bill as written. Observation number 1, the people fighting this change are not the ones most exposed to the hazards posed by these super polluting machines. The persons most exposed to the noise and toxic emissions are the minimum wage and landscape employees that use gas-powered leaf blowers for hours in the spring, fall, and summer months. It's time to give them a safer tool for the job. Number 2, the current situation is completely out of balance. In our town, which is not dissimilar to a lot of towns, one can use as many leaf blowers as they like, every day of the week, every day of the year, from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. It's simply way too much noise and too much pollution. Now, some will cry property rights, and they're correct. This is a property rights issue. I have the right to peacefully enjoy my property. You could use your gas-powered leaf blower, but can you keep the noise and fumes on your property? I think not. It's not possible. The bill before you addresses 3 of the 5 barriers to change. The bill would require state agencies and towns to lead by example, and I think that is very appropriate. The bill would allow for almost 4 years of time to transition to battery-powered technology, which would allow municipalities and landscapers the time to add battery technology as their gas-powered equipment reaches end of life. And the bill establishes a level playing field for all. There are, however, 2 issues not addressed by this bill: access to capital and equipment demonstrations and training. While some handheld battery blowers are more powerful than and are cost competitive with the gas models, that is not the case for backpack blowers. For backpack blowers, the cost differential at the point of purchase can be $2,000 to $3,000 per backpack, depending on the model and the number of batteries needed. Although this price differential will diminish to zero over time due to lower operating costs and less maintenance, a landscaper will still need access to capital at the point of purchase. To help landscapers, the state should consider rebates, tax credits, buybacks, and/or directing the Connecticut Green Bank to offer landscapers a simple line of credit. To help stakeholders become antiquated with battery equipment, DEEP should be directed to hold product demonstrations and training days. Thank you for your time to answer your questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Representative Marzano?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Mr. Giordano, for coming today and giving your testimony. To the best of your knowledge, are you aware of landscapers or golf courses in Connecticut using electric leaf blowers right now?
Yes, there actually are, a small number of landscapers in Connecticut that are all electric. Some that come to mind is Organic Ways and Means, Mow Green. Nelson Munez has a firm, I think it's called Cultural Lawns out of Stamford. And there's a golf course, Indian Springs, that is using all electric. So it can be done. The technology is there. It's a matter of creating incentives and programs to help people make that transition as smoothly as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, and so thank you for the emails earlier in the session. It kind of jump-started the process. We're not there yet, but I think every year we're getting closer.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
William Lucy.
Thank you. Excuse me. I didn't know if the dress code had changed because I saw you let one slip through earlier there. My name is Bill Lucy. I'm the Long Island Soundkeeper, and I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to testify today. I'm going to testify on a couple bills, but mainly 7172, which is the Act Concerning Sewage Right to Know. It's one of my favorite topics, sewage. And I believe the first version of this bill passed in 2012. So this is my 3rd time working on a revision of this bill. And it's a fairly simple change. Of course, nothing is simple up here. What we're asking is the state to improve the public notification component of the public sewage right to know bill. And what that means is no longer using Twitter, which is now X. That was what has been chosen by DEEP for the last 3 years while they tried to figure out another method. And a lot of people don't use X anymore. A lot of people didn't use Twitter. We were getting kicked off of it. So hardly anybody signed up for it. Now, in neighboring states in New York, I'm signed up by county. I get sewage notifications all the time. There's a similar system up in Massachusetts. They do that as well. So we've been meeting with DEEP on a monthly basis, And I have felt at the last meeting, we had come to an agreement that they had a mechanism by which they could make this happen. Though a meeting today seemed to suggest otherwise. Um, So I'm not sure where it's going to go right now, but we do have all kinds of notifications. You know, if there's a flooded road, you get a notification. If there's a toxic spill, you get a notification. If there's a missing child, you get a notification. And people are pretty concerned. I mean, 700 million to 1 billion gallons a year go out into Connecticut's waterway still, but that's not, you know, DEEP's done a really good job spending a lot of money through the Clean Water Fund to upgrade all kinds of plants. It just takes a long time. But in the interim, to protect the people who want to go fishing, people want to go swimming. I get a lot of complaints from folks, all the closures that happen on the shellfish beds that cost people lots of money. So we really hope that the state can come up with a method that's useful. Just beams into your phone, goes to your email. And so if you're going to the beach one day, you're like, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to do this. I'm going to go do something else. Simple as that. That's essentially what the bill is about. The next thing I'll talk to really briefly, I know I'm almost out of time, is 7174, the Riparian bill, and specifically Section 13. It's an oversight through the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. There's some dams that I think they were created before FERC. And FERC has its own set of rules for fish passage, but there are some that aren't subject to those rules. So this would simply create the situation where they would have to afford safe, timely, and effective fish passage that was designed on the Connecticut River, which is basically within 48 hours, 75% of the fish that reach the base of that fish ladder can migrate through. And then I won't talk to the rest of the bill. I know there's going to be a lot of people speaking to the riparian section of this, but those are my two main points. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Lucy, thank you very much for testifying on this important piece of legislation. I put in a lot of work into this over a couple years, and I will agree to some degree, I guess, that DEEP has done a decent job, but I believe they can do better. This is the reason I put this in, because there have been several large spills that have not been properly notifying the constituents and the general public. So I understand, and I hate to use the term, I really hate it more than anything now that I'm here. This is work in progress conversation, but we can do better as a state. And we can, I believe the technology exists right now for us to be able to notify anybody, as you alluded to earlier, of a accidental spill or an intended spill, because sometimes it happens with, because it's the only thing recourse they have. So I guess my question to you is, was there a price point that came with this piece of legislation that would bring us to everybody being notified?
Yeah, so there's the 211 system, which has a cost associated with it. There's the Everbridge system. There's the contractor that does have a forward-facing website that shows where all the spills are. And that website is a recipient of a mandatory electronic notification from the wastewater treatment plant. So if you have a spill by law as it stands now, you have to tell DEEP within 2 hours that happened. So they have a contractor that did that. They did a nice upgrade during the last sewage right to know revamp. And so that website's there. Now we just need to take that 2-hour notification that gets beamed into DEEP. They want to do quality control on it, which could slow it down, but I think you could put a disclaimer on that note and have that system pump that alert that they got out to the general public, not just the DEEP. And so it's a matter of working with that contractor, which they, you know, I've heard conflicting messages, to be perfectly honest, but the price point that I heard today was $300,000.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lucy. And if I might, Mr. Chair, really quick. So, and does the technology exist right now to install that $300,000 solution?
Well, the meeting we had, so we've been meeting with DEEP regularly. The last meeting, our regular meeting we had with them on this, it seemed yes. the discussion I had today that seemed to cast a little bit of doubt on that. So conflicting messages.
Well, thank you for that. You know, we talk about public safety all over this building, and this is something that is very important because our waterways are not only for the gaming and wildlife, but it's also recreational. And we just have to do a lot better. So thank you, Mr. Lucy. Mr.
Yeah, and
Chair,
I
thank
agree.
you.
And I'll just
Mhm.
follow up on that.
Mhm.
You know, Representative Dorinda Boer is now the mayor of West Haven, and she has a constituent that, you know, lost a leg, and to this day, he believes it's from the, you know, overflows that happen in West Haven. But we do know there are viruses and things that happen when you get sewage in the water, and if you have an open wound, you can get really sick. So it's extremely important to your point.
No problem. Any questions from anyone else? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Francis Brady,
Hello.
hello. Please.
Hi. Thank you, members of the Environment Committee. First of all, I'd like to say it's an honor to follow the great Bill Lucy. I am a Madison, Connecticut resident, and I strongly urge the Environment Committee to support and advance HB 6229 concerning the reduction of single-use plastics and polystyrene use. I'm a retired chemist and a former director of purchasing for a Fortune 500 adhesive and consumer products company who has 2 North American headquarters based in Connecticut. I oversaw the strategic supply of almost $1 billion of petrochemical ingredients. I have toured dozens of petrochemical plastic plants around the world, and I am a former board member of the Connecticut Recyclers Coalition, the CRC, and a current member of the Town of Madison's Connecticut Solid Waste Disposal Committee. I'm providing testimony today based on this 40+ years of experience and out of concern for the future state of our environment and for my grandchildren. One might say that I'm here today attempting to atone for my past sins. I will address 3 of the many concerns experts have on the drawbacks of the continued use of single-use plastics and polystyrene in particular. First, from a recycling perspective, materials made from polystyrene are universally recognized as difficult, if not impractical, to recycle. Many small plastic items, like most plastic utensils, are made from polystyrene and are difficult to recycle in a mechanical sorting process like we have today in Connecticut. Polystyrene foam is even more problematic as it would shatter into billions of small pieces during its rigorous journey over thousands of feet of sorting conveyor belts at these MRFs. All of this smaller debris is impossible to sort and recycle, so it all goes to the landfill. Even the newest material recycling facility, MRF, in Connecticut, the All-American Material Recovery Facility, just built a few years ago in Berlin, Connecticut, cannot work with these single-use plastics, even after a $40 million investment in state-of-the-art sorting equipment, which I've seen, optical scanners, and a little bit of AI thrown in there as well. Second, from a business perspective, foamed items and number 6 polystyrene hard plastics have very little end-use value as a post-consumer commodity. There is no developed commercial market for recycled polystyrene. And why should there be? There are plenty of affordable and environmentally friendly materials that are available from many businesses who have been promoting and selling these alternatives directly to schools and to restaurants and bakeries, et cetera, for many, many years. And finally, from an environmental perspective, polystyrene and the majority of polymers used to make single-use articles are fossil fuel based. This is my bread and butter. These feedstocks are derived from the fossil fuel industry downstream from gasoline and heating oil production. These feeds are first extracted from the ground with significant amounts of effort and energy. And in the case of shale, America's favorite, shale feeds, you need millions of gallons of water to frack the feed out of the rock. After this, the feeds are
Mr.
further
Brady,
refined.
The timer
Oh.
went off. If you could summarize.
Okay. With fracking, you have to use millions of gallons of water. They're further distilled to make monomers. These monomers are then used more energy to polymerize. Finally, you ship those pellets to a guy that extrudes them to make the cutlery. And what for? All for one single use. That's a lot of energy that's used. So to summarize, these materials are nearly impossible to recycle. There's very little economic value if you could, and the manufacturing process from oil to fork is extremely energy intensive, polluting, and disproportionate to its one-time use. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brady, based on your 30-plus years of experience, polystyrene, is there, well, besides being the lead singer of the X-Ray Specs, but I'm dating myself, is there any real useful purpose for polystyrene that cannot be replaced by something else? Like we've had incidents where, well, we've carved in other bills, we've carved out, well, they need it in something in medical equipment, or we need it to do something else relatively important. In your experience, is polystyrene that invaluable?
Polystyrene has a very high melting point, and it's very useful in industrial applications. My concern, though, is in the commercial, in the consumer areas of applications. There's hundreds of, well, sorry, there's a number of alternatives that can be used in the consumer areas. But no, yes, to answer your question, yes, there are useful areas in the industrial installation, the film boards that go into insulating homes. And that's a problem too. Once you take the house apart, what do you do with that foam? But it's currently, there's not a lot of alternatives, but it is useful in that industry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That was one of the best drop X-Ray Specs polystyrenes I've heard in a while. Well done, sir. You didn't strike me as a punk rocker. I see no further questions. Yeah, me too. Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Margaret Dreyer is next.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee, for taking the time for me to testify. My name is Margaret Dreyer. I am a resident of Canton. I am the Director of Nutrition Services for 3 districts in Connecticut, as well as the Chair of the Public Policy and Legislative Committee of the School Nutrition Association of Connecticut. And I wanted to talk a little bit about the bill number 6229, an act concerning a reduction of single-use plastic and polystyrene waste. I've been a director for over 25 years. I've seen so many changes in what we've done in the quality of food and what we've done. And I do want to say that many districts have already started transitioning. I can tell you myself, probably about 8 years ago, we switched to reusable trays. I was fully staffed at the time. Then we had the lovely pandemic, and we then were serving food outside of the building. So of course we were using to-go containers and things like that. Now we've returned back and we're trying to transition back. My biggest struggle right now is staffing. I oversee 13 schools. I have 6 vacancies right now with not one applicant, and that's without anybody calling out sick. So that's a concern of mine, as well as the cost. I think the School Nutrition Association as a whole, we commend trying to further the sustainability goals. We're just looking for time and ways for us to make it feasible. I wanted to mention a little bit about the costs. Most school districts are self-sustaining, which means that our general funds, our budget does not include nutrition services. Also, when we may charge $3 or $3.50 for lunch, something like that. And I think some people think that that's for food. It's for food, it's for labor, it's for medical benefits, it's for utilities, it's for supplies. It could be for custodial services. It could also be for monitors. So there's a lot that we have to accomplish with that amount of money. So I just want to make that a little bit clear. And then some of the things, I don't want to just repeat what my colleagues have stated. I'm in a different kind of a district. I'm not CEP, community eligibility, so I do not have free meals in my district. Myself and a lot of colleagues have worked hard to bring fresh farm to school products in, scratch cooking, so many things. We've increased the quality of meals, and I am concerned of having to make a choice, and that's concerning to me. There was a study done about an average size school district, about 3,500 students.
Mr. Mayor, the timer went off. If you could summarize.
Okay. Basically, we're just asking, we are not at all saying we're not in favor of this. We're just looking for time for it to be feasible and possibly the bill to include adequate funding. We would also like to recommend maybe a task force where the school nutrition directors could be involved. We are here and we want to be a great place of a resource for you. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for taking the time to testify.
Thank you.
Jack Egan. I see him online.
Hello.
Hello, I hear you now. Please proceed.
Yeah, thanks everyone for having me. I'm Jack Egan, a resident of Stamford, Connecticut. I'm the current vice chair of the Surfrider Foundation Connecticut chapter. I'm speaking today in favor of House Bill 6229, the ban on polystyrene, also in support of House Bill 6263, the ban of gas-powered leaf blowers. To give context, the Surfrider Foundation is a national nonprofit. We're a group of activists, grassroots activists. It's been around for over 40 decades. We have 80 chapters. In Connecticut, we have one chapter. All of our members are volunteer. What we do, what our chapter does, we're pretty good at beach cleanups. We do one a year, year-round, regardless of the weather, rain or shine. And our mission statement is to protect our ocean waves and beaches for everyone. And in support of House Bill 6229, I'd like to share a quick story. It's a two-part story. Part of it's a crisis, part of it's a solution. Just before the pandemic in the summer of 2019, I went to the National Summit, Surfrider National Summit at UC Irvine, and I did a breakout session with one of the preeminent environmental scientists, Dr. Roland Gare from UC Santa Barbara. His specialty is essentially plastic in the ocean. He said something that made my jaw drop. He said, "You guys forget about beach cleanups." And that's what we do. But I wanted to hear what he had to say. And his point was this: look, everyone talks about the garbage patch in the Pacific Gyre spinning around and picking the garbage up, much like you do at a beach cleanup, which is fine. However, the problem, the real culprit is, the real crisis is that the plastic is suspended in the water column and we can't get that back. And there's even more plastic on the bottom of the ocean that's suspended in the water column. We'll never get that back. His point was this, and it's quite simple. And this is why we support 6229. Turn off the plastic tap. If you have water pouring through your ceiling and you know it's your tub overflowing upstairs, you don't stay in your living room with a towel or bucket. You turn off the tap on the tub. That's what we do, folks. That's what our chapter works towards. That's why I hope the state of Connecticut can be a leader and do the same thing. Turn off the plastic tap. I will say also in support of the gas-powered leaf blowers, in Stamford, where I live, it is out of control. On Saturday, I had to leave my house. That's how noisy all day long. And one day, folks, it'll be like this, a smoking ban. I'm old enough to remember when people smoked on airplanes. They had ashtrays in your handles in your seat. Well, leaf blowers are worse than smoking, aren't they? Not only do you have the toxic fumes, you have the noise. So let's be, again, the state of Connecticut. Let's do some great work and ban this stuff. And I apologize why my camera's not on. I don't know why. But in summation, thank you guys very, very much. And the Surfrider chapter is here to talk with you folks at any time, not just today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Egan? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much, guys.
Next person is Eric Henry.
Good morning.
I'm Eric Henry. I'm the fifth generation president of Blue Hills Orchard in Wallingford, Connecticut. We have a 300-acre apple and peach orchard. We're primarily wholesale, but I'm here today to ask for full support of HB 6241. We've been increasing our retail and agritourism activities over the past few years, expanding into more retail and more pick your own on the farm. And that's been a great help for some extra income. And we're just trying to limit some frivolous lawsuits and try to get our insurance costs down a little bit if possible. And just trying to realize that this is an active working orchard. There's some inherent risk in walking on uneven ground and apples on the floor and whatnot. And that's all. Just trying to protect ourselves a little bit from some extra insurance costs and frivolous lawsuits. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I heard someone say I agree. Any questions? Not seeing Representative Dubinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in, Eric. I appreciate it.
Sure.
There, in this bill, 6241. Well, actually, let me ask you about what you do at your farm. I know you have apples. You're an orchard. What else do you do?
Like I say, we're primarily wholesale, dealing with more of the chain stores, that end of it, but we do have a small retail stand and we do pick your own with apples in the fall.
Okay, so is that the agritourism that you're talking about? The pick
Correct.
your own?
Yes, the pick your own aspect of it.
Okay. Well, that would certainly fall within the definition of agricultural production. Is there anything that you do on your farm that wouldn't be considered strictly agricultural production, some other type of agricultural endeavor?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it. My concern is that the definition is a little bit limited and does not cover the full panoply of agricultural endeavors that farmers in Connecticut undertake. But your operation seems to be pretty limited to a certain number of things. So I appreciate you coming to testify. Thank you.
Sure
Mr.
thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Mary Ellen Medaleska.
Good afternoon, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Marielle Madaleska, and I'm a resident of Pawcatuck, Connecticut, and the Senior Director of Education and Conservation at Mystic Aquarium. Thank you for the opportunity to express my strong support for House Bill 6229, which seeks to reduce single-use plastics and polystyrene waste in our state. As an advocate for environmental sustainability, I've witnessed firsthand the alarming volume of plastic waste polluting our communities through participation in numerous cleanups. Each year, it is reported that more than 300 million tons of plastic is created every year. Plastic doesn't biodegrade, it's difficult to recycle, and often makes its way into the natural environment where it wreaks havoc on the ecosystems. Hosting dozens of cleanups throughout the region each year and removing thousands of pounds of trash, we have consistently revealed the pervasive presence of single-use plastics and polystyrene materials. Items such as plastic cutlery, straws, foam takeout containers, and packaging peanuts are among the most common pollutants found in our parks, rivers, and streets. Approximately 80% of beach litter consists of single-use disposable plastics, which can get swept into the sea. These materials do not break down easily, instead fragmenting into smaller pieces that persist in the environment for decades. However, like it was stated before, cleanup initiatives are not the sole answer to this problem. Without proactive measures like House Bill 6229, this problem will only worsen, further the burdening on our waste management systems and harming local ecosystems. Beyond the environmental damage, plastic poses a significant risk to human health. Scientific research has increasingly linked exposure to plastic and their chemical composition to serious health concerns, including endocrine disruption, reproductive issues, and an increase in cancer risk. Microplastics have been detected in drinking water, seafood, and even human blood and tissue. This underscores the urgent need to curb plastic pollution at its source. HB 6229 is a crucial step towards mitigating these risks and promoting sustainable alternatives. Transitioning from reliance on single-use disposable items to sustainable reusable options is not always easy, but laying the pathway with actions like the bill's support for bottle filling stations in public buildings provides essential measures to encourage reusable solutions and decrease our dependency on disposable plastics. I urge the committee to pass this bill to protect both our environment and public health. By adopting sustainable practices now, we can reduce waste, safeguard ecosystems, and provide a healthier future for all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time. Next up is Rachel Precious.
Hi, good afternoon, committee members. Thank you for your time. I'm grateful to have the chance to speak with you all today. My name is Rachel Precious. I'm a proud lifelong Westport resident, the volunteer chair of the Connecticut chapter of the Surfrider Foundation, and the owner and founder of Precious Oysters Raw Bar Catering. And this is my dog in the background. He's joining us. I'm speaking with you today to urge you to advance 6229, and I would like to comment on 6222. I wholeheartedly support HB 6229 as a small business owner whose business relies on the health of our oceans. From extraction to production to use to disposal, single-use plastics and polystyrene cause irreparable damage to our planet and leave long-lasting impacts on the air we breathe, the water we drink, and the soil we depend on for food. To find a solution to any issue, we must first understand the problem. The problem that we face in regards to eradicating single-use plastics is, quite simply, profit versus people and the planet. We have countless sustainable options, yet the oil industry profits by making single-use plastics and polystyrene extremely cheap. As an oyster farmer turned raw bar caterer, I built my business upon a commitment to running it as sustainably as possible from beginning to end, because I understand that my livelihood depends on the health of our oceans. It's simply out of the question for me to profit off the planet while simultaneously destroying it by using plastic products. Oysters are incredible creatures. They filter the water, they provide coastal stabilization, they mitigate storm surges, they create homes for other marine life, and so much more. And yet here we are pumping microplastics into the ocean, which have been proven to harm oysters. They're working hard enough. We don't need to make things any harder, any harder for the oysters. One of the loudest arguments against this bill is that it will harm small businesses by placing a crushing financial burden on them. And I find that argument personally offensive. I've built my company by myself from the ground up with my own money that I saved from years of working as a farmer for $12.75 an hour. So if I can do this with my money, I think other businesses can too. And the use of cheap, disposable, toxic products in my business has never been an option for me. There are countless ways I could save money and earn more profit by implementing single-use plastics, but I choose to spend more money on eco-friendly options because it's the right thing to do for the future of my business, my community, and the planet. If you agree that this argument is one of profit above all else, then why should my business suffer so that others can prosper? Why should businesses who use single-use plastics to make a profit take precedence over companies like mine, which are at risk because of the pollution in our planet? I urge you to advance 6229 and help small businesses like mine. In closing, I'd also like to voice my thoughts on 6222 and particularly Section 7. The shell recycling is a really important part of my business, and I dedicate a lot of time and energy to doing it, solely to do my part in helping our wild oyster beds regenerate. The oyster shell recycling tax credit program would be a wonderful gesture of appreciation and recognition for the effort of a small business like mine that is showing dedication to our wild beds. I'd also like to make a quick comment on the size limit that's in 6222. So I don't have strong feelings on this section of the bill because I honestly didn't get enough of a chance to really read this bill. It came across my desk pretty late, but I see both sides of the argument for and against the size limit, but I did want to share one thing. So I'm a
Ms.
conservation biologist.
Precious, if you could just quickly wrap up, we're a little over time.
So my background, I'm a conservation biologist. I worked 5 years as an oyster farmer. And so I have a lot of experience in different stakeholder groups. But I did want to say that there were comments made earlier about the size limit. And I actually think that it could be interesting to explore the option of decreasing the size limit because I'm on the front line. I serve oysters directly to consumers, and most of my consumers prefer smaller oysters. So I think it could be worth considering decreasing the size limit because it might actually help our Connecticut oyster industry because a lot of my clients prefer smaller oysters.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Oh, Representative Mushinski.
No, it's not a question. It's just a comment. Down in Chesapeake Bay, if you look into old digs where they're excavating a fort or something, you find old oysters that were used to make the fill, and some of them are 12 inches to 14 inches across, long, the size of a dinner plate. It's really interesting how the public is now considers the small ones more favorably, and whereas before the really big ones we could feed several people off of them.
You need a knife and a fork for those big ones. I've seen them. They can get massive.
Thank you.
Representative Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick question. What, compared to other states, what are you, just for my own knowledge, what are other states' limits on the sizes? If you know.
So I believe most states that I buy from, maybe Rhode Island, I believe they're 2.5 inches. I'm not keeping up too closely with their limits. So what I do for my raw bars is I usually do a variety. So I'll have Connecticut oysters, and then I have those alongside smaller out-of-state ones. And those ones are usually, actually, to be honest, they're usually from Canada. People really like the tiny Canadian, really salty, little like Prince Edward Island ones. And when I first started my business, I actually exclusively provided Connecticut oysters because I really believe, not just because of my farming background, but I really believe in promoting local businesses and local oysters. And so I was Connecticut oysters only. And I had so many clients saying like, look, I want the smaller ones. So now I do like a 2-to-1 ratio of mostly Connecticut ones, but then some cute little PEIs next to them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, just for the opportunity on behalf of the Westport delegation to say thanks for your testimony, Rachel, and we appreciate all the work you do locally as a business owner in the community, as a farmer, and thanks again for coming today. Thanks.
I'm happy to just have this opportunity to share my story and my opinions, and I'm learning a lot also from hearing from people on the other side of the argument. I like to listen to people with different points of view, so I appreciate everybody being here today.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thanks a lot. Moving on to Keith Bishop. I know I saw earlier.
Good afternoon, Chairman and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be in front of you again. I am Keith Bishop, President and co-owner of Bishop Orchards in Guilford, a 313-acre farm. I'm here to advocate today for a number of bills that are in your written testimony, but most importantly, 6241, which is here on Connecticut's agritourism businesses. Our farms are increasingly resilient and reliant upon direct sales, building vital connections with our communities. These experiences are the backbone of our sustainability, allowing multi-generational farms to thrive. But with this growth has come increased risk. And let me be clear, this bill is not about absolving farmers of their responsibilities. We remain accountable for our negligence, misconduct, and failing to warn of known dangers. That being said, this legislation is aimed to protect us from claims tied to inherent risk of a working farm, not from legitimate wrongdoing. So why is this protection so critical? First, direct sales are our lifeline. Second, by nature, farms have risk. Visitors must accept that. Third, we're seeing a surge in frivolous lawsuits or ones that are driven by the legal advertising, billboards, and other outreach out that you see on the airwaves. These things are adding significant cost to not only farm businesses, but to other businesses in our state. The insurance side of it is forcing us to have increasing cost. Even when we're likely to win case, then the premiums is driving up and our liability limits are increasing. At Bishop's Orchards, we had our insurance rates jump 64% in just the 4 years from 2020 until 2025. That's far outpacing inflation, while our revenues have seen minimal growth. This is a massive burden. We're also seeing insurers in the Connecticut market removing themselves, especially for large, diverse farms, because of the complexities of a winery, pick your own exposure, a retail farm market operation, and agritourism activities. Connecticut has a long history of limiting liability for recreational activities, recognizing the need to balance public access with landowner protection. We have statutes in place for recreational use, off-road vehicles, and harvesting, and limiting these liabilities. I would like to give you a real-world example of what happened on our farm. In 2022, we had an elderly visitor fall while viewing our animals. Clear signage warned of uneven terrain. Yet we were sued and forced to settle for $160,000 just before going to a jury trial 2 months ago. This was not a result of our negligence, but yet a result of the system and how it works. House Bill 6241 provides vital protections by clearly defining agritourism, limiting liability for inherent risk, and aligning Connecticut with a majority of other states. I appreciate your time before us today and look forward to working with you to make Connecticut farms a safe place to visit and the inherent risks being addressed by your legislation. Thank you.
Any questions from Mr. Bishop? Representative Dubinsky online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bishop, for coming in. There is a provision in this bill, right down at the bottom of the bill in the last paragraph, that deals with sign requirements. Are you familiar with that provision?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what do you think about that, that requirement that if there is an existing dangerous condition, in order to take advantage of this liability limitation, you would need to post signs?
Very reasonable. I think it's inherent upon operators to take and let people know that there is a situation in farms that they need to be very careful about, and also to keep people out of areas that are inappropriate for them to visit for the public. That takes place in many industries and backroom areas, et cetera, employees only. We have what we refer to as A-frame signs, and it's going to be hard to see in your cameras here, but we've got 2 by 3 foot signs that we put up at all entrances and areas where people come into our farm, and it reads caution in about 6-inch letters. This is a farm field. Grounds may be uneven, so please watch your step. Those are around at numerous places in our operation, and including the situation that I just referred to that had legal action that was clearly posted there. But despite that, insurance companies still settled in order to just make things go away and not have to have the potential of situation dragging on for the legal cost.
That's actually what I thought the first time I read it too. But then I started thinking, okay, you've got a sign with regard to uneven ground. There must be 100 or 1,000 other risks, some of which may be inherent in farming, some of them may not be. You may have to post signs every 6 inches with all sorts of things on it. It just seemed to me, the more I think about it, that having a sign requirement in order to take advantage of the statute could put you at in a very tight situation where every time there's anything that may be dangerous, you're going to have to post another couple dozen signs. And how many signs do you have to post in each time? Where do you have to post them? I'm a little dubious of this sign requirement, although I did initially think it was reasonable, like you do.
Point well made. I mean, what's the type of sign? What's the language that needs to be on the sign in order to cover ourselves? And is that only at the entrance when you come in, or where else is it? Very good point.
Right, and is there a is there a required number of signs you have to put? And do you have to have a separate sign for each potential risk, or can one sign cover a whole bunch of them? Clever lawyers can get around all sorts of things, and when you make things complicated, it gives them fertile ground to cause mischief.
I'm hoping that between you folks here in the audience and the committee who can work on that so we can actually have something that passes this year, and then work upon any particulars that might need to be modified after that if things get a bit hairier. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. I appreciate your coming in.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Malcolm Frampton, please come alive.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Okay. Yes, no, I'm a 20-year resident of Greenwich, Connecticut. And I just wanted to personally say that the leaf blower issue in my neighborhood has gotten worse each year, to the point where there's almost never a time that I don't hear a blower, either, annoyingly off in the distance, or just blasting my brains out, from next door through the house walls and so on. And it seems like the nicer the day, the more apt you're to hear it. I have a beautiful garden. I've never had a blower on my property. I think that there needs to be a re-education of what a nice lawn looks like. I mean, a nice lawn doesn't have to be the 18th hole of Pebble Beach. It can be, what's more attuned to nature and so on. So, and in terms of rights, I know property rights and so on, but I feel like I have a right to enjoy my own property without, this noise. And it's not something like an ambulance where you're rushing somebody to the hospital. It's a choice that's being made. And so it's affecting everybody. So, and I know other people have talked about the 2-stroke engines, 2-cylinder engines. There's the idea that, if there's animal feces or carcinogens in asphalt, that's all getting blown up into the air. Anyway, I just wanted to weigh in on this, and that, in terms of the landscapers, I can see that maybe the state can offer, I think somebody else mentioned it, rebate programs, buyback programs, maybe the manufacturers themselves that also make, maybe there's a manufacturer that makes the gas powered and the electric, they can offer a rebate. And, that's where I stand with that. And I thank you for your time in terms of letting me voice that.
Not a problem. Are there any questions for Mr. Frampton? Seeing none, thank you very much. We're going to move on to Maria Weingarten. Maria? All right. Next person, Madison Spremuli. Did I do better on your name this time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and last time I butchered it.
All right. Honorable co-chairs, vice chairs, ranking members, and members of the Environment Committee. My name is Madison Spremuli. I am the Communication Director for the Connecticut Coalition for Economic and Environmental Justice, as well as the organizer for the CT Zero Waste Coalition, and I will be touching on 2 bills today. First, I want to express my strong support for House Bill 6229, an act concerning the reduction of single-use plastics and polystyrene waste. This legislation aims to halt the distribution of polystyrene packaging products, food, and beverage containers, which pose significant health risks due to potential leaching of styrene, which is classified as a reasonably anticipated to be a human carcinogen. Polystyrene is not only bulky, challenging, and expensive to recycle, but also breaks down into microplastics that contaminate our environment and drinking water. With 11 states and the European Union already enacting similar bans, it is time for us to take decisive action. Additionally, the proposed ban on single-use plastic straws, cutlery, and stirring sticks is vital. These items are not recycled due to food contamination and their small size, resulting in the accumulation of single-use plastics in the solid waste stream. What I really want to emphasize in this bill is the last section, which is the requirement for the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection to submit annual reports on their strategies for implementing a circular economy. The department's resources and personnel are imperative to help our state transition to sustainable alternatives. In particular, focusing on local and regional processing infrastructure for composting, recycling, and reusing materials will result in a significant solid waste reduction, benefiting the environment and the economy. Switching gears now to House Bill 6249, I want to express my strong opposition. This is the act limiting appeals under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act. This bill creates a significant restriction on the rights of individuals to challenge environmentally harmful residential projects. The proposed radius of 100 feet is an extreme limitation, as individuals residing just beyond that 100-foot mark who may be adversely affected by environmental degradation and its consequent impacts on natural resources would be rendered powerless to voice their objections. This act has historically served to protect vital open spaces, precious natural resources, and safeguard animal habitats. Furthermore, low-income communities and communities of color would especially be negatively impacted by this bill. These communities are disproportionately overburdened by pollution and the burdens of environmental degradation compared to the rest of the state. It has made it possible, this act has made it possible for them to advocate for their neighborhoods to prevent further harm. However, the rollbacks proposed in this bill would revoke that opportunity. Therefore, I urge you to reconsider this bill and its implications for environmental protection and community well-being. Thank you for your opportunity to testify on these matters.
Nice timing there.
Thank you.
Any questions for Madison in the room? I don't see any online either. Thank you for providing your testimony for us today.
Thank you.
And good seeing you again. Next is Alan Hershkovitz.
Hello, committee members. Good afternoon. Thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you for allowing me to present to your committee today. I have submitted testimony, written testimony, and my comments this afternoon are in strong support of HB 6263. I am an environmental scientist and a resident of Ridgefield. Last year, I was asked by the Ridgefield Town Board to serve as an environmental science advisor to the town's leaf blower task force. By way of professional background, I'm the environmental science advisor to the New York Yankees. I'm the environmental science advisor to the National Basketball Association and Major League Soccer. And since I mentioned the New York Yankees, let me mention that I also helped create the environmental program for the Boston Red Sox. And I've worked at Fenway. I helped put 28 solar panels on the right field roof of Fenway. And I was asked to throw out a first pitch at Fenway, which is one of my career highlights. HB 6263 is an urgently needed public health and environmental initiative for reasons related to air pollution, noise pollution, climate change, worker and community health. As we know, science is not just another opinion. Science is certainly not a political opinion. And these technologies, especially the two-stroke engines that are used for leaf blowers and the emissions that they generate, have been widely studied, and the toxicology and the health impacts of these technologies is well known. Considering the significant environmental and health impacts, it is crucial to take action against the use of gasoline-powered leaf blowers as soon as possible, similar to regulations adopted in more than 26 states. Over 200 communities in 26 states have limited the use of gasoline powered leaf blowers. And for good reasons. The major reason is that the folks most at risk are seniors, older adults, children, people with chronic illnesses, and the workers who use them. The toxic exhaust, dangerous dust, and extreme noise generated by leaf blowers create harm to everyone, especially children and seniors. While gasoline-powered leaf blowers may seem like a mere annoyance to be endured, they are in fact a serious public health threat and a threat to the environment. When it comes to air pollution, gasoline-powered leaf blowers emit large amounts of of pollution, including fine particulate matter, PM, what we call PM, particle matter 2.5, which is respirable. It goes into the lungs, goes into the bloodstream, and of course it emits conventional air pollutants, including ground level ozone and other climate changing chemicals.
Mr. Hershkovich, your time has expired. Can you please summarize?
Okay, let me just actually emphasize the noise pollution, because the noise pollution are especially affecting children vulnerable to high levels of environmental noise. The extreme noise creates public health risks and disrupts work and learning. Children, their language acquisition, their reading comprehension, and their cognitive development are affected by the noise of leaf blowers. The World Health Organization recommends that background noise for children be limited to 35 decibels in a classroom setting and 55 decibels outdoors. These leaf blowers routinely emit over 100 decibels, and it's not as if there's only one leaf blower used by a landscaping company. As you know, I'm part of I live in a over 55 development. We wind up with half a dozen very noisy leaf blowers, polluting leaf blowers that occur every week for hours. Okay.
Why can't you go to your HOA and say, hey, HOA, we're
We did.
all
We did, and the HOA said it has to be that the action needs to be taken at the state level, which is why I'm testifying in front of you today.
You're the customer. You're the customer. Why can't you go to them and say, I don't want the company that you're contracting with to come onto the property with gas powered leaf blowers? And
Yeah, as you can imagine, you know, our homeowner development is on 2.5 acres. There's 45 units. We're not going to change the market by one homeowner association. I agree, this has to be done at state level. Over 26 states have adopted over 200 policies and limits and bans on leaf blowers. So there is precedent for this happening at the state level.
And then I have one final question before we move on to others in the room. With this two-stroke engine, could there be a filter put on the engine to filter out the
There's no example of these two-stroke engines being environmentally safe or safe from a public health perspective or from a community impact perspective. And just let you know that the major vendors of leaf blowers, the majority of the leaf blowers they're selling today are electric. So the market is making a transition, just as the market makes a transition to electric vehicles in terms of cars, just as, you know, I'm an industrial ecologist. I study material flows at production facilities. And I've been doing this for 40 years. Industry changes, technology changes, our economy is very dynamic. We are moving to more and more environmentally intelligent technologies. This is really an overdue piece of legislation in terms of public health protection.
Thank you, Mr. Hershkovich. Any questions from the room? I do see a couple online. We're going to start with Representative Gucker, then Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. A couple quick questions. One, the particulate matter that you speak of, is that the particulate matter that is generated by the burning of the two-stroke fuel, or the particulate matter of the dust that's being created by the leaf blower?
Yeah, I don't. So the answer is both. However, I'm not familiar with data that is analytically bracketed out the particles from dust versus the particles that are generated by the engine. As was mentioned by an earlier witness, neighbor, a neurosurgeon, I believe, or a neuroscientist, these two-stroke engines are very inefficient. Over a third of the over the third of the fuel is actually winds up as particles and pollution and not providing a service from the engine. So how we analytically bracket out the dust versus the emissions from the technology, I don't know of any data that's doing it, but both of them create PM2.5 particles that are respirable, and they are the most dangerous. And they have been associated with asthma, heart attacks, stroke, cardiovascular disease, early death, cancers. These are all impacts that have been studied and known associated with the emissions from these technologies.
And if I can follow up, wouldn't you also still have, I mean, I'm playing devil's advocate here. I understand both sides of this, and I'm just trying to, draw upon your expertise. Wouldn't the particulate matter from a battery operated leaf blower still emit, these particles?
Well, it would not emit the particles from the engine, but to your point, look, civilization has its costs, so, we can make incremental changes, to move in a better direction. And as a society, that's what we have been doing. Let me point out that everyone from the Boston Red Sox to the New York Yankees are looking at shifting for their lawn care equipment from gasoline, fossil fuel, gasoline powered lawn maintenance equipment to electric. It's happened throughout the EU, the European Union. It's happening around the world. And by the way, it's also happening with plastics reduction, which I'm not going to talk about right now because I want to focus on, on these leaf blower issues, because they are much more than just a nuisance. They are actually a very meaningful public health threat. And right now, the sound of leaf blowers has become the characteristic sound of Connecticut. Listening to some of the, neighbors who've been, from Greenwich and other parts of the state. And as we all know, this is, you wake up every day and, I also have to leave my home on Mondays because of the noise. I can't work at home, and my office is also in Ridgefield, so that's where I am now. And I can't work at home when those leaf blowers are happening.
Now, has there been any studies to compare the noise from a battery powered leaf blower as to a two-stroke powered leaf blower?
Yeah, the noise, I don't know the specific decibel data. There's no question that battery powered leaf blowers generate less noise. They're not silent, but they generate substantially less noise.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I do know that the industry, like you had already testified, is moving towards battery powered. I would like to think it's moreover because of environmental issues. Honestly, I think it's moreover of there's less maintenance involved because if anybody has a two-stroke engine, the carburetors, especially with the type of fuel that we have these days, are having issues. Battery powered, a little more easier to maintain. I do know going to the Hartford Flower Show, Steel, which is one of your major outdoor manufacturers of equipment, is really promoting and pushing the battery power. So I just wanted to, again, understand both, the devil's advocate as far as the particulate matter, as far as the leaf blower, and then secondly, the noise. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. There's no devil here. I would, by the way, earlier, Vincent Giordano mentioned, the state providing economic support through low-cost loans or subsidies or grants or tax exemptions for making the transition. That's what we did with high-efficiency appliances. That's what we did when we changed from the incandescent light bulb to compact fluorescence. That's what we've done with electric vehicles. I see, we do not want to penalize the landscaping companies. God bless them. They keep our communities beautiful, and they employ a lot of people. So I've got, we're not here to put people out of business. We're here to help these businesses make the transition to a 21st century ecologically constrained economy. We want them to succeed in the 21st century. This bill will actually help the lawn care companies be more competitive in the future.
Mr. Herskowitz, you have a question from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Herskowitz. Do you have any source for the the study about the noise between the different types of blowers?
Absolutely, yeah. It's been very well studied. I submitted written testimony, and I'm happy to submit, a follow-up. But if you just Google,
Okay, does it
there's
compare?
a lot of studies on that. Yes.
Does it compare the two-stroke to the four-stroke engine?
I don't know about four-stroke engines as it relates to this. So the answer is I don't know. But that's not the technology that's used by all lawn maintenance companies or whatnot. And again, I mean, it is the policy of the governor, and by the way, and the Red Sox and the Yankees, I'll just say that, to reduce their use of fossil fuels. So if you switch to a four-stroke engine, you're still using the fossil fuels, and we're trying to minimize that. Fossil fuels are so essential, so important for pharmaceutical and medicinal purposes. It's just crazy to be using them for purposes for which there are many, many alternatives, so that we could use those fuels for actually much more beneficial purposes than burning them in technologies that can be electrified.
But we get electricity from burning fossil fuels too.
Well, we get electricity from wind, solar, hydro, biomass, nuclear, and oil, yeah, and some coal. But we here in Connecticut don't get much of our electricity from fossil fuels. So actually, charging those the battery-powered leaf blowers in Connecticut would be a lot better, than using fossil fuels.
Okay. Do you know if that study compares four-stroke engines to electric with regard to emissions and with regard to sound?
I don't. And, again, forgive me for not knowing that. But if we're going to ask lawn care companies to make a transition from a two-stroke to a four-stroke, why don't we ask them to make a transition from a two-stroke to a battery? And again, the need for subsidies and support for the law, I'm second to none in wanting to maintain the employment and the economic viability of our lawn care companies. I personally benefit enormously from the beautiful landscaping that they maintain, and I don't want to get rid of that. But I do want to help them be more competitive in the future. I don't want to put people out of work, and I certainly want, and again, I live in an over 55 community, but I have to tell you, 90% of everybody is over 65 or 70, and we are really disproportionately impacted by the fumes and the noise that we experience weekly, not only when they're on our site, but when they're across the street. And these low frequency sounds go through windows, they go through noise, and they travel hundreds.
What town are you in?
I'm in Ridgefield.
Okay, have you done anything to try to get change in Ridgefield?
Yeah, our town board has created a gasoline-powered leaf blower task force. And I was asked to be one of the advisors to it. I'm not on the task force, but I have submitted, my scientific information, the research that I've done. But yes, our town is very concerned about it.
Okay, so if the town of Ridgefield changes their policies, why does everybody else in the state have to change theirs?
Well, first of all, because it would be a good thing to do, but also the town of Ridgefield by itself cannot change the market. Okay, obviously there's an economy of scale. It would be better for the lawn care companies to have the regulation harmonized statewide rather than them having to deal with one law by one homeowners association, one law by one town. I mean, basically what we're trying to make the transition easier for lawn care companies. So it's a question of funding and money. I'm sorry.
Don't you think the lawn companies can make their own decisions? Why do you have to make the decisions for them?
Well, they've already they're not making the change. I mean, the market has its benefits, but the market also has its limits and gaps. That's what government is for. And I'm not giving you a civics lesson here. Government tries to correct market failures. Right now, there's a market failure as it concerns the public health impacts for lawn care companies. They have embedded assets that are obsolete, and those embedded assets need to make a transition. So it's not a question of public health science. We know the science, we know the environmental issues, we know the health and the public health issues. We know it related to children and seniors. It's really a question of how do we help the lawn companies make this essential transition? It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Perhaps in Ridgefield, most of the people who use leaf blowers are lawn care companies. Where I am, it's mostly individuals. I have a leaf blower. I use it myself. I don't have a lawn care company.
Yeah.
So you would be forcing, well, this bill would be forcing me to change. There's nobody who's complaining about my leaf blower. Why do I need to change?
Well, I don't know if people are complaining about your leaf blower or not, but basically there is a public interest in all of us reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, okay? I mean, this is an effort to help alleviate human suffering. There's nothing more meaningful than trying to alleviate human suffering. That's what we're trying to do. There's going to be, obviously when you're doing something statewide, there's quote winners and quote losers. In the big picture, our children, our grandchildren, our seniors, our neighbors are all going to benefit by this transition. If you need financial support to make that transition from your personal leaf blower to an electric one, I am 100% supportive that you get a tax deduction or some kind of incentive to do that, because remember, we all share the atmosphere. We all breathe the same air. So the leaf blower pollution that you're generating actually is not limited by your property
Mr.
boundary.
Herskovich, are we good?
All right, well, thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Dubitsky, are we
Chairman.
good?
Yeah, Mr. Dubitsky, thank you for your work. Really appreciate your work, and I really appreciate your questions.
Seeing no other hands raised, we're going to move on, and thanks for your testimony, Mr. Herskovich.
Yep.
Next is Diane Laura Sella, who I do not see online, so we're going to move on to Paul Larson.
Some show and tell items here today.
And Tracy.
And I also brought Tracy McDougall, our executive director, as
So
well.
you guys are testifying together. It's okay.
Yes,
So
please.
Well,
Yeah,
it's better than testifying last, Tracy.
Tracy has a very, very high number, so she's yielding that time in deference to your time this afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Paul Larson. I'm president of Connecticut Farm Bureau and a farmer in Northeast Connecticut. The first bill I want to speak to is Bill 6241 regarding the agricultural industry in Connecticut. I'll begin by saying this bill is long overdue in our state. At least 36 other states have implemented similar statutes to provide farmers who engage in agritourism with some level of protection from frivolous but very expensive lawsuits. Agritourism is an important facet of many of our family farms in Connecticut. Farmers have realized they can't just grow a product or a crop and sell it wholesale and generate enough revenue to sustain their business. So many of our farmers have gone to a model of agritourism of some form, where they're inviting the public onto their farm property for picking pumpkins, for corn mazes, and so forth, apple picking, and just the list goes on. And that's an effort to get consumers onto their property, which also was mentioned earlier in another person's testimony. It's a great way to get the consumer onto the farm to help them understand where their food comes from. That understanding is unfortunately lacking in many of our consumers today. So on-farm agritourism is a great way to do that. There are elements, however, of a typical farm operation that create inherent risks to those involved. And some examples come to mind are the ground conditions, where participants may find themselves on uneven or slippery surfaces. If farm animals are present in the agritourism activity, there are risks inherent with even the most friendly farm animal, not to mention the inevitable presence of animal manure on the ground or other surfaces. A wagon ride to a corn maze or out to pick apples might be unexpectedly bumpy. These are all largely unavoidable conditions that exist on most farms. We all understand that a farmer must do his or her best to recognize potential dangers and do whatever is necessary to minimize the risk of injury to an agritourism participant. After all, we want them to have a great time and to come back again and to bring their relatives. The bill does not protect a farmer from negligence or inaction regarding known risks, and that's an important concept. What it does do is it puts the participant on notice that they need to be aware of these types of inherent risks and act accordingly. The display of required signage at points of entry to the farm activity will clearly warn participants, and I believe will go a long way to help reduce the prevalence of lawsuits against our farmers. So I ask for your support on this bill. The next bill I want to talk about is 6229, the bill regarding single-use plastics. Now, at first, we didn't think this was necessary to even testify on this, but after reading it more, I realized it would be good to clarify this. So first, let me say that I applaud the legislators' efforts to address the issue of single-use plastics, particularly polystyrene. In our state's waste stream, it's ubiquitous. You don't have to walk very far down any road in our state to witness the abundance of food and beverage containers that have been thoughtlessly discarded, not to mention the high percentage of these products in our solid waste stream. While I believe that the focus of this proposal is the reduction and perhaps eventual ban of single-use plastics food and beverage containers, I'm concerned that this legislation may be interpreted to include the polystyrene products that are used in several agricultural applications. For example, polystyrene is an important component in the containers that are widely used in greenhouses and nurseries throughout the country. Many pots and trays used in horticulture are made of polyethylene, and many nurseries have a recycling or reuse program in place. But an example of the polystyrene are the cell packs that are used to grow young plants for consumers. There's also some alternatives out there right now, but they are not cost effective and they are not durable enough to be used in production agriculture.
Paul, can you wrap it up?
Sure, gladly, thank you. Another form of polystyrene is the styrofoam products. While it's not widely used, but in some horticultural uses, such as floating hydroponic systems, the styrofoam blocks are an important aspect of that. And they're durable, they're reusable. So even when they do finally get discarded, they've been used many times. So for the uses that we have in agriculture, I would ask for an exemption for agricultural use in this bill. I understand the overall concept of it. It's very noble and we support that, but we would be asking for an agricultural exemption so that our producers can continue to use these products that are a fairly small percentage of the overall polystyrene use in our state.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the testimony. Paul, I just had one follow-up question
Sure.
on 6241. You're good with the language as it reads now, even with the negligent piece in there? Because we worked on this for some time before having the public hearing today. So,
well, thank you for that question, Representative Gresco. I believe my understanding is that the current version that's out there does not have that word negligence in that paragraph. I could very well be mistaken. If I am, I apologize. But I believe that was part of the give and take with other stakeholders involved. So my understanding was that was taken out.
yeah.
And, if it's left in, we are fully supportive of either version.
Okay.
Because having it in there gives us, I think, a stronger position. But I'm not sure if that was what was kind of negotiated.
No, that's where we are.
Okay, then that would be wonderful. I fully endorse that. And yeah.
Any other questions in the room? Online, we have Representative Gucker, followed by Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Something kind of popped in my head as you were talking about the negligence thing. In a former life, I used to be an active skier. Could agricultural industries do something like what is done at ski resorts to where, once you put on that lift ticket, you're pretty much absolving and understanding of what the risks and dangers may be when you are, navigating, one of these farm stands or one of these family farms?
Yeah, well, thank you. That's an excellent point, because that's a very good example of where that type of understanding between the participant and the provider of the activity currently exists. As I said, at least 36 other states have a program like this in place. The question was raised by Representative Dubitsky earlier to one of the testifiers here regarding the signage. Many of the states, I've had the opportunity through American Farm Bureau to travel to several of other states in the country. And when we've gone on tours to farming operations, we see at many of them, the vast majority of them, if they have the public on the property in any way, shape, or form, there'll be a sign. It might be 3 feet by 4 feet. It's very visible. and the letters have to be like a minimum of an inch tall or something like that. And it refers to the state statute that exists in that state, and it explains how there's some inherent risks involved in farming activities and farm properties, and that the participant is assuming all risks involved. There's, our goal at Connecticut Farm Bureau, because it's not specifically specified in the bill what that sign has to say. Our goal at Connecticut Farm Bureau is to develop appropriate language, to have signs made, and to have them available to our farm members for purchase. I mean, we can't do it for free, but we're going to be able to have something so they don't have to do it in-house or hire a printing company to do it. Because those examples exist, they're out there. And when I go to other state operations in other states, I see those signs that are clearly posted. And my understanding from talking to many individuals from other states is that they have had a marked decrease in the number of those kind of minor, frivolous, pain in the neck lawsuits, but they end up costing the farmer $5,000 or whatever, just to even contest it.
Thank you.
And if I could follow up, Mr. Chair, no, that's good to hear. And I think, we could learn something from the local ski resorts. And I would normally assume that if you were going to go on to, something as rural as this, there are going to be inherent risks, but I do understand the frivolous lawsuit part. The polystyrene issue, I have been a long advocate of, the ban on polystyrene, but I think the area where I was looking more at it is the single-use containers, not so much the stuff that you see that businesses rely on. I mean, if you want to be technical, anytime we do construction, we have polystyrene boards that may go under products such as Stowe and other types of coatings for buildings. I can also understand that with seeing what you use in the agricultural field as far as polystyrene being used as flotation or also water absorption and others. So I would entertain and would like to know more about the stuff that is used, the polystyrenes that are used multiple times, because really if these farms are using polystyrene products, it's not a single-use polystyrene, but it's actually they're using them multiple times. And I would entertain an idea of allowing those products to go forward because they do work many times over, but still maintain that polystyrene ban on those single-use containers, etc. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Guckert. I would anticipate a question about signage from Representative Davitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple. I will get to a question about signage, but first I wanted to ask about the definition of agricultural production. What's your feeling about essentially having yet another definition of agriculture in the statutes, as opposed to referencing something that's already there?
I apologize. I'm not really sure I understand which definition you're referring to, Representative.
In 6241, starting on line 3, there's a definition of agricultural production which goes for 10 lines. It's fairly broad, but it is a new definition. And then there's a separate new definition of farm, which is different from any definition of farm that I've seen in state statute to date. What's your feeling about creating two new definitions with regard to agriculture and farm?
That's a great point, and I did mean to bring that up earlier, so I'm glad you caught that. Yeah, Connecticut Farm Bureau is fully comfortable with the existing state statute and that defines agriculture 1-1Q or whatever it is. I forget the.
You got it right.
Okay, that is pretty well understood. It stood this test of time, certainly. It's comprehensive. It involves all the aspects of the very diverse agriculture that we have in Connecticut. So, yeah, our position would be that we would like to, you know, land on the existing statute that defines agriculture and farms. That those two paragraphs, in my opinion, are just not necessary. And if anything, they just confuse the issue.
Thank you. Now, with regard to signs, I know that Farm Bureau sells those signs that says this is a farm, you know, it has inherent risks or whatever they say. I always encourage people to buy them to support the Farm Bureau, but I have yet to see any court case where a sign made any significant difference with regard to assumption of the risk or liability. Have you ever seen one where a sign made any difference?
Well, here's what I can tell you. And what you're referring to, I believe, is the equine liability laws that was passed several years ago. So this would be basically an expansion of that. It would provide protection, liability protection for farmers in other than equine activities. I cannot personally cite any examples here in Connecticut where that law has, you know, eliminated the possibility of a lawsuit that may have been initiated. I can say that from my conversation with the president of Ohio Farm Bureau, and as well as Pennsylvania Farm Bureau, I'm more familiar with those two folks as well as what's going on in their state. That their feeling was that when they did pass this law, that their members saw a, you know, it's not like, because these lawsuits don't happen every day, fortunately, but they did see over time a reduction in, you know, if someone fell and got seriously hurt, they're going to probably go ahead with a lawsuit anyway. But what it did do is it eliminated some of those, I will say minor, the slip and falls and someone who tripped on something or whatever. And those types of smaller and often frivolous lawsuits were reduced. There was definitely a reduction that they saw among their members that had this liability protection.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would just caution against relying on the laws of other states with regard to assumption of the risk and liability, because Connecticut is very different. Some states, you know, I don't mean to get into the weeds, but some states are what's called sign states and some are not. We are not a sign state. So other than this, I don't know where there would be a sign that would do anything. All right. All right. Well, I will certainly work on this, and I will certainly touch base with you and with the other stakeholders. I agree with you that having these definitions is does more harm than good, and that perhaps we should refer to existing definitions as opposed to creating new ones. I very much. The other thing is with regard to agricultural production as opposed to agriculture. Under this, it would a farm would essentially be limited to agricultural production facilities, and there's an acreage requirement. What are your feelings on those?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, it specifies that it involves farms of greater than 10 acres, but if it's less than 10 acres, it can still be included in the provisions of this statute as long as it has $2,500 worth of annual sales. So down to, I think, 1 acre. I think that would be sufficient. That would cover, you know, because there certainly are many agritourism farms that have some kind of agritourism component that are less than 10 acres. But I think by having that extra language in there that mentions that as long as they have the $2,500 in sales, then they are then protected by this. That should be adequate.
Okay, but what about a startup farmer? You start a farm and before you raise $2,500, somebody gets hurt. You're
Yeah.
not covered.
A valid point. Unless we had an additional line in there that said that, in cases of a startup operation,
That's why that my suggestion will be that we just reference 1-1Q and be done with it.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your coming in, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Dubitzky. Seeing no other comments, who? Representative D'Amico?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I had a question for Tracy, actually. And you might have talked about this earlier because I popped in after you had already started testifying. So did you discuss Bill number 1497, an act concerning programming of the Department of Agriculture? There's, by the look on your face, I suspect you did not. So I just had a question about the last part of that bill, which talks about the hours of
service. Hours of service.
Hours of service for transporting agricultural products. So I'm just a little bit confused. So it's in your testimony, Tracy, it says that this legislation is passed in other states and it's supported in the federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration regulations.
Yeah.
So if we were to pass this bill and this were to become law, we wouldn't be conflicting with any other state or federal regulations?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So this hours of service, where is this in law, and how do we get around this law, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I mean, I can give you the broad overview, which is when you're a commercial truck driver, you have to adhere to certain rules of how long you can be driving and brakes and all that kind of stuff. So with this, it would allow an exemption for agriculture, where you're allowed to drive for longer periods of time. It just accommodates the need for delivery of agricultural products that might be time limited. Like if you've got, I don't know, a big truck of hanging baskets and you got to get them there, and it's only within the state of Connecticut.
Okay.
So it's not like we're sending people to Maine and
Okay.
saying,
But yeah, again, I'm sure the lawyers will work this all out, but that's not the way I read it. It looks like the last line of the bill just makes it kind of a carte blanche. It doesn't say anything about 150-mile radius or anything like that. If I'm reading the bill right, it just carte blanche. This doesn't apply to agriculture anymore, is the way I read it.
Okay, I have to look at it again then.
Right, but other states have done this?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
And there's no safety problems as a result?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Thank you, Paul, and Tracy for your testimony. Next, we have Bree Deatley, followed by Sam Donowski.
Thank you, Chair Gresco, members of the committee. My name is Bree Deatley. I'm principal at Breezeway Consulting in Somerville, Massachusetts. And I'm here today in support of Senate Bill 1115 regarding cross-border redemption of beverage deposit containers. I'm representing the American Beverage Association, which is the trade association that represents the manufacturers and distributors of non-alcoholic beverages in the U.S. and in particular our members in Connecticut, where we employ roughly 3,000 Connecticut residents in our industry. We are broadly in support of Senate Bill 1115. We believe and will support anything that will advance the integrity and enforcement of the bottle bill. As was referenced earlier today by Rep. O'Day, the dramatic changes to the bottle bill that were passed through the expansion and the increase of the deposit in 10 cents compounded the fraud problem that already exists, and we saw that train coming, and it is here. So I want to address some of the issues around fraud and perhaps broaden consideration of fraud beyond just thinking about fraudulent returns of containers to fraudulent sales of containers. Obviously, by virtue of sharing a border with Rhode Island, we have a contact with a state that has no deposit whatsoever. So there's a 10-cent advantage to returning containers here. We also have proximate distance to New Jersey and Pennsylvania where there are no deposits, as well as a 5-cent differential with New York and Massachusetts, not only with regard to to products that have deposits, but New York and Massachusetts don't have deposits on as many products as Connecticut does. So Connecticut really has set itself up as the #1 destination for cross-border fraud in New England and in this region. We found from the data that the DEEP reports a 53% increase in the third quarter last year over the previous quarter for the number of containers that were coming back. There's a massive amount of activity, fraudulent activity that's coming across the borders on a regular basis. A 53-foot trailer truck full of empty cans is worth roughly $150,000. There's a lot of money to be made in fraudulent returns when you can throw a few bags in a pickup truck and make a couple $100. So we are also concerned, however, with that price differential and the impact it has on sales. The state's data also showed that in the third quarter of 2024, statewide sales of deposit containers were down 10% compared to the previous year quarter. Now, there's no data that suggests that's a pattern that exists anywhere else in the country. So we're clearly exporting sales outside of Connecticut to other states. And so when we talk about the provisions that need to be addressed in this bill, which include stricter restrictions on fraud of empty containers, it also needs to address filled containers. So in my written testimony, we've provided some examples of some amendments we'd like to see to the bill. We'd like to strengthen the language with regard to refusal of containers that come from outside the state, especially those where there's good reason to know the container came from outside the state. We'd also like to suggest, and I've included language in my testimony, to encourage that cross-border or transshipment of filled containers, that is, the sale of containers from outside the state, also be made illegal, which the state recently made true for empty containers. We should also make transshipment of filled containers illegal as it is in New York today.
Can
I'll
you
wrap.
summarize, please? The time is.
Yep, I'll wrap up by saying that, despite all of these potential fixes that are included in this bill, we share the concerns that were raised earlier today in talking to DEEP, and that is there's a fundamental lack of resources to address this. No matter what we put in statute, there needs to be somebody there to enforce these laws and provisions. So thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Bree. Good seeing you again. Any questions from the room? I don't see any online. You have sure, Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bree, thank you as always for coming to testify on this and other issues. So I didn't get a chance to read your testimony yet. I listened to you just now, but I'll study your testimony a little more carefully. But I just wanted to, I heard you say that you support 1115, but that kind of puts you at odds with several other people who submitted testimony, none of whom seem to support 1115. And they talk about state-specific barcodes as being the way to solve this problem. And I'll just quote from one of them, rather than bogging down stakeholders with bureaucratic oversight. So is 1115 a little too bureaucratic? Wouldn't a state-specific barcode be a better solution?
It would be a wonderful solution if it were constitutional, but 2 federal courts have struck down the provisions for state-specific barcode in the Southern District of New York and in the Southern District of Michigan. It's restraint of trade, and it can't be done. It's a violation of the Constitution's Commerce Clause. So that is not, it is neither a practical solution, and I can get into the logistics of why that's true, nor is it a legal or constitutional solution.
Well, would you care to speak to the criticism that what's currently in Bill 1115 is too bureaucratic and burdensome?
Well, with all due respect, the legislature set that system up without there being any provision to control that. Now, as an industry, we proposed a producer or distributor-led organization that would at least have access to the data and the administrative authority to oversee and identify fraud, which it could then refer to the state, the Attorney General, to DEEP, to whatever agency was appropriate to bring about some enforcement. But there is no universal answer to this problem. It is common across all deposit jurisdictions. People have sought various solutions, and it's simply not practical to assume that companies that are selling, several hundred companies that are selling thousands of products will manufacture, produce, package, and distribute materials that only can be sold in a state like Connecticut, and then do the same thing for the neighboring states. That's just not going to happen. So this is inherently a problem that's created by virtue of these laws with different values and coverage across state lines. But having sort of nothing, having no net, even if the net has holes, having no net between the states, which is essentially the situation we're in right now, especially where DEEP has no resources to do any enforcement, is really not much of a solution either.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative D'Amico. Next is Senator oh, well, did you change your mind, Senator Cohen? I guess you did. Then
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative D'Amico covered some of what I wanted to cover. Good to see you, Bree.
Thanks,
When we passed this bill, we tried desperately to come up with a cross-border protection. And I remember, we wanted special demarcations by the manufacturing industry to help us with that at the time. And there was a tremendous amount of pushback. I hear what you're saying about it being unconstitutional, but it does seem to be the best solution to have some sort of special, whether it be a sticker or a unique barcode for the state of Connecticut, that would be a real solution to this problem. Outside of that, I think potentially folks presenting their license at the time of redemption and some of the components of the bill before us may be potential protections that could be put into place. But I did want to reiterate that I remain hopeful that we can come up with a solution together with the bottling industry.
Thank you, Senator Cohen. Next is Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Bree, for your testimony. We predicted this problem, we created this problem, and I do appreciate the good senators. We're trying to fix it. We should have done this sooner. I particularly do like the idea of, if you bring in 1,200 or more bottles and cans, that you show ID and you register, or at least fill out a form. I have no sympathy. I heard earlier somebody coming from New York with a big truck and taking up. I've tried to redeem, and there's lines, and that was always my problem. So I mean, I know, Bree, you kind of ran out of time, but are there any other ideas you have besides what's in 115? I'm reading the controlling fraud, additional suggestions on the cross, not only the empty containers, but also the transshipment. How would that help?
It doesn't help on the redemption fraud side of things. It only helps in terms of bringing business back to Connecticut stores and Connecticut distributors, to the extent they're exporting those sales right now. Which so it's a solution to a different problem, if you will. That's a little less visible because we don't see that. But the companies, especially the companies with territories that are strictly along borders. Some of the beer wholesalers in particular, and also some of our bottlers who have border territories, see it really distinctly. They're really losing business along the border, and they're losing it across the border to somebody else. But with regard to the fraudulent redemption side of things, Representative, it is unfortunately a portfolio approach here. You need kind of a combination of you need the right kind of indications on containers, but you can put stickers and codes and electronic thingy-doos on containers all you want, but if the container is going to be looked at by an individual and it's going to be manually redeemed, It isn't going to do any good. So to the extent that it goes to a facility where it's not run through some kind of a scanner, it doesn't matter what's on there. It's going to be up to the individual to look at the can or the container and make that determination. So it's really hard to sort of have an airtight system for this. And at this juncture, sort of no one's in charge. And if you look at how the system is set up, it's pretty much in everyone's interest, except for the distributor, to count as big a number of as many things as possible through the system, because that's how you make money. If you want your 13.5 cents in handling fee and refund, the best way to do that is to shove as much through the system as you possibly can. And a lot of the redemption centers do great jobs of trying to screen stuff out. I've seen even some manual centers do great jobs of doing that, but that's not true everywhere. And unfortunately, we have to sort of manage to the lowest common denominator there.
Unfortunately, legislatively, that's what we tend to do, and it's unfortunate. But I greatly appreciate your testimony, and if anything else comes to mind that we can add or change on 1115, please let us know. We got to do something. We should have done it before, and I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank Representative O'Day. Next is Representative Gucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I had asked this earlier in an earlier statement, I think, to Deep, which was dealing with the bottle redemptions. I remember, and I'm old enough to remember when we first started the bottle bill back in the early 80s. And I do know, me living literally 4.5 miles from the New York line, that there was cans and labels put on these various packages that said, Connecticut, Michigan, whatever was on there. So how did it become unconstitutional to do that when we used to do that? I mean, I know you can't charge different rates for different states, but at the same time, this was a way of IDing much of what what was coming across.
Right. So let me distinguish between what we call the indicia, which are the initials of the states, or the CTRV in Connecticut's example, or where you see Michigan 10 cents etched in the lid of a can, or printed on the label of a bottle. That's an indication that the container has a redemption value in a different state. And there's no prohibition against listing multiple states on the labels. That's a nod to the practicality of national and regional distribution, so that you can manufacture a container that can be sold in multiple jurisdictions. So when there was no deposit in Massachusetts and New York, there was no MA or NY that appeared anywhere on those containers, nor was there any infrastructure to take containers back in those jurisdictions. So what you were seeing was simply the printing or incising of that information on that container. Now, if you were then moving to saying each state that has a deposit has to have a unique indicia or a unique code that makes it only possible to redeem in that state, that's what has been deemed unconstitutional. New York in 2009, at the same time, Connecticut expanded its bottle bill to include water and to seize the unclaimed deposits from the distributors to put into the general fund. New York State did the same thing, and they attempted to mandate a UPC code, a barcode, on New York containers so that only those containers could be sold in New York. And that's what the Southern District struck down. There was a different indicia or marking attempt to be used in Michigan, and the district court in Michigan struck that down. So that was an attempt to limit the sale of a container to just one state, and that's what was deemed unconstitutional.
What I will say, and what I do remember, and I probably could find one, is yes, back in those days, the surrounding states or Connecticut, it was a 5-cent deposit, but we used to kind of joke that it also would say Michigan 10 cents. So whoever was redeeming it said, well, we're obviously not in Michigan, so this is going to be the 10 cents. So I understand the plight. I do represent a border town. I do work with a lot of local distributors, but I do think there is a way that we need to fix how we can ID these bottles and cans. I mean, I'm so old that we used to have to actually rinse out the cans and put them on a wood table and have them literally count them out. And as the guy would go through and inspect every bottle and can, we didn't have the machines we do now. I do know the majority of people that would be doing this, do go to these barcoding machines and just, run them through the scanners. So
Yeah.
I would look forward to, finding an answer to this. I still think that there has got to be a way that we can, somehow legally ID these bottles and cans, and move on. I don't think the answer is reducing the deposit, because that kind of what we have seen is.
Thank you,
with-
Representative Gucker. We're going to have to move on.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yet. Thank you. Thank you, Bree. Good seeing you again. I appreciate your testimony.
Thanks, Chair Gresco. Bye.
Next, we're going to move on to Sam Danowski.
Thank you, Representative Gresco, and good afternoon, co-chairs Lopes and Parker and members of the committee. My name is Sam Danowski, and I'm the State Director of Sierra Club's Connecticut chapter. On behalf of our more than 30,000 members and supporters in Connecticut, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. We will be submitting testimony in support of House Bill 6263, leaf blowers, House Bill 6229, reducing single-use plastics, House Bill 7174, concerning riparian buffers, Senate Bill 1494, PFAS testing, and in opposition to House Bill 6249. But I'll use my time here before you to highlight just two of these bills, starting with House Bill 6263. This bill requires the Connecticut Department of Administrative Services to plan for state operations to phase out handheld or backpack-style gas-powered leaf blowers beginning in 2027, and requires municipalities to do the same for municipal operations, and it would end the sale of handheld or backpack-style leaf blowers on January 1, 2029. We've heard from many people today that the problems with gas-powered leaf blowers are numerous. The air pollution, gas spillage, noise, all of these impact the health of human beings, of wildlife, and of our planet. Electric leaf blowers are widely available. They don't require any gas to run, so lower overall cost of ownership. And in sum, we think this is a good bill and urge your support. Moving on to House Bill 7174, we support the bill, and I want to speak about our support for Section 14, which will impose a 5% surcharge on insurance policies for fossil fuel infrastructure such as oil refineries, gas pipelines, and dirty power plants. And that surcharge will be used to address resiliency. We've been working with insurance companies over 4 or 5 years, and have issued a report I'm happy to include with our testimony that insurance companies continue to insure risky new fossil fuel projects, even as they themselves are racking up the bills for damage from climate change driven events. And all too often, individuals and communities are left to pay when insurers pay out too little or simply walk away from communities. And this bill would through insurance companies, make polluters causing the damage pay for their share of it. And we urge you to support 7174 and particularly this provision. And I thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you so much, Samantha. Thanks for being here and for all the work that you do. We appreciate it. I don't see any comments or questions from my colleagues, so well, thank you for being here today.
Thank you as well.
And we know you'll keep in touch. Next up on our list is number 39, Elizabeth Dempsey.
Hi there. Thank you, members of the Environment. Thank you, members of the Environment Committee. I'd like to speak today about HB 6263, gas leaf blowers. My name is Elizabeth Dempsey, and I'm co-chair of Quiet Yards Greenwich, a group of hundreds of residents who've demanded relief from gas blowers. I thought it might be helpful to understand why our community passed similar measures and what we found in our 3-year process. You should know that Connecticut residents want change. In fact, we did a survey of residents to start out our process that showed that 89.5% wanted action to be taken to craft a solution that would work for all stakeholders. We did an exhaustive review of the blower industry. We looked at business costs and profits, medical science, interviewed local gas and all electric landscapers, and compared blower specifications for cost, power, decibels, and emissions. All this and the references and citations are on our website, and we would be happy to answer any questions as to decibels, engine types, including four-stroke engines, and how they compare. So what do we find? First, there is tremendous precedence for this bill. 2 entire states have passed laws phasing them out. In addition, hundreds of municipalities across the country, including 29 towns that are adjacent to my town, have passed similar limits, some who've had them for over a decade without unintended consequences and largely positive results. Second, our residents were concerned about air quality, but didn't realize how pervasive it was. You've already heard about the unique toxicity to these emissions, but it's the path of these emissions and the noise that is the problem, is part of the problem. The emissions from one blower can impact entire neighborhoods, whether you live in the country or in a dense area. These particulates are aerosolized and can hang in the breeze for up to a week, after which they fall and coat the very ground where families gather and children and pets play. So if you have a gas blower going in your yard or not, you don't have a choice about breathing these emissions and listening to the ear-shattering noise. A recent review, third, we found that electric blowers are up to the task. In fact, they matched or exceed the blowing power of gas blowers, including 2-stroke and the less powered 4-stroke engines. All electric landscapers use them year-round in dry weather or wet weather, blowing piles of heavy wet leaves for large estates of 10 acres and more to small lots, and customer bills did not increase. Fourth, and more importantly, we wanted to make sure that we were protecting our hardworking landscaping businesses. Luckily, landscapers profit from using electric blowers. With a 50% return on investment, electric blowers pay for themselves within 1 to 2 years. We have testimony from many landscapers we can share specifically about thousands of dollars that have been saved and their yearly increases in profits. Fifth, the second-hand smoke analogy. The Connecticut Lung Association ranks my county's air quality as the most polluted county in the eastern half of the United States and the 25th most polluted in the United States. Our residents value private property rights and the air they breathe in their yards and homes. It's like secondhand smoke. We have a right to a clean and
Ms.
healthy
Dempsey, your time is up. Would you please conclude? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Lastly, I just wanted to point out that, your committee and the Transportation Committee have worked hard to look at how to control emissions and hasn't been as successful yet in reaching our Connecticut's goals. You could look at a study that was done that would take in Fairfield County alone using EPA data. If you eliminated gas blowers just in our county, you would take off 1.1 million cars driving 10,500 miles each. This is a really significant issue. It's not just about whiny complaints about noise. It's a serious opportunity for Connecticut to improve the health of landscapers and to look at a way to start to reduce our emissions and improve our health. Thanks very much for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll look around the room. Just will remind folks, as our good colleague shared, we're at number 39 on our list, just over a third of the way through, and we're over 6 hours in. So I'm going to try to keep things moving along as we can. Questions, comments? Rep. Arseno.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Elizabeth, for coming today and giving your testimony. And I am also a member of the local council, city council, or RTM, as we call it. And last year we passed ordinance limiting the use of gas blowers. After the first year, could you give us your perspective from the point of view of the landscapers and the residential users on the use of electric blowers? And if you can elaborate also, a follow-up question a little bit more. We heard several testimonies on decibels and four-stroke engines, and I know that we know that you had studied the subject at depth. So those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Rep. Arzania, for that question. Yeah, it's been a success. We're only 1 year in, and we're starting our second year this coming year. But we were overwhelmed at the degree to which landscapers adopted the blowers. Many of them already did because they were operating next door in Westchester County, where they already had to use gas blowers for the last number of years because those communities have already banned them. So for many, it wasn't an issue at all. And because of the prices have come down and the machines have become more powerful, it wasn't hard. Remember also that the replacement timeframe when you're looking at this bill for any gas blower is about 2 years. So there's 2 to 4 years depending on how they maintain it and how much it's used. And so replacing it with the inexpensive electric that have now become incredibly powerful was not that difficult. Of course, definitely there were some vocal landscapers who have not been happy about the change because they don't want to make a change to their routine. And we definitely understand that, but it's actually worked out surprisingly well. And this year fines will kick in and it should work out well. The majority of the response has been incredible gratitude from people reaching out, just saying that their lives have been transformed. Their ability to work from home, their ability to enjoy their yards. We all pay dearly for our properties in Connecticut and high taxes, and we want to enjoy the yards and the beauty and be in our homes safely without having negative implications. Regarding decibels, it's a huge difference. The question that was asked earlier was the difference between electric and gas blowers. And generally, the top level stat is that electric are about 50% quieter because they take, I won't bore you with the weeds, but it's a different sound quality. It is a high frequency noise versus a low frequency noise. So it's very much quieter than gas because it does not cross over property lines the way the decibels are. And we have studies, by the way, which we can show you that literally map that out for you. And then secondly, regarding the excellent question on four-stroke engines. Well, the majority of landscapers do not use four-stroke for several reasons. One, they're heavier. They do not have as much power and output. And they tend to be more expensive because not as many are being produced. Yet, despite that, there's significant numbers about the pollution and particulate matter that come out of them. So it's really, unfortunately, not a great option where electric is far superior. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will be brief. So Ms. Dempsey, thank you for coming to testify. I'm just curious. It sounds like you've really done your homework, you and your group, which is good. Did your homework extend to? You mentioned something about transportation. Did your homework extend, or did your research extend to the noise emitted by motor vehicles that have these aftermarket devices designed to amplify their sound?
Oh, no, we did not research. I was referring to transportation in terms of our goals in Connecticut and to reduce transportation emissions. And because we had a study that related to taking cars off the road. So no, we did not look at the type of product that you just mentioned that amplifies noise, but we do have a fairly good understanding of decibels. So I'm not sure if I fully understand your question, but
You do. And the reason I bring it up is because there's a piece of testimony on this bill, 6263, having to do with leaf blowers that suggests that we should extend this potential ban to these aftermarket devices that people put on their motor vehicles. So just wondering.
Actually, right. Actually, well, I personally would vote for that. I didn't see that testimony, but it's amazing. I live across from Greenwich High School, and so some of the students have souped up their cars. The interesting thing for the Environment Committee is sound is a form of pollution, and the EPA has recognized that many, many years ago. And it hasn't really been fully developed, but there are communities that are really waking up to this. And I will say that that particular type of product, as well as leaf blowers generally, are far exceed the EPA standards and the standards for health, even Connecticut standards for health. So, and it's shockingly, I was surprised as a layperson to understand the impact that loud noise has. I'm not here to really discuss that today, but it is a huge impact on our health. What people forget is that we've all become so used to these gas-powered leaf blowers and the shrieking decibels that it's cumulative noise that damages your ears. And we haven't also mentioned the impact on the workers. So while I understand that people are concerned about their businesses and their profits, it's an uneducated workforce and public that is really taking the externalities on that. But I would vote for that particular product to be included if possible.
So would I. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Representative. Thank you, ma'am, for your responses. Seeing no further questions, thanks for being here. Have a great rest of your day. Next up on our list is number 40, Caroline Grist. I don't believe I see Caroline, so we'll move on to number 41, Chris Kuhn. Chris, I see you're online. Are you there and able to come off mute?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Take it away.
Okay. Can you see me?
We can't, but
start my video. Yes, here I am.
don't worry about it if not. Oh, there you are. Hey, nice to see you.
Yeah.
All right, please
Thank
take it
you.
away.
Esteemed members of the committee, I am here in strong support for House Bill 6229 and to highlight for you our positive experience on the local level with a 2020 ban on polystyrene and other plastics. My name is Chris Kuhn. I reside in Groton and represent Groton Conservation Advocates, a local volunteer organization with a mission to protect our environment, human health, and wildlife. Groton is one of 6 towns in Connecticut that have a polystyrene ban. Ours includes items for prepared foods and beverages, cups, bowls, plates, takeout clamshells, as well as polystyrene trays in our schools. We also banned plastic straws and stirrers. Groton's experience since institution of the ban 5 years ago has been both uncontroversial and remarkably favorable. Local businesses successfully located alternative food and beverage containers, and takeout polystyrene clamshells mostly vanished. A big feature of Groton's polystyrene ban is its benefit for the 4,700 students in our school system. According to Groton Town Public Schools Director of Food Services, Ernie Koschmider, the program has been highly successful. Polystyrene trays are gone, initially replaced by single-use fiber trays, and then, beginning last year, 2024, by reusable 5-compartment plastic trays. Initial outlay for the 5,000 trays was $12,900 at $2.58 per tray in last year's budget. Each day, an estimated 3,500 to 4,000 trays are used, and so far the trays are holding up well. Loss of trays since initial purchase is considered minimal, and I need to spotlight this because there's a critical typo which overstated the amount of loss. It was 150 of 5,000 trays, which is 3%. Mr. Koschmider acknowledged that the use of reusable trays initially was labor intensive, but the extra effort has decreased over time with the development of more efficient procedures. At this point, he said, they are not much more work. One of his key observations, trays provide a higher quality meal experience. For comparison, at the time of Groton's 2020 polystyrene ban, there were about 4,400 students in the system. Over the previous year, a reported 433,000 plus polystyrene trays costing 3 cents per tray were used at a calculated cost of about $13,000. We know that plastic contamination is a growing disaster for humans, wildlife, and the environment. Polystyrene contains styrene, a potential human carcinogen, which is important, especially for the students eating off trays, which leaches into food and beverages, especially when heated or in contact with acidic substances. This exposure
Your time
increases.
is up. Would you please summarize? Thank you.
Yes. Groton has made some important inroads into addressing our single-use plastic problems. We have benefited from the protection of a ban that was enabled by our local leadership, including Representative Andre Baumgartner when he served on our town council. But all Connecticut residents, especially our youth, deserve such legislative protection. All Connecticut students deserve to partake of meals in their school cafeterias without toxic exposure to polystyrene. HB 6229 offers the promise of this protection, and we urge you to support it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And we thank Rep. Bob Garner for his work on this issue. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for joining us tonight and for your work.
Thank
Have
you.
a great rest of your evening. Next up on our list is number 42, Bhargav Patel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Take it away.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I really appreciate for having me here. I will be quick. I'm from Manchester. I have been recycling. I've been owner at Manchester Redemption since 19. The place is there since 1988, and I've been supporting the whole place since 25 years. And so I wanted to oppose the bottle bill 1115. So it's, scanning through each of those and, looking for each of those manually, if it's from Connecticut or New York, it's really hard. Um, we have, we have a lot of ongoing customers right now. They stand outside in the hot weather and cold weather. We are really overwhelmed because of the high volume right now. And, if we were to, pass this bill, definitely going to, affect us like very badly because the line's going to be very long, and I would like, some of the folks here, the committee members, if they can stop by at our place anytime in Manchester, we will be glad to see, how the system works. Our challenge is, after the bill passed 10 cents, right now we are getting a lot of new items, new products, it's really hard to identify, at the point, like what goes where, Tamra and other, distributors, suppliers, Budweiser's, HDI, they are being very strict right now. So it's really challenging at this point, how to handle the current bill. So, without my suggestion is, some of the redemption centers need to be visited by, the officials, committee members, so then they can visualize what's going on. So you can see our challenges, on the spot. So I have actually opposed my vote on this. So, please feel free to stop by at our place anytime.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for the work you do and for joining us tonight. Have a good rest of your evening. Next up on our list is number 43, Susan Collins.
Hello, thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Susan Collins, and I'm the president of the Container Recycling Institute. We're a national nonprofit organization that studies beverage container recycling deposit laws and other packaging recycling programs. And I'm here to speak in support of Bill 1115, but we do have questions and areas of the bill that we think require clarification. I have 5 points. The first of them is that there's a provision in the bill that disallows transfer of containers between facilities. And it seems like that may have been an oversight because Connecticut does allow bag drop programs, and those programs specifically that's the whole point of them, is to drop off bagged containers in one location and have those containers picked up and moved to another facility for sorting and counting. So I doubt if the state is intending to suddenly make bag drop programs illegal. So that portion of the law would need to be revised. The second point is that there's a requirement for the general fund to pay for quarterly over redemption to distributors. And there's huge swings of containers sold and redeemed from quarter to quarter. There's seasonality in the data. It makes more sense for over redemption to be assessed on an annual basis after you figure out whether the over redemption perhaps in one quarter might be made up for in the following quarter. The third point is that a lot of the reported redemption rate numbers and sales numbers and redemption rate numbers that have been quoted in this hearing have been misleading because of the variability of the data and because there were swings due to implementation of the new program. So huge gains and huge losses occurred for different reasons than what was stated, and we'll be following up with a memo on that to explain those numbers. But some of the sales numbers were just very misleading. The fourth point is that with a new requirement for the state to compensate distributors when there is over redemption, it would be more important than ever to establish a robust auditing process so that all the unclaimed deposits that are meant to sheet to the state actually do. There is no auditing at this point of beverage distributors and retailers, and we estimate that there's over 40% under reporting to the state of Connecticut by the distributors and retailers. And our fifth point is just to let you know that, yes, this issue is being debated in the legislatures in Massachusetts, New York, and Rhode Island right now. All three of them are looking to either expand or install a new beverage container deposit program, and they're all looking at a 10-cent deposit. So hopefully all of the programs in all the neighboring states will be the same soon, and much of what's being discussed today will be moot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe Senator Lopes has questions.
Not so much question. You brought up some points and just some of the responses to some of them. You asked about the transfer of returnables from area to area. The reasoning behind that is a lot of our distributors have regions, and they're responsible for returning and picking up their own cans. And if we're having a problem where people are transferring these returnables from one area of the state to the other, they're being put in the wrong district. So the wrong distributor is picking up the wrong cans, and it's creating quite a bit of a problem for them, and trying to sort that out. We may have to, I understand some of the new systems out there that you're referencing, but we're gonna have to find a balance between those two. And in terms of the over redemption going to once a year, I kind of understand what you're saying about how it might balance out and fluctuate, but you're looking at small companies, relatively small companies, and if they're over redeeming, asking them to wait a whole year to sort out the numbers and get more money back would probably put an undue financial burden on them. So that'd be one of the reasons why we probably couldn't do that. And we are seeing fairly consistent numbers. There were a couple of high fluctuations of like 140%, but consistently, I think about 107%. That number's been consistent over the last couple of quarters, and it does tend to be growing over the last couple of quarters. So there's a consistency there. So just mostly responses to some of your questions.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any Representative Miko?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Susan. I know you've lent your expertise to us on many occasions in the past regarding bottle redemption. So I have to ask, you've looked at Senate Bill 1115, which is in front of us today. Do you think that this is the best that we can do as far as solving the, in your opinion, is this the best that we can do to solve this problem of cross-border redemption?
The first thing is that the very best thing to do to eliminate this would be to have the programs consistent across all of the states and to have, all of the states at 10 cents and to have them contain the most expansive list of beverage types in their programs. I was in watching the hearing today, I'm noting how I never hear these kinds of hearings that go on for hours and hours in Canada, for instance, where all of the provinces have pretty similar programs. So this is unique to our geography and unique to the fact that we have 50 states. So the single easiest way to deal with this would be to have the programs cover those different states, and I would hope that that some of the companies that are affected by this would also be in favor of expanding the programs into these different states so that they would be even across the borders.
Thank you. And one more question, if I could, Mr. Chair. So Susan, Ms. Collins, I'm just going to read a quick line from someone who submitted testimony on this issue. The proposed changes in lines 22 to 36 would be nearly impossible for redemption centers in Connecticut to implement and would impede our ability to service the public. So I wanted to get your reaction to that, well, we'll leave it like that for now.
I'm sorry, I would have to look up what's in lines 22 to 36.
Well, it was referred to earlier by someone who testified that it's a burdensome requirement that requires redemption centers for anyone who brings in excess of 1,200 items to have to give up personal identifying information and so on and so forth.
Right. There was a lot of interesting testimony today on this point, but what struck me so much about this is that it's merely a paperwork requirement and it doesn't stop the containers from coming in. That's my read of this, that someone would have to fill out a form. And in our written testimony, we said, well, what will happen to those forms? Do those forms need to be turned into the state? Is there any requirement for the redemption center to hold on to that form for any length of time? Will DEEP be coming in to look at those forms? Is it just a piece of paper?
So thank you for that. I have to ask one final question, if it's okay, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at lines 32 through 36, just in this same vein. The Commissioner of Revenue Services shall establish a reasonable annual registration fee for each redemption center to be used for partial funding of examination and enforcement actions. So the way I read this, Ms. Collins, is that now these redemption centers are going to have to pay for the privilege of participating in the bureaucratic burdens that are being imposed by the state of Connecticut. Do you read that the same way?
I don't know what the reasonable fee would be and whether it's just a paperwork filing fee or something greater than that. So I don't know.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you for your responses. Seeing no further questions, we wish you a great evening. And we'll call up number 44, Terrence Stovall.
Hi, good evening. And thank you for the opportunity to give some remarks this evening. Co-Chair Lopes and Co-Chair Parker and other committee members, thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Terrence Stovall. I'm representing the National Association of Landscape Professionals, where I serve as the manager of state and local government affairs. And we're testifying today in respectful opposition to House Bill 6263. The National Association of Landscape Professionals is the national trade organization that represents the $2.6 billion landscape industry in Connecticut that employs over 12,000 employees in the state. Our members specialize in lawn care, landscape maintenance, tree care, irrigation, and water management. And our landscape professionals throughout the state work daily to provide essential services to homes and businesses to maintain their landscapes, sustain the environment, and enhance and maintain healthy and safe green spaces. As stewards of the environment, NAOP acknowledges that the transition from gas-powered equipment is on the horizon. However, we just respectfully oppose House Bill 6263 and ask for the committee to consider the following before moving forward with any bans or restrictions. First, just considerations of commercial use as it differs from residential use. Unlike residential users, And in addition to servicing residential properties, commercial users service large corporate campuses, parks, resorts, and other large green spaces that demand stronger performance and power capabilities. And while we acknowledge that there have been advances in the battery-powered technology, performance and runtime remain concerns for landscape professionals. And this is especially important to take into account when we're operating in damp conditions and during spring and fall cleanups, which bring the heaviest workloads of the year. And the bill as written does not allow any carve-outs for seasonal use or commercial use in operations. Commercial grade blowers also present significant cost concerns for commercial operators. Replacing one gas leaf blower can cost upwards of $5,000 for some commercial models, and those models have less power than their predecessors or their gas comparisons. Under House Bill 6263, the industry would have to depend on more costly and less efficient equipment to accomplish the same task within the same time frame, which ultimately impacts competitiveness and profitability. Financial assistance in the form of rebates, tax incentives are essential for commercial landscape and lawn care operations that will have to bear the cost of purchasing these leaf blowers, the accompanying batteries, chargers, and in some cases retrofitting their shops and transport fleets to accommodate charging needs, as we'll hear more about from our partners at CTEC and others later. The bill as written provides no financial assistance for commercial users, so we ask for that consideration. And additionally, commercial users require time to thoroughly assess available alternatives before making a purchase, and an extended implementation timeline would mean that our members have more than adequate time to ensure their equipment fits their specific needs and standards. And more time also ensures that there are adequate dealers and maintenance options available to commercial users to ensure that a transition over will be sustainable. In closing, while we support a responsible and a measured transition to battery-powered equipment, there are too many details and hurdles that must be addressed before any statewide ban or restriction should be enacted. NALP respectfully opposes 6263 and urges an unfavorable report from the committee. We look forward to continuing to maintaining safe and healthy green spaces for all residents to enjoy while working toward a transition that works for all stakeholders. I appreciate it.
Thank you. A couple questions for you, if you could.
Absolutely.
Just looking in the crystal ball here, there's I may be thinking this will end up being a study at some point instead of a full ban this year. If so, and we'd like to bring in different groups, would this be something your organization would be interested in being part of? And then for reasons planning, looking at like a like a 4 to 5 year plan of slowly moving ourselves away from gas powered to electric powered equipment, and having industry experts like you and others involved, you could help us map out what equipment would be the most likely to phase out first, what equipment is transferable now, what might be coming down in the future, and other issues like that.
And absolutely, that's something that we would absolutely want to be a part of, something that we could bring our members into the fold on to give their perspectives as well. Like I said, we support a responsible transition. It's not that we oppose the movement to zero emission equipment. We just want to make sure that our members have all of the options available to them to fit their respective business models and operational needs. So that's something that we'd definitely be happy to come to the table on and provide our industry perspective on.
Sounds good. It sounds like you're very much in alignment with what we intended to do with this language, and we're just not there yet, but we're on our way. Any questions? Hold on. I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next person up, Alicia Sharamut.
Good almost evening, I guess. Thank you to the committee. My name is Alicia Sharmut. I am the Executive Director of Rivers Alliance of Connecticut, and I am here to speak today in support of 7174, specifically the sections that have to do with riparian buffers. So Rivers Alliance has been working for decades on trying to get riparian buffers incorporated into our statutory and regulatory framework. Protecting these buffers is the most effective and cheapest way to reduce the impacts of personal property and threats to safety and economic health of our communities from intense flooding events, such as we saw in the Naugatuck Valley in August. Yet Connecticut is the only state in New England without specific protections for riparian buffers. My testimony is detailed. I'm not going to go through it piece by piece, but there were a couple of things that are not in my testimony that I wanted to talk about a little bit. I want to address the threat to housing production. So Connecticut has the second lowest per capita housing production rate. All of the other Northeast states have riparian buffer protections, yet they have higher per capita housing rates than Connecticut. So riparian buffers aren't the boogeyman of affordable housing that they're being made out to be. And I'd also like to address that the concern that land for development is already constrained, and talk about a little bit about what happens when you don't constrain development to some point. To that, I say, look at Florida. Florida has very high insurance rates, and they had to scramble to keep from actually having a housing crisis, housing real estate crisis in Florida. So another thing I just want to explain really quick, as far as the upland review area goes, so wetlands and watercourses are regulated areas in statute. The upland review area that exists now as a regulated area in some towns is essentially a guideline. It is not in statute. It is not in the official regulations. That will remain, and it is voluntary. That will remain voluntary. And what this does is it brings that buffer area into our statutes. There are some things that have to get tweaked here. I completely and totally acknowledge that. But this concept is too important to let die. And so it's really important that we work together to get this right. If for some reason we can't get it done this session, we need to work together until the next session to get that done. So thank you, and I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Anyone? Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in. Is it your testimony that there is a causal connection between housing development and riparian buffers?
No, I'm just refuting testimony that I've read that this sort of action would be a threat to housing production.
Okay.
And the point I made is that all of the other states in New England have protections for riparian buffers, Massachusetts being one of them, that is similar to what is being proposed here. And they have a higher per capita housing rates than Connecticut.
What does a per capita housing rate mean?
It is the housing production per capita, and I have to go back and look at the graphs, but it is a something that the U.S. Census puts out. It looks.
I mean, how many houses per person there are?
No, it's a rate.
So.
Right, it's a rate, and I can get you that graph. So
I'm just trying to figure out what you're comparing, and I don't understand it. Is it number of housing units compared to the number of people in the state?
I'd have to go back and look at the graph itself, but it is the per capita housing production rate, and you can Google it, but I can send it to you.
Okay, well, without knowing what that is, I'm not sure that I'm not sure you've compared anything. So is it your feeling that by imposing this this new restriction on land use within 100 feet of all wetland and water courses, that would not affect the ability of people to build in those areas?
It actually is not much different than the way we're doing it now. So you
And what's the
have a
purpose?
regulated area where activities are regulated. It is not an outright ban on developing in those areas. It is that the local inland wetlands commissions, as they do now, would take an application and look at the activities in that area and either condition it or reject it.
Okay, so we already do this.
Well, we do it, but the upland review area is voluntary. Like I said, it's voluntary and it is not defined as a regulated area in statutes or regulation. And what we're doing now isn't enough, and it's not working to protect these areas so that they can protect us. So we need to move forward, make sure we're protecting these areas so that we can mitigate the outcomes of what we saw in August in Oxford and Southbury, those sort of things.
What did we see?
Excuse me?
What did we see in
We
August?
saw devastation from very intense precipitation in a short period of time, which we are going to see more often. We have seen it more often because we saw it the summer before.
So by passing this bill, we'll stop it from raining?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying at all.
Okay.
What I'm
okay.
saying is we've
Representative, are you almost done with her?
Almost, yeah.
Okay, please
Um,
go to wrap up.
So going back to my question, so would imposing this regulation around every wetland and water course, would that affect the ability of people to build in those areas?
it to the not any more than any town that has an upland review area at 100 feet now, right? However, what this does do is it protects the vegetated area close to the water course, and and we're looking at very small amounts. We're looking at 10 feet. We're looking at 25 feet and 50 feet to protect drinking water, which seems pretty darn important. And so I don't see that 10 feet being, I don't see it being a huge barrier to new housing production.
Doesn't the definition say no less than 100 feet?
For the regulated area, not for the prohibited area and activities. So what you're doing within that minimum of 100 feet, that is a regulated area where the commissions will be looking at regulated activities. And the addition to that is that the vegetated area within 10 feet of the watercourse is also now has been better protected through several provisions in this bill, but not at a distance more than 10 feet.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next person, Janine Bear Getz.
Good evening.
Yeah, I think I already got it. Oop.
Okay. I just want to make sure you can see and hear me. Good afternoon, Environment Committee. Thank you for the time and opportunity to speak before you. I am Janine Bear-Getz. I am a representative of BYO-CT, and we are a coalition, a grassroots coalition of about 20 cities and towns within Connecticut. And our mission is to reduce plastic waste before it starts. And many of you we came before you years ago when we had 11 towns and cities that had passed individual plastic bag bans. And now we're coming 10 years later for, I know polystyrene has been on the docket for about 10 years and single-use plastic waste in the last 5 years. So we're here today to support HB 6229. And in the essence of time, I don't want to repeat everything that's been said as far as waste reduction, cost of waste management, and environmental health. I want to focus today on two specific things. One is I'm picking up a little bit of a lingo of cross-border pollution. Connecticut is the only state within our immediate area that does not have an expanded polystyrene ban in place and a single-use plastics ordinance or a bill as well. New Jersey does, New York State does, Rhode Island does, and also, just to bring it into perspective, in the state of Connecticut that was brought up earlier, we have 6 towns and cities that already have expanded polystyrene bans and single-use plastics reduction efforts in place. 2 of those cities I'd like to highlight are Stamford and Norwalk. They represent about 45 schools, about 26,000 students, 30 supermarkets, and about 500 restaurants. And their waste reduction, polystyrene, and single-use products ordinances went into effect in 2020. Many of them, you can ask their representatives who are also co-sponsors, co-introducers on the bill. They have seen a significant reduction in their beach cleanups. The restaurants, the grocery stores, the schools, those 28,000 children are no longer eating on polystyrene foam trays, plates, or bowls. And I also want to bring up the inequity in all of this. We did an informal survey about 2023 of schools around Connecticut, and we found at that time 21 districts had eliminated polystyrene in their schools. And in that, we dug deeper. We found out pricing that people were using, and we found a lot of people are doing individuals and not group purchasing. And so we commend this bill for trying to identify cost efficiencies for other stakeholders like the nutrition group and others, schools who are trying to do the right thing. I think we all have the best intentions, and that's where we're coming together to reduce plastic waste, to protect children's health, and to economies of scale.
Summarize your
Yep.
timer.
Okay, I'm done and happy to answer any questions about current ordinances in place or any efforts that could help this bill get over the finish line this year.
Sounds good. Representative Arzano.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Janine, for coming today and giving your testimony. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Could you elaborate a bit more on what is happening at the local levels, how we are progressing with local ordinances, please?
Yes, so thank you for that question, Representative. And so in Greenwich, as you know, we attempted to do a polystyrene and single-use plastics ordinances, and we first tried to do the approach of volunteering that and by restaurants and grocery stores and so forth. And we quickly found out in surveys that and we did this with the plastic bags as well. We found that a lot of the restaurants, if they weren't mandated to do it, they weren't going to comply unless a lot of time we're we're very lucky in Greenwich that a lot of our constituents are asking for alternatives, not polystyrene, not single-use plastics. So yeah, so individual towns are still going forward. And I don't know, most of you probably already know, there's been an act introduced at the federal level called Farewell to Foam by a representative from Maryland and one from Texas that will have a federal ban on polystyrene and single-use plastics. So I know we're an advocate in Connecticut for local ordinances and local bills. And so I would, again, encourage us to take control of our own destiny and get it with our neighbors of New Jersey, Rhode Island, and New York as well.
Any further, Representative Reyes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Janine, good afternoon, and thank you for your testimony. So I represent a very poor district that has not historically done well with anything to do with recycling. And my question for you is tailored more around how did you get some of the poorer communities to participate at a municipal level, whether it was Stanford, Norwalk, or Greenwich? I heard you mention all three. What did you do to get the poorer communities actually educated and participating in such a program?
Thank you, Representative Reyes. And, I want to acknowledge you for, you've taken on this topic of polystyrene and the inequity of all of this long before I came along. So thank you for your efforts. And it was through education and patience. I mean, Stanford, Norwalk have, I think they're in the top 6 largest cities in our state. And it was through a lot of education, grassroots efforts, different coalitions and stakeholders coming together for conversations. As an advocate, environmental advocate, we're always cognizant of the business perspective and their buy-in from the schools, the restaurants, and the grocery stores. So in all of those local efforts, there was extreme education. There were talks amongst all different stakeholders of best plans and timelines to roll out to make it successful for all of us. And oftentimes, a lot of our kids, you look at a lot of bills that come across the environmental committee are climate change and all of these worthy bills to protect our future, but yet we turn around and serve our children on polystyrene trays. And we've created disposable, I know I'm probably older than most of the committee members, but we didn't have disposable in my time, not to say I walked, 10 miles with holes in my shoes, but, we had a reusable economy then, and we can bring that back for the benefit of our children's health and the benefit of our environmental health as well.
Thank you, Ms. Janine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Mark Kelbacher. All right, going once, going twice. Yeah. If you can promote him. I think we forgot to tell you about a switch before. Our apologies. I see him. Mr. Kelbacher, if you can please, I see you now.
Hello. Hello, I'm sorry about that. In an effort to save time here, I'll shorten my testimony, but good afternoon, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Mark Kelbacher, and I am speaking in opposition of HB 6263. I am the current president of Connecticut Environmental Council, representing small businesses and individuals that are members of the Connecticut Groundskeepers Association, Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, Connecticut Tree Protection Association, Connecticut Pest Control Association, and Connecticut Association of Golf Superintendents. I'm reaching out regarding HB 6263 as a concerned constituent and professional who utilizes leaf blowers for essential services throughout the state. I believe the following considerations should be taken into account before any action is taken. As written, HB 6263 could give landscape operations less than 2 years to purchase electric blowers and make costly upgrades to their shops and transportation fleets to accommodate the changing need for commercial operations with no financial assistance. Rebates and tax incentives are essential for commercial operations who will bear the cost of purchasing leaf blowers, batteries, chargers, and retrofitting their workshop and transport fleets to accommodate charging needs. HB 6263, as written, provides financial assistance. For example, I own a lawn care company. I have 20 trucks on the road right now. A standard leaf blower for us is $150. That's about $3,000. If I was to buy battery operated hand blowers, the cost is $569 and an additional $109 for an additional battery. That cost is $13,400, so $10,000 more than what I currently spend right now. And the current charging capabilities for our trucks, we would have to leave our trucks running all day to allow those batteries to stay charged. Again, just an additional timeline for commercial users to assess available alternatives before having to purchase them and provide proper training to their employees. We know that performance on battery operated leaf blowers are less effective than the current powered blowers. 35% less when used on wet, damp surfaces for extra heavy leaf material in the fall in the Northeast and other regions with similar seasonal leaf burden. So I'll keep this short. In conclusion, I would ask that for transition to be sustainable, resources must be allocated to educate the workforce and manufacturers on how to operate and perform routine maintenance on new equipment. In some cases, landscape companies will need to fully retrofit their shops to support the amount of voltage that will be needed to use each day for safely charging all of the ZEE equipment. Increased reliance on batteries will place further strain on Connecticut's power grid. Vehicles used to transport crews and equipment will need to be retrofitted to support the voltage that will need to be used each day to safely charge all of the ZEE equipment. Additionally, the power grids in parts of the nation are not yet prepared for this added drain on electricity and can jeopardize the ability to companies to service their customers. And currently, there's no plan for proper commercial battery and equipment disposal. I urge you to consider the implications of HB 6263 on commercial operations and the need for financial support and adequate time for transition. Senator Lopes, I heard earlier in testimony with the National Landscape Professionals, I heard you ask that, would they be part of the study group, and CTEC would also like to be part of that study group. I think there's a need as we transition into this. We would love to be able to operate from a battery standpoint, but we're just not there yet.
Your timing is good. The alarm went off. Any questions, Mr. Kelbacher? Seeing none, I would say, yep, just stay in touch. A little birdie told me that this may have more study into it as we go forward, and be happy to have you guys on board.
Thank you. We'd be happy to help.
Thanks. Next, I think Roger Reynolds.
Hi, good evening, Chairs Lopes and Parker. My name is Roger Reynolds. I'm the Senior Legal Director with Save the Sound. We are a nonprofit environmental organization that protects the land, air, and water in all of Connecticut and the entire Long Island Sound region. I'm here today to testify strongly in opposition to 6249, which would limit the ability of citizens to oppose environmentally destructive housing projects and would dismantle 54 years of environmental progress under CEPA. The Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, otherwise known as CEPA, has existed for 54 years and has been instrumental, along with other environmental statutes, in improving the air and water quality and protecting open space in Connecticut. We can't take these protections for granted. A key to this progress that we've made since the 70s, when the air was dirty and the water in Connecticut rivers and Long Island Sound was unswimmable, is the citizen suit. That allows citizens, when governments fail to take action or don't have the resources, to take action themselves. And as a result, while we've had many administrations that have not been that environmentally friendly or some environmentally hostile, we've continued to make progress because of these. So if not for CEPA, the 1,000-acre coastal forest in Old Saybrook called the Preserve would be a luxury golf course surrounded by mansions. If not for CEPA, the Audubon Coastal Center at Milford Point would be the condos at Milford Point. This has been incredibly important to protect our environment. While the bill allows nonprofits to continue to bring citizen suits, that's not enough. Nonprofits don't have infinite resources. In fact, we have very few. We have to focus strategically on regional issues. We're in a period where we're facing unprecedented and vicious federal environmental cutbacks, which could change our whole system of environmental regulation. The U.S. Supreme Court and this administration just read wetlands out of the Federal Clean Water Act. So Connecticut, CEPA, and other Connecticut laws are all we have left. So in conclusion, CEPA is our last line of defense to protect our environment and public health in Connecticut. We urge the Environment Committee to step up and enhance, and certainly not weaken, environment and public health protections at this very, very critical time in history. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Reynolds? Seeing none, thanks for your testimony. Next, I have Sophia Baumann.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. It's been a long day, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. Dear members of the Environment Committee, I'm Dr. Sophia Baumann, an associate research professor at the Department of Marine Sciences at UConn. My research focuses on the bioaccumulation of pollutants in marine animals, including shellfish. Through my work, I have come to appreciate the vital role of oyster reefs, which provide habitat for marine life, protect shorelines from erosion, and support a thriving shellfish aquaculture industry in Connecticut. Oyster reefs are resilient, but not invulnerable. Pollution and habitat degradation, as observed in New York City waters, can create conditions too acidic for shellfish survival. Fortunately, Connecticut's waters remain relatively healthy, allowing oyster populations to persist. Fortunately, for us. However, in eastern Long Island Sound, including Groton, natural oyster reefs struggle due to a lack of suitable substrate for larvae to settle upon. Oyster and clam shells are the preferred material for settlement, making shell recycling a crucial conservation practice. As a co-author of the Connecticut Oyster Restoration Guide, I have worked extensively with the Connecticut Sea Grants Oyster Restoration Committee to identify solutions for reef restoration. Shell recycling is paramount. It not only provides necessary substrate, but also mitigates acidification by slowly releasing calcium carbonate into the water. Properly cured shells, as outlined in the Bureau of Aquaculture's guidance, should be returned to Long Island Sound to support the ecosystem. Regarding Section 2C of the proposed HB 6222, I strongly support the recovery of oyster, clam, and other hard-shell species from the waste stream. The bill should explicitly include these shell types and ensure that shell recycling is applied exclusively to materials diverted from waste. I have actively advanced shell recycling in Groton, securing about $150,000 grant to develop a local plan. In response to the absence of regulations at the time, CDD and DABA collaborated to create an MOU and updated guidance for shell recycling. However, a major limitation remains. The MOU restricts storage at transfer stations to only a few days in colder months. That's less in summer. This is really impractical. Transfer stations, particularly in Groton, have unused land that is ideal for shell curing. Currently, general permit regulations limit storage duration, but at least 6 months are needed for shells to properly cure before being used as mulch. I urge this bill to require the Commissioner of CTD to create an exemption allowing longer storage of hard shell materials at transfer stations. These locations already designated for industrial use are well suited for shell curing with minimal additional odor or vermin concerns. Existing municipal equipment at transfer stations could also facilitate shell management, reducing operational costs compared to private land use. Shell recycling, though costly due to collection and transportation needs, is essential for preserving Long Island Sound's ecosystem and supporting oyster restoration projects. Without it, we risk losing critical, I'm almost done, habitat, natural acid buffers, and the foundation for sustainable shellfish industry. Amending the general permit to allow long-term shell curing will makes recycling more efficient and cost-effective. Thank you.
I would have let you finish. Just trying to let you know your time was up. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Professor Baumann, for your testimony. And not sure if you heard earlier in the day today, but the Commissioner of Department of Agriculture had basically asked for another year to let the existing MOU between DOAG and DEEP to marinate, for lack of a better term. Is that something that you'd be willing to wait and watch? And
Yes.
Okay.
I am just in support of progress on the frontier of shell recycling. I understand that the MOU is new and we need to test the waters. In fact, we are just doing this right now and working with the town of Groton Public Works and communicating with people at the Bureau of Aquaculture and trying out that process. However, what I can say is that the transfer station, it is so unfortunate we can't tap into that resource. It just is such a wasted opportunity. Many towns probably would be able to get on with shell recycling if we had them. So that's why I wanted to speak up about that particular issue, because securing land that is an industrial zone is really difficult. And, you know, these shells can be smelly. People don't want to have them in the backyard, but they really have to be, we need to prevent their loss into just waste streams. It's a sin against nature. What can I say?
Dick William, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
No problem. Susan Eastwood.
Good evening, Chairs Lopes, Parker, and Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Environment Committee. Susan Eastwood. I'm the resident of Ashford, Chair of the Ashford Clean Energy Task Force, and I'm the Chapter Chair of Sierra Club Connecticut, and a member of the Zero Waste Coalition of Connecticut. So I've written four testimonies I've submitted written. I have to testify very quickly on a couple of them. As you've heard a lot already about HB 6229, it's a very important bill that would significantly reduce polystyrene and single-use plastics in the waste stream and in our environment. I strongly support it. It will have many benefits, including waste reduction, decreased costs of waste disposal, reduction in pollution, land and air and water, including less micro and nanoplastics in the environment and in our bodies, and better health for both humans and wildlife. 11 states have already banned polystyrene, for example, Norwalk, Westport, and Stamford. And you know, this shows it can be done, and it's really a matter of equity, as Janine just pointed out so well, and have public health for all school children, especially. This bill is stronger than previous versions that we've worked on in the past, so I really think it's shows really that it's ready to be passed this year. How about that? Also, I wanted to support water supplies, strongly supporting that. It's very important, and another step we can take here in Connecticut to protect our population from the forever chemicals of PFAS. However, last year, the U.S. EPA finalized health protective levels of PFAS in drinking water, which will be implemented 2029, we hope. It's expected that these new standards will provide PFAS exposure in drinking water for approximately 100 million people, prevent thousands of deaths, and reduce tens of thousands of serious PFAS attributed illnesses. So I'd love to see SB 1494 strengthened by codifying the new EPA standards for PFAS in drinking water into Connecticut law. And the EPA standards are in my testimony and others, I'm sure too, but also we support 7174 riparian buffers. The steps in this bill will be a huge step in adapting to our changing climate when we will see more extreme weather and flooding events, as you know. So I urge your support. And also HB 6262 on leaf blowers by state agencies. You've heard an awful lot about it. It's a really good bill. I know you want to study it some more, and I can understand that, but it's kind of a new idea. But I would like to see this phase out apply to all gas-powered leaf blowers in our state. That might take a little longer, I know, but it's a bill that is a step in the right direction at this point. So I'd really love to see it move forward this year if possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Susan, I don't see any, but thank you come for all your testimony.
Have a good night.
Leo Smith.
Good evening. My name's Leo Smith. I'm the chair of the Connecticut section of Dark Sky International. Our organization is focused on reducing light pollution. And over the last 30 years, we have worked with the state legislature in enacting 4 state statutes to minimize light pollution. And we have 1 state building code requirement that's titled Light Pollution Control. The reason that light pollution is important because it's relevant in our opposition to Bill 6249 that would limit appeals. And when you have 100 feet as your limit on who can appeal, you also then are excluding all of those property owners that might be involved with noise that travels much further than 100 feet and outdoor lighting. If you have the opportunity to have a natural darkness at night, it's a wonderful thing. It's a natural resource. And in Glastonbury, within the last year, there was a proposal before their planning and zoning to build a 4-story apartment building that would abut single-family residential. The impact from the parking lot lighting and the building itself is enormous. So in the way I see things, I don't see any logical reason to limit anybody to appeal just because they live a little further away than 100 feet. So we would strongly suggest that that bill, the proposal to limit appeals, not be approved by the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Gresco.
What happened in Glastonbury?
That's pending.
Okay.
There has been actually one of the abutters has filed a CEPA action to appeal that transaction. The other thing that happens when you have the right to appeal, the landlord or developer that's actually involved with the money to make that development will do backflips to take care of any problems so that they can get approved. But that's only because that person is there at that proceeding as an intervener. Without that ability to intervene, that developer is not going to be so predisposed to addressing problems A, B, C, and D. They're just going to blow them off. But if that intervener is standing in the way of approval, all of a sudden the developer is more than willing to address whatever those concerns are.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Our next person brings us to halfway through our hearing. Mrs. Stephen Sack.
Hello, committee. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time today. I am here to talk about Bill 7174, an act concerning riparian buffers, associated environmental provisions. My real issue is just with section 14 that is looking to add a 5% insurance surcharge to insurance policies for companies with storage of petroleum transportation equipment, tankage, items like that. I think this is completely unfair to tax something that's going to be passed down to every consumer in the state that uses gasoline, heating oil, natural gas, any petroleum products that are moved throughout the state. It's also going to put a lot of companies at disadvantages. There are companies that haul petroleum products, but they also do pool water, they do dry bulk, they do other materials. And because it's one insurance policy, it's going to hit every part of their business. And that's going to put them at a very big disadvantage. And those companies that are not in Connecticut, that do hauling in Connecticut, are going to have an unfair advantage against in-state companies because they're not going to be subject to this fee. So for those reasons and many others, I'm asking that Section 14 be removed. I'd also like to put some comments about the leaf blower ban. I don't agree with banning gas-powered leaf blowers. Everybody has the option to buy electrics if they want now. Those people that I hear concerned about the noise in their house and the pollutants that come into their house, well, maybe it's not the leaf blowers, but maybe they need to do an energy audit of their house and install better windows, newer windows, and better insulation, and they wouldn't hear them anymore. It should be on the person's interest to do what they want to do, whether they want a gas-powered or electric leaf blowers. It's not that I'm against them, but we should have our own choice to do that. And thank you for your time. Any questions?
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Diane Keefe.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me testify today, members of the committee. My name is Diane Keefe, and I'm a resident of Norwalk and a member of the Connecticut Zero Waste Coalition. My support for the bills that I'm going to talk about today emanates from my belief that the state needs to steward our resources to move the state toward a circular, non-toxic economy and protection of public health. So that's the overarching principle behind my support for 7174. And actually, in contrast to the previous speaker, Section 14 explicitly excludes people who transport residential oil. So this is really about larger scale fossil fuel property and casualty insurance contracts. And I do not buy the industry's argument that they can't afford it or that people won't buy the insurance as a result of a 5% surcharge, which will in fact be passed through to the fossil fuel industry. We need for the insurance industry to stop standing in the way of further regulation of the damage that fossil fuel generated climate change is producing for Connecticut property owners. And this is a way to begin to create a fund to reimburse property owners for the damage from extreme weather. On HB 6249, I oppose that because it limits citizens' ability to intervene when there's a major environmental impact from a development. I support 6229 to reduce single-use plastics. Being from Norwalk, it is working there, and if we can afford it, other towns can and cities can push to afford it as well. It will decrease the cost of waste disposal, but as we mentioned in testimony about the food waste crisis, we have not effectively allocated these costs. So we need to tack it as a many-headed hydra. I also support number 1494 for testing PFAS. I am about to test my own home, which is $328 to test one faucet. And if it has PFAS in it, it's another $328 to get a blank test to confirm it. We need to confront that PFAS is in many people's drinking water, and we need to know. So I see that as a public health responsibility of the state. Lastly, I support 7172 concerning sewage right to know. I think previous speakers have explained how this technology is available, and we need to reallocate resources in order to produce it. And I'm also in support of the limitation of gas-powered handheld backpack leaf blowers by state agencies and municipalities, just as we've done in Norwalk with our ordinance. It's really wonderful to limit them, and I encourage that to go forward throughout the state. Thank you very much for your time. Happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
William Della Camera, which I know he was here earlier, but he may, oh, he's online now. Okay. Oh, I see him. William, if you hear me, please.
There we go. I had to unmute it. Sorry.
Go ahead.
My name is William Della Camera, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in front of you today. I was there earlier. I just had to run out. So I want to speak in favor of House Bill 6241 to cover the on-farm agri-tainment and all the ramifications that go along with that. I'm glad to see this bill come through, and I hope it could continue through, and it would give us a little more protection with some of the things that we have on our farms now, that I could attest that I would rather be growing tomatoes and corn than doing this, but we have to find alternative means of making money. And you giving us the opportunity with this bill to protect ourselves a little more, to allowing the public on our farms. I would also like to speak in favor of House Bill 7171 for the experiment station, to allow them to do what they need to do to make those houses on their properties rentable, I guess, get through some of the red tape. In opposition to House Bill 6229, the single use, if we could leave the farms out of that for some of the polystyrene stuff, that would be nice. And one of the other ones that I just wanted to hit on before, I heard earlier in some testimony and a question that there were some questions about USDOT rules and regulations when it comes to farmers. What bill did that go to?
Hang on a second. I believe that was in the agency bill. Yeah, repeat the question again, please.
It's some rules about USDOT regulations about time limits you could drive a vehicle with, I'm guessing, farm plates, because they referenced the 150-mile radius.
Yes, I believe it was. Nope, that's not it. It's the DOAG bill, but I'm not sure which one. 1497. So
the only thing I want to say with that one, and I've said this for years and years going on. First off, our state is so small, so drivers going back and forth would probably be somebody that was doing like corn silage or something like that. And I think there's some word or verbiage in there. It depends on how it's read, that hourly employees that punch a time clock sometimes are not regulated by these time limits of like e-log people that have to keep a logbook. So a person that uses a time clock doesn't need to keep a logbook, so it really doesn't record their driving. But if it did, and we were going back to say anything about that, we all just got to remember that every town and your state agencies run snowplow trucks around the clock with little to no rest. So if a farmer during harvest season should be allowed to run their truck as much as they need to get their harvest in. And that's why whatever part that comes up, I support giving the farmer with a farm plated vehicle the option to drive the times they need to drive, not based on an 8-hour drive period.
Okay. Well, your timer went off too. Are you?
Yeah, I'm good. That's it.
Okay.
I can't hear the timer on this end.
No, you can't when you're online. We always have to butt in. Representative Mushinsky has a question for you.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, as a farmer, you know all about composting, and why couldn't you switch to the pressed cardboard trays and take out containers at your farm? They're
For
compost.
for what part? Well, I see Paul there with containers in the greenhouse today. I don't know in a commercial operation if cardboard would even be doable. We've tried some compost pots in the past, but in a commercial operation, it's hard. It's hard the way we're set up to use it in a commercial operation. And then going to even someone that has a greenhouse that sells to the public, I don't know if there's an option to get away from some of those plastic containers right now.
Okay, I have seen it. I have seen the press cardboard used. Maybe you have a different product that doesn't work with it, but I have seen it used by some farms.
Myself, I have greenhouses that I raise my transplants in, and I raise them and bring them out in the field. So the stuff that I use, I just keep reusing until there's no life left in it. But I'm just fearful that there's some other. If I was to change to go to something different, I think I just don't want that option to not be there.
Okay, it sounds like you reuse anyway. It's not a one-way trip to the consumer, right?
Yeah, it's not a one-way trip to the consumer, but and I'm not also I want to stand up for all my other farmer friends while I do this. I don't want to watch us lose the ability to do something just because that's what our local government wants us to do. If that makes any sense. I mean, we all got a little bit different, and Paul was holding those things up today for the he had that styrofoam container right there. And if you get rid of styrofoam in the state of Connecticut, then how are you going to go into that hydroponic type of growing system that's used in? I don't use that today, but I might decide to do it tomorrow. And if there's a rule that says I can't use that styrofoam container, then I have a problem.
Okay, I
'Cause
understand.
it actually floats on the water.
I understand. That's a different type of farming, and you're right. It's maybe different for hydroponics. Thank you.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Mr.
Representative.
Chairman.
Any further questions? I don't believe so. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up is Svetlana Wasserman.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Honorable members of the Environment Committee, my name is Svetlana Wasserman, and I'm a co-founder of the Quiet Yards Greenwich Group. I'm speaking in favor of HB 6263, the gas leaf blower bill. In 2024, Greenwich passed an ordinance prohibiting the use of gas leaf blowers in the summer months. This was the culmination of a 30-year campaign by 3 generations of grassroots groups. When Quiet Yards Greenwich formed in 2021, it took us 3 years of nonstop work before our ordinance passed. We wrote a white paper summarizing the state of the literature, surveyed over 700 residents, and held multiple town halls. Having a state law would be extremely beneficial. It would mean that residents in town after town don't have to spend years advocating the same case over and over. It would create a level playing field for landscapers and would avoid a confusing patchwork of laws from town to town with different rules about what equipment can be used where and when. And because the law gives 4 years to transition, that is plenty of time for landscapers. The useful life of gas-powered leaf blowers is estimated between 2 and 4 years. So this would mean that any equipment does not have to be forsaken during its useful life. The gas leaf blower has been called the dirtiest engine still in legal use. Its 2-stroke engine was invented in 1879. It was very widespread in motorcycles and scooters, but many countries like China, India, and European countries have banned these engines because of how polluting they are and how loud. According to the EPA, cars and trucks have reduced their emissions by close to 95%, thanks to clean air rules. But gas leaf blowers don't have to follow the Clean Air Act. That explains the startling finding by Edmunds Auto Group that a half-hour use of a gas leaf blower releases as many pollutants as driving a Ford pickup for 3,000 miles. The gas leaf blower, as you've heard, is going the way of landlines. Home Depot said it expects that by the end of 2028, 85% of all gas-powered landscaping equipment will be replaced by electric equipment. 5 states and the District of Columbia restrict or prohibit the use of gas leaf blowers. In Connecticut, Norwalk and Westport have joined Greenwich in restricting them. Yale University has gone fully electric. Yet, you'll continue to hear arguments from opponents repeating the talking points of the fossil fuel industry. The lithium-ion batteries are too dangerous to use, despite the fact that they will say that lithium-ion batteries are too dangerous to use, despite the fact that there are 44,313 registered EVs in Connecticut. In fact, rechargeable batteries are already an integral part of our daily lives, from our phones to our laptops and our watches. While battery fires make for sensational stories on the 6 o'clock news, data from the National Transportation Safety Board showed that fires in gas-powered vehicles
Your timer went off.
Okay, thank you so much. Happy to answer any questions. Just a final statement. Senator Lopes, you'd mentioned forming a study group. I do hope that in addition, you'll invite electric landscapers to join this group as their experience is very relevant.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I actually resemble that remark. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you much. Valerie Jacobs.
Good evening. My name is Valerie Sealing Jacobs, and I'm so excited to be here tonight to speak in support of HB 6263. I was part of the group in Westport that advocated for almost 8 years to get our ordinance in place. You've heard from many people about the health and environmental problems with these machines. The list is long. Cancer, heart attacks, high blood pressure, pulmonary disease, dementia, and hearing damage, as well as the destruction of ecosystems, killing of our pollinators, and destruction of our air quality. But I'd like to spend my 3 minutes on one subset of these problems, namely the negative impact of these machines on our children. To do that, I'd like to first turn to the testimony of Dr. Sarah Evans. She submitted a written letter. She lives in Fairfield, but she could not be here tonight. I urge you to read the letter in its entirety. She describes how children's rapidly developing lungs, ears, eyes, brains, and other organ systems are inherently more sensitive to environmental hazards because they breathe more air per pound of body weight. She also describes how the fine particulates produced by the gas leaf blowers can penetrate deep into the lung tissue and cause exacerbate asthma and cause other types of diseases. And by the way, she doesn't mention this, but the latest research shows that there is absolutely no safe level of PM 2.5, of fine particulate matter. Finally, she explains that the noise from these machines impairs communication and learning and increases stress. The Academy of Pediatrics now considers noise a public health hazard. Second, I'd like to highlight the medical testimony of 2 other doctors from Stanford Health. They have not submitted testimony, but in 2022, in the run-up to the California legislation, they issued a public statement in which they outlined all of the problems posed by gas leaf blowers for children. Their names are Dr. David Axelrod and Dr. Elliot Crane, and they are from the Stanford Children's Health Hospital. If you'd like a copy of their statement, I can get it to you. Like Dr. Evans, they note that the pollution from GLBs disproportionately affects children because they breathe faster. They also noted that children inhale more given their body weight, and that they're particularly vulnerable because they spend more time at ground level, where many environmental toxins settle. They also point out something that I was completely unaware of, even though I had been sort of in this business for years, and that is that children's lungs, hearts, and brains, and particularly their lungs, continue to develop right through the age of 9. The lungs continue to grow alveoli, those are the gas exchanging sacs, through that period, which means that any toxic exposure experienced today will be amplified in the future. These doctors also observed that because these GLBs are used during the daytime, they are disrupting the sleep, the nap times of toddlers and babies. And that too will cause influence brain development and growth. I have
Excuse me,
seen
ma'am,
this
your time is up. Could you
firsthand.
please conclude? Thank you.
Okay, I've seen this firsthand. This medical literature means that we don't have the luxury of time. We're giving the landscapers 4 years. By that point, their equipment will be outdated and will no longer be usable. Our children's brains, however, that window will be closing. We cannot afford to wait 1 more minute. Please don't pawn this off for another year. I beg you, on behalf of the children of Connecticut, to support HB 6263. Thank you.
Thank you. Although I'm tempted to ask you if my kids put you up to this to get them out of doing the leaf work at our house. But any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Beth Simons. Beth, if you can hear me, please unmute. Okay, we'll circle back to her. Judy Malone.
Hello.
Judy, go ahead. Beth, you'll go next.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Oh, evening. Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, members of the Environment Committee. Excuse me, my name is Jude Malone. I'm with the Connecticut Beer Wholesalers Association. Thank you for allowing me this evening to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1115. So I thought I'd start with a little history. I know you heard a lot of testimony today, and it's a little bit repetitive, but it does kind of take you to our story. So in 2021, when the legislature modernized the bottle bill, it impacted beer wholesalers, and we are wholesalers. We are not the manufacturer. So just that's a clarification from an earlier speaker, and we do have different roles. So we saw that an increase in handling fee. We saw that the deposit would go from 5 to 10 cents as of January 1st, 2024. And finally, we saw that the legislature intended for grants for redemption centers. So as we prepared for 2024, we worked with the legislature because we understood that people would buy cans in 2023, return them in 2024 for that higher deposit. And so the legislature agreed, and they allowed us to keep some money as a kind of a bank, right, to help offset the cost. And at the same time, we talked to Oregon, and we said, what's your experience? Because that was the only other state that went from 5 to 10 cents. And they said, well, we saw this increase, and then it kind of leveled off after a few quarters. And there were lines at the grocery store, and there were fights and this, but it does level off. And so that's how we kind of went into 2024. So we did see that spike from people returning their bottles and cans. And then we saw, of course, in June and July, we saw a little bit of spike. People drink more beer, thank goodness, in those warmer months. And then in August 2024, for the first time since 1979, a wholesaler was over-redeemed. And I know we talked about the definition earlier, but it means that we didn't sell as much as we are receiving back. And let me just tell you, there was a dry January, but it was a desert out there in February, and our beer sales are stagnant, right? There's other competition. There's a number of reasons for it. So this wholesaler was over-redeemed in August, September, October, leveled off in November. January was this whopping 140% over-redeemed. In February, it was 107% over-redeemed. And the statute, and this is really the crux of our problem as distributors, the statute doesn't contemplate where we are as a bottle bill state. There's no protection for us. So we've been sitting out there with these cans coming in. Wow, that was quick. Okay, thank you. So what this bill does is a number of things that start to help this distributor. And Senator Lopes, one of the things you said was that it can't continue. There's a credit. He doesn't get dollar amounts. So it's 140, it's 107. You have to wait till March. He has to still pay that handling fee and he has to still pay that deposit. $435,000 he paid out in deposits, and I would question how much came back. And this bill, there's a lot of good things in it. And really what we're asking this committee to do, and we'll work with anybody to get there, is give us some protection. Let there be enforcement. Everybody that's in the redemption part of this have a responsibility. Until that happens, we're going to have the same problem. And, you know, we can't afford to. And Senator Lopes, I so appreciate you and you taking the time to always talk to us. And so many of the members of this committee spent hours just learning it. It's not easy, right? And, you know, you heard today, this gentleman said that he martinized, but the distributors didn't. We have nothing to martinize. We don't make that determination of what's on that can. Our manufacturers are different than soft drink manufacturers. Our manufacturers have no skin in the game, where the soft drinks does. We are the skin in the game. We want redemption centers. We want the third-party reverse vending machines to be partners with us as well. And until all of that happens, you know, my small wholesales, we only distribute beer. That is it. We can't do anything else, and we can't afford the cross-border. And it really is a syndicated organizations from New York. We saw it in Rhode Island. They come with pickup trucks. These guys come with trailer trucks. You know, I've shared pictures with you. They're vans with things on top. And I will summarize. Thank you.
That's fine. Any questions? Yes, Representative Piscopo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Jude, for your testimony. Appreciate it. I want to kind of wrap my arms around this over 100% redemption. Is it your responsibility as a wholesaler distributor when to pick up when you do the beer truck comes to the store, drops off its beer, they have to pick up all those returnables. It's still your responsibility to do that.
That's right. That's right. A statute only recognizes deposit initiators. They don't recognize anybody else in the thing. So we have to pick up and we have to pay them within a certain amount of time as well. And we pick up at retail, package stores, or, you know, but grocery stores and redemption centers.
So if the redemption rate is, if you're taking more than you sold, basically, you're over 100% means that you're taking in a lot more cans.
Right.
Who makes up that cost?
Thank you. That's a great question. No one. Today, nobody does. That distributor that was 140, 170, he does. He has to pay it out of his business.
I see.
And this bill, Representative, starts to do that. It says the state has to reimburse us because this person that is over redeemed for the last 2 quarters, he has to wait till March, and it's rolling, and it's because of his proximity to New York and New Jersey, and he has a portfolio that resembles Manhattan Beer. Now, Manhattan Beer is huge compared to the distributors in Connecticut, but he has a portfolio, so that's why he's getting hit hard. There was another distributor that they'll testify later. They were at 98% in January, and that's the closest they came to. And as I said, in Rhode Island, the distributors on the Eastern Connecticut side have faced this forever. They're just not as aggressive as the ones from New York. They have it took them a while, but they got very organized.
I see. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Reyes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Jude, for hanging in there and testifying tonight. Representative Piscopo was asking the question that I wanted to answer for clarity. But let me ask you a question. So for for clarification on my mind, so Rhode Island still has no charges on anything. So wouldn't Massachusetts be exposed to the same situation that we are here? Because there's actually more of the surface of Massachusetts than there is of Connecticut. So aren't they facing the same thing right now with being charged over 100% in Massachusetts, far more than we are in Connecticut at this point?
That's a good question. I don't know Massachusetts very well, but I believe the difference really is this, is that Massachusetts has 5 cents. Rhode Island doesn't have a deposit. New York is 5 cents. New Jersey doesn't have a deposit. So, you know, as you heard a lot today, it's a currency that we have. So I would imagine that, to your point, that with Rhode Island cans, because they don't have a deposit, they still make, you know, revenue. A consumer could return their cans in Massachusetts and make that revenue, but they certainly come here. And I've seen it. I live in Mystic, so I've seen the pickup trucks, and we know that, you know, businesses keep bars and restaurants keep them for these individuals, and they return them here. It's a lot more profitable to come to Connecticut and get a 10 cents rather than Massachusetts 5. So, you know, and it is real. And I would say, you know, we know that this is real because we've had to increase how we pick up. We've had to have more manpower to pick up, more time. We actually had a New York retailer say to us, you have to come more often and pick it up because we have so many people from New York coming, right? So I know that Mr. Myers testified he turns them away, but there's somebody that is taking them because we're over redeemed in that area, right? And also, let me just give you you know, 1,200 cans, right? That, and as people said, it doesn't preclude them from taking more. That's 5 bags that we provide the bags for the redemption centers. There's a fill line, so we know that there's 240 in a bag. That's 5 bags. I ask you, how many consumers bring 240, right, times 5 to in a week? You don't. You bring a grocery bag or something, right? And even these people that kept them, you know, we didn't see this kind of return, right? So, you know, sorry.
One last question, Mr. Chair. When is your highest peak return? In which quarter?
It was January.
January.
And let me just say, January is a big return because people do keep their bottles and cans over the holidays. And then we typically see a bigger return, but it's consistent for him. He was over redeemed in August, September, and October. Around 98% was steady. And then in January was 140, and then it came down to 107. And we anticipate that that will continue to happen as we, you know, because
Interesting.
New York is bringing cans here, and there's nothing stopping them.
Thank you, Ms. Jude. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Smith online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like a lot of us on the committee, today I was in 2 other simultaneous meetings, and I know we spoke exhaustively with regard to Senate Bill 1115 on the cross-border redemption. I wanted to ask, and this is something that was probably covered earlier, ask you, Ms. Malone, why can't the barcode on the cans prevent someone from purchasing a beverage in New York and returning it to Connecticut? I mean, different variations on that question, but it's kind of fundamental to what we were discussing at length earlier on this subject.
Thank you so much for that question. And yes, okay, so there's a barcode, and that can, as other people have testified, is sold in New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New York, New Jersey. You can't tell the difference. Some of our beer manufacturers do put an add-on code. The problem is that they also are sold in New York. So, and a barcode works in a machine, as we had heard, and not, it wouldn't stop the redemption center. So, you know, yes, you would think that, and until we get to a place where technology can really solve this, then unfortunately, we have to rely on other people such as the redemption centers to help us patrol this because, and we don't, Representative Smith, we don't make the can. So we can't determine if there's some other piece on there, right? Poland Springs puts a red, um, you know, label on it so someone could tell. But unfortunately, the barcode is universal and and you know, and I would just have to say that, as you heard, you can't force a manufacturer to have a specific Connecticut label because of the Commerce Clause. But there are instances when they have volunteered. So the court, you heard about the court case, and then some manufacturers continue to have a specific barcode for a state for a period of time, and it works, right? I mean, it shuts it down, but we can't get there very easily, so that's why we have to ask the redemption center to be a partner with us, and that's why we have to ask, in-state companies to help us shut New York and New Jersey down.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Any further, Representative Anderson?
Yes, Ms. Malone, one quick question. Rather than SB 1115, would Connecticut Beer Sailors Wholesalers Association rather see repeal of the bottle bill?
Yeah. If we never went down this road and we started way back in, some point, and we didn't have it, yes, it would help. Of course, it alleviates the fraud, but, and the reason I'm having challenge answering it is because I know it's not realistic, right? We asked not to go to 10 cents until all the other states around us go to 10 cents. And that would have been the best thing that could happen. We're not trying to get out of the bottle bill, Representative. We invest a lot of time. Our drivers have additional money. We're not trying to get out of it. We need protection from it, right? And we need the statute to reflect, and we need help. But I think that, that train has left the station and now we're faced with this. And what I just want to, one more time, just thank this committee for acknowledging there's a problem and asking how we can help. And I think that there are pieces of the bill that, we need to talk to other people about and work on, and Connecticut Beer Wholesalers want to do that, and we look forward to that. But we need help, and just repealing it, I don't think is realistic. But thank you, thank you for
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. I don't see any other questions, but I do have to say, you brought this issue to us, and I see this as the state of Connecticut asked your industry to do something. You're doing it because of laws we've changed. We've put you in a very weird spot where you're basically become a trucking company and you're losing money at it too. But you're stuck that you're forced, you have to do it. And I think it's one of the most bipartisan bills we have so far. We're all in agreement that we need to fix this. And it's not simple, but I want to just keep this bill moving forward. There's a lot of moving parts. I hope this speech is more to the members of the legislature here. Understand that it's going to change. We're in discussions with the administration and how we can, on ways we can fix this. And we're not there yet, but I think there's a groundswell of support on trying to do some sort of resolution that gets you out of a jam.
Thank you. Thank
All
you
right.
so much. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. All right, we're going to circle back to Beth Simons,
Hello,
please proceed.
just getting my camera going, but I'll start anyway. There we go. Greetings to all members of the Environment Committee. My name is Beth Simons, and I'm a partner in and representative of Stonington Farms Shellfish Incorporated. We are a small family-owned, operated, women-owned majority oyster farm in Mystic. We are passionate about education and outreach and enjoy successful partnerships with the Sound School, Fitch, Wheeler, Yellow Farm, Ness, and the Mystic River Watershed Alliance, just to name a few. It's impossible to condense the hours of thought and research that went into our decision to support sections 1, 2, 3, and 5 of House Bill 6222 into the 3-minute allotted time. And with respect to the chairman's request to keep testimony brief, I will highlight sections 1 and 5 while encouraging you all to reference my testimony and supporting documents. With regard to section 1, we enthusiastically support reducing harvestable hatchery-produced oysters from 3 inches to 2.5 inches. Forcing Connecticut oyster farmers to adhere to the current regulations while allowing other states to import and sell a more petite and often more desirably sized oyster within the state is unconscionable. This law hobbles our local farmers while promoting out-of-state products, and this costs us untold income. Not only are we forced to compete with out-of-state purveyors, but because their product can be harvested significantly earlier than ours, we must expend at least an additional year's worth of labor and resources to bring that product to market while remaining at a comparable price point. With regard to section 5, I would like to address Senator Summers directly and rebut earlier statements made in relation to the co-op. Of the 3 farms that are currently active members of the Noank Aquaculture Cooperative, only one was contacted about section 5. Our farm was not. And contrary to earlier statements, we are not only in support of section 5 and amendable to consultation by Sea Grant and the Bureau of Aquaculture, but we implore the state to pass legislation that allows oversight of not only our cooperative, but future cooperatives. Additionally, the picture painted by Senator Summers that the Noank Cooperative is a shining example of teamwork and goodwill is categorically false. We have not operated as a co-op as defined by the state of Connecticut since 2021. We are currently sharing 829 square feet of the over 10,000 square feet available with one other farm, the largest farm occupying the rest of the available space. I've engaged the professional agromediation services from Quinnipiac University at the suggestion of Commissioner Brian Hurlbert, but I feel that the intervention from Sea Grant and from the Bureau of Aquaculture would also be beneficial in expediting this process. The common thread in all of the initiatives that we highlight in our testimony is inclusivity, and to ensure that there is ample room and support for all methods of not only aquaculture, but environmentally responsible practices across Connecticut's shoreline. As stewards of the environment, we must make way for the next generation. The future of our watershed and the environment at large depends on it. And if small farms cannot remain solvent in this tumultuous time, our combined efforts at outreach and education will become impossible.
Timer went off, if you could summarize.
That was all. You got me right at the end.
Good timing, good timing. Any
Thank
questions?
you.
For Ms. Simons? Okay, that was helpful and kind of contradictory to stuff we had heard earlier, so we might be following you later on.
Yeah, I didn't put a whole lot in my testimony because I know the day is running really long for everybody, but I do have several points made on sections 1, 2, 3, and 5 that I think are relevant, and I have submitted supporting documentation to go along with all of that.
That is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Michael Pantelides.
Good evening. I want to start by thanking the members of the Environment Committee for allowing me to speak on HB 6229. My name is Mike Pantelides, and I'm the Director of Plastic Sustainability Policy at the American Chemistry Council. We represent more than 190 companies engaged in the business of chemistry. Our membership include the leading suppliers and manufacturers of plastic food service packaging, including polystyrene food and beverage containers. My job is to advocate policies to improve recycling and create a sustainable and circular economy. Prior to this, I served as mayor of Annapolis, the state capital of Maryland. During my time as mayor, I experienced firsthand the challenges and complexities of overseeing sanitation services. While ACC strongly supports initiatives to reduce plastic waste and improve recycling, we respectfully urge the committee not to move this proposal forward for 3 reasons. First, it will likely lead to a greater environmental impact. Alternative to plastics are not always better. As a result of plastics' lightweight properties and low energy requirements, they can help reduce greenhouse gas emissions, require less fuel to transport, and can significantly reduce food waste. Second is the increased cost to the state. The alternative products that would be required if polystyrene is banned would likely result in higher operating costs for all of the affected government agencies, including schools, and the alternatives might not perform as effectively as polystyrene, especially for very hot or cold foods and beverages. Governments and schools are already operating on thin margins and could face increased financial strain. An NB Public Affairs analysis for a Virginia ban concluded it would nearly double the cost of food service products for state agencies. Third, it will result in little, if any, litter reduction. Evidence suggests that broad bans on specific materials do little to address overall litter problems. Litter studies conducted following the enactment of similar restrictions have shown that bans change what is littered, but not the amount littered. For example, after researching the effects and impacts of a polystyrene ban, the Honolulu City Auditor concluded that polystyrene bans do not reduce litter. Furthermore, the California Water Board rejected the use of bans as a compliance mechanism for waterborne trash reduction. Plastic containers and packaging tend to use significantly less material. On average, over 4 times more alternative material by weight is needed to perform the same function. This means that if plastic containers and packagings are replaced by common alternatives, it will likely lead to an increased landfilling, not less. For the above reasons, we respectfully oppose HB 6229. ACC remains committed to working on policy approaches that seek to increase recycling and recovery of all packaging materials and reduce plastic waste in the environment.
Thank you. Your timing was perfect. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Alex Rodriguez in the room. Alex, you're up.
Thank you, honorable co-chairs, and thank you, members of the Environment Committee. I'm Alex Rodriguez, and I'm an environmental justice specialist with Save the Sound. And I'm here to speak in support of, provide brief comments in support of HB 6229, and as well as opposition to HB 6249. My brief comment on HB 6229 is this. The mission of my organization is to maintain and organize legal and scientific expertise to help reach a healthy and resilient Long Island Sound region. And so reducing polystyrene and plastics broadly helps us get there. But to provide more specific commentary in opposition to HB 6249, to build off of Roger Reynolds' comments earlier, it is important that that this committee challenge this bill and deny it, as it would seek to limit who has the right to appeal illegal and environmentally destructive residential projects. And we at Save the Sound, then Connecticut Fund for the Environment, have applied CEPA to protect the community of New Haven from the reopening of English Station, which was a coal-fired power plant facility that ran for a long while. Save the Sound, or CFE, worked with the city of New Haven and the Attorney General's office to challenge a permit to reactivate the boilers that English Station operated, as they would have, as if the permit had been admitted, these boilers would have been burning oil during the hottest days of the year because of peak energy demand. And that is something we are not supportive of, as we are an organization, committed to bringing people to the fold to challenge unreasonable pollution as a way to preserve a healthy and resilient Long Island Sound region. And that is my commentary.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thanks again for coming.
Thank you.
Nathan Froling.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Well, it's good to be with you, and thank you, Honorable Chair Lopes, Senator Lopes, and Representative Parker, and all the distinguished members of the Environment Committee. I'm Nathan Froling, Director of External Affairs at the Nature Conservancy in Connecticut. So again, thank you for this opportunity to testify in qualified support of House Bill 7174 concerning riparian buffers and associated environmental provisions. We've submitted written testimony on this bill along with three other House bills, but I won't go into those. I'm going to focus on 7174. So the Nature Conservancy's mission is to conserve the lands and waters on which all life depends, and this bill will help fulfill that mission by establishing protections for riparian buffer zones, improving the effectiveness of fishways along certain water passages, and seeking a funding source to better address flooding. Specifically, we support sections 1 through 12 of this bill, which deal directly with establishing a definition of riparian buffers and establishing very basic protection for these zones, particularly through protection of native vegetation. We note that Connecticut is the only state in New England without explicit protections for riparian buffers. As I'm sure you all know, riparian buffers are made up of trees, shrubs, and other plants along waterways and provide multiple benefits for people and a healthy environment. Maintaining and planting vegetation along rivers reduces pollution entering waterways by slowing the flow of stormwater runoff, capturing sediment, and allowing polluted water to soak into the ground. Plant roots stabilize stream banks, reducing the amount of sand, silt, and sediment washing into waterways during storms and seasonal floods. Additionally, riparian buffers are also one of the most cost-effective and efficient nature-based solutions for reducing nutrient loads. Now, in terms of Section 13, we support the intent of Section 13, which requires DEEP to adopt regulations to protect fish and aquatic habitat, and in so doing, help ensure safe, timely, and effective fish passage associated with dams that are not subject to FERC jurisdiction. We recognize that implementation of this provision may be tricky, and further effort may be needed to make it workable. Finally, we recognize that Section 14 is controversial in its attempt to establish a fund that would help communities assess flood risk and provide a means to build out climate resilient infrastructure to mitigate flooding. Flooding in Connecticut, exacerbated by climate change, causes economic and social impacts, including rising flood insurance costs and property and infrastructure damage. We appreciate the committee's consideration of the need for communities to have tools and resources to address climate exacerbated flooding, while recognizing there are political challenges of how to fund it. So I appreciate the opportunity to provide this testimony in qualified support of House Bill 7174.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Froling? Seeing none, thank you much.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Mr. Mendelson now.
Yes, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, members of the Environment Committee. My name is Stephen Mendelson. I'm here today to speak in opposition to House Bill 6257, an act authorizing the use of terramation. You have my extensive written testimony as well as Kathy Ludlam's testimony. I hope you'll read all of it. I'll summarize. Human composting is environmentally unnecessary. We should be promoting green burial instead. Contrary to proponents of House Bill 6257, burial does not require embalming or other environmentally harmful practices, i.e. metal caskets. My mother passed away 2 months ago in Southwest Florida, was buried in a Jewish cemetery in East Granby, and was not embalmed. Regarding cemetery space, according to the National Association of Chevra Kadisha, it would take 10,000 years to fill up a mere 1% of the United States land with cemeteries, even if every American chose to be buried. As Doran Kornbluth points out, quote, burials in the United States use far less land per year than the construction of new Walmarts. More importantly, human composting threatens to violate the rights of others by putting human compost into the food supply, commerce, parks and forests, and other places where people derive benefit without their consent and in violation of their morals. The process generates 500 to 1,000 pounds of nutrient-dense soil. House Bill 6257 merely forbids, without a criminal penalty, utilization or sale of the soil, quote, for any purpose related to the development of direct-to-consumer food sales, meaning farmers markets. By contrast, the law passed last year in Maryland, at least, has a criminal penalty of up to 1 year in prison and or a $5,000 fine for any use of the soil remains to grow food, either for human or livestock consumption, and for any selling or reselling of the soil remains to a third party. This still does not address other misuses, such as in parks and forests where people would be walking over composted human remains. By creating a commodifiable product with no enforceable criminal sanctions to prohibit the use of human compost for agriculture, soil amendment, and the like, we violate a strong cross-cultural taboo against deriving ordinary benefit from corpses, which, especially in the light of the Shoah, we should not broach, even if consensual. I also cite in my written testimony religious liberty concerns for the Jewish community in particular. Please reject House Bill 6257, and instead, please consider legislation to prohibit the use of human remains disposed of by any method where it's not buried, to be used for agricultural, commercial purposes, or any other purpose that would violate the rights of other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Mendelson? Representative.
Just want to say that I'm sorry for your loss. Thanks for sharing that, and thanks for your passion on this issue. We hear you.
You're
Thanks.
welcome. Thank you.
Representative Anderson.
Yeah, Mr. Mendelson, thank you for your testimony. I wonder, for people who are non-Jewish,
yeah,
this practice still strikes me as very dehumanizing.
Yeah. Certainly don't, it certainly should, again, as I said, across all different, across all different cultures, religious faiths. I mean, from a Jewish perspective, cremation strikes us as dehumanizing too. They're all, as I note in my testimony, I cite Yael Davidovitz, and she cites cremation, alkaline hydrolysis, human composting, all of these processes that hasten the decomposition of the body. I mean, cremation, as I note, because of, again, the Shoah, that people, Jews were burnt in crematoria precisely because the Nazis, Yamach Shemam, wanted to show their contempt for the Torah, contempt for religious values, and so that's why they did this, and that's also why, and the analogy I make here is between using. My bigger concern here is not just is if somebody wants to hasten their decomposition, they can say, well, that's their personal choice. But the bigger problem here is as I cite the analogy with the Nazi practice of turning the bodies of our murdered Kedoshim into fertilizer, soap, lampshades, and the disgust that we should have with that, and why we don't share the same disgust at the idea of using these remains whether it's bullets there's a company in Alabama I cite in my written testimony, holy smokes, that turns cremains into bullets to shoot turkeys. Or in this case, we have the use of the soil remains of human compost for food production in all different kinds, not just direct to consumer sales as limited the limited description in the current bill and without any criminal penalty, but also one of the most common uses, again, as we said, as I think Representative Reddington Hughes earlier referred to the 500 to 1,000 pounds. It fills a whole pickup truck. And most people don't want all that soil. I mean, with cremains, you get about 4 to 7 pounds of ash. People can put it in an urn. Sometimes, at least with a Catholic cemetery, you will not find it in a Jewish cemetery. They'll be buried. But here you have so much, you have about 1,000 times as much volume here. People aren't going to take it home, or at least if they take it home, they'll take only a small amount. The leading thing that is being done with this is being spread out over parks and forests as soil amendment, and then people are walking over it. When we go to a cemetery, most of us who are conscientious are very careful not to walk over somebody's grave. And here we're basically saying we're turning the human remains into soil amendment where the intention is that people are going to hike over it, where children are going to play with it. That's what I don't understand here. You know, if the remains were buried, I'm not sure I would feel anywhere near as passionate as I am here. And as I said in my testimony, also the religious liberty concerns, you know, in terms of kosher food, because there's a prohibition in halakha of hana'a, of deriving benefit. I'm sure there are other religious faiths probably have many of the same concerns here. But for Jews, the food, my understanding, would not be kosher because it would violate. The rabbi of my synagogue is a Kohen. At my mother's funeral, he could not stand next to the gravesite. He had to keep his distance. Now, with cremains, burning in halakha turns something from changes the nature of basically utterly destroys the substance. That's why we burn hametz before Passover. The Torah commands that we burn an ir hanidachat, a city tainted with idolatry. It's utter destruction. So if a Kohen comes into a home with cremains, that's not a problem. But with human compost, I'm not so sure, because it's not utterly destroyed. It's still human remains. So that would, again, we have a whole lot of potential issues here, and we have not even scratched the surface of how to deal with the rights of other people. You know, everybody says we want to have these choices, and I respect, and to a extent I can respect that, even if I disagree with it, even if I find it dehumanizing, even if this is, your body is created in God's image, and as a culture, as a society, I'm really saddened that we have moved away. The proponents attack, quote, traditional burial, but traditional burial is what we had before 1860, before we shot up Abe Lincoln's body with formaldehyde and paraded it all around the country.
Ms. Smith, I think we're digressing a little.
Okay, but I'm just trying to get back to.
It was very educational. I appreciate
but I'm just saying,
kind of digressing.
What we have here is that we need to show respect. I hope we need to show greater respect as a culture for deceased bodies. But even if you look at this as an individual choice, my choices end when I interfere with somebody else's rights. And that's what the problem is when you put human remains into the public domain, into the food supply. And I'm not sure how enforceable it is. As I cite in my testimony, former state representative Keith Denning, says he hopes that people would not use this to grow their backyard tomatoes. Again, nothing in the bill as currently written, because it's not a sale, would forbid somebody from giving away their backyard tomatoes to their neighbor, which were grown in human compost. So what I wonder is, I'm willing to try to see what we can do to protect the rights of others here. I'm not sure how enforceable it is. I'm open to discussion on it. But
Okay.
You'll hear.
I do not want to be in river videos.
You're not.
Thank you, Mr.
You're-
Mendelson. Thank you. Mr.
We're not on video though.
Someone unmuted themselves. Thank you. All right. Any question? Rep Veach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to thank Mr. Mendelson for coming up and giving that testimony. I can't agree with you more. I think it's dehumanizing, and I certainly think that we really need to take a step back and think about what we're trying to do, because this is not okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Mendelson.
You're very welcome.
Moving over to Alexis Harrison next. Is she on the list anywhere? I have her down as remote. All right, skipping over Miss Harrison, we're going to go to David Golombeski.
Good evening, members of the Environment Committee. Name is David Golombeski. I'm Golf Course Superintendent, Newtown Country Club, lifelong resident of Milford. I'm also the Government Relations Director for the Connecticut Association of Golf Course Superintendents Board of Directors. Here in opposition of HB 6263 as written, an act concerning use and purchase of gas-powered handheld and backpack leaf blowers by state agencies. As you can tell, this title, it's kind of deceiving. Yeah, it addresses state agencies and municipalities. Then you just go no further than the second paragraph. It says, on or after January 1, 2029, no person shall use, sell, offer for sale, or distribute in the state any gas-powered leaf blower, whether handheld or backpack style. This essentially means that any of these gas-powered tools would be trash in a few years if this bill was passed, no matter how old the machine is or how well it operates. From a health and safety perspective, any reputable employer should be at least offering, if not requiring, employees wear hearing protection when using these machines. There are tens, if not hundreds of thousands of these devices currently owned and operated in this state, whether by landscapers, golf courses, private homeowners, construction crews, etc. Previous testimony cited these machines only last 2 to 4 years. I find that far from the truth. I have some of my golf courses that are 10 years old. Probably have homeowners out there that have them that are 20 plus years old. The other thing I heard mentioned was about effects on children. Well, I'm not sure who in the right mind would be using these machines right next to a young child. It just doesn't seem sensible. But you know, the alternative battery powered machines, they're not quite as powerful as what we have now, and there's a significant cost to not only the blowers themselves but also the batteries and chargers, cost of electricity to charge these. For example, my shop is not set up to charge a large amount of batteries. You know, we need a tremendous amount. And in commercial operations, if these machines aren't as powerful, may increase labor costs because now it's going to take the employee longer to do his job. So that affects business. As written, this bill could potentially cost homeowners hundreds of dollars to replace their blowers, while businesses could be faced with several $1,000s. From an enforcement perspective, I have no idea how you begin to tackle this bill effectively. Police, zoning enforcement, they're busy enough as it is now. I've heard from some individuals in towns that where they have these bans, and it sounds like they're not overly effective. Lastly, I'll put on my other hat as a third-generation member and current president of Waterwitch Hose Company No. 2 Volunteer Fire Department in New Milford. The use of backpack blowers is a very effective tool in creating fire lines or breaks when battling brush fires. With limited manpower, as many volunteer departments are dealing with these days, a few individuals can quickly and effectively clear leaves and other debris to help contain and control a brush fire, whether big or small, compared to doing the same job manually with rakes and alike. I would encourage you to speak directly with the Deep Forest Fire Division employees to give you more information. Well, I understand where the proponents of the bill as written are coming from, the batteries. It's kind of the same thing as electric vehicles. If somebody wants to buy one, let them make the decision and buy one. You know, I understand this is going to lead to more discussion in the future, and I hope that the Superintendent's Association could be a part of that.
Thank
Happy
you.
to answer any questions.
As you may have heard us say to other people that, yeah, there's some language here that definitely we did not, I did not mean no person shall use, no person shall sell or offer for sale. It's, you know, obviously if you have equipment that's still working, you use it to the end of its useful life. And there would be no enforcement on telling people you can't use a machine that's still there. But this bill's got a long way to go. So that's where we are. Any questions? I don't see any. Thank you very much for.
Thank you for your time.
And next person, Ann Hulick.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and esteemed members of the Environment Committee. My name is Ann Hulick. I'm the Connecticut Director of Clean Water Action, and I submitted written testimony on 3 bills, which you have before you. I will comment just briefly. We oppose House Bill 6249, an act limiting appeals under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act. Many of the reasons that you've heard throughout the day, we concur with strongly, and hope that this bill does not go forward. We do support House Bill 1494, an act concerning testing for PFAS in certain water supplies. This is a very important issue. I know you're all very familiar with the issue of PFAS. Residents are concerned about PFAS in their drinking water. We did recommend, and I included in written testimony, that we would strongly recommend codifying the current federal standards that have been published in 2024. And we believe that codifying those standards into state law would be extremely important and health protective. So those are in my testimony. And lastly, we also support strongly House Bill 6229, an act concerning a reduction of single-use plastics and polystyrene waste. This is such an important bill, and we thank you for your leadership on it. For all the reasons that have been stated previously about waste reduction, the toxic effects of styrene, polystyrene, and reducing our waste. We had the privilege of working with the Middletown School District and Randall Mell, who I know testified earlier. And that was a tremendous opportunity to work with these schools and help them to shift to reusables. In doing so, we anticipate, and I know you have their case study, but I'm happy to share it with you if you'd like to refer to it. We believe that they're going to save $92,000 annually for their reusable, shifting to reusables, and then also reduce 3.76 million items from the waste stream and over 15 tons of waste annually year after year. That is saving the school district thousands of dollars every year in the reduction of waste. Randall brought up, and we agree, that there are every school district is different in terms of the infrastructure and the funding. And we have seen through the course of our work that even with those investments, this is a good step in the right direction. So we recognize that not every school district could or business could shift to this quickly, but it is a very important step in the right direction that has a positive return on investment and reduction in our waste, and also shifts our state to more sustainable practices. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Ann, and appreciate all your work. It sounds like maybe the case study hasn't yet gotten through. Can you make sure that you email that to the clerk so we have that on record so we can review that?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you
No,
had it, but
I'm
yeah.
probably on our end. Or
happy
maybe
to
I'm just
do
missing
that.
it, but I figured I'd ask to make sure we get it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think my only question is, you're sort of getting at this, so if you could just sort of share what you think the next steps are going to be with this when we're considering the upfront cost of schools, even if we can think about ways that it pays off over time, getting that money there for them to make these changes. I think we're going to hear from the restaurant industry tonight too, so that's another piece of this puzzle. But what can we actually do on this that's going to be reasonable for this year?
I think moving in this direction is very reasonable. And I think acknowledging, and I know Randall suggested a task force, that may be a very good idea.
Okay.
In Middletown, we started there because we knew they had dishwashers already available. So that was a good incentive. But then we got some additional grants. We helped Randall, who was already working, to get grants, and we helped to secure grants from plastic-free restaurants and others to help support that initial outlay. So that was very helpful, and we recognize that. And we recognize that every school district is different. So I think there's going to be opportunities to work with the state and local foundations and state government to think about what are those opportunities where we can provide that upfront investment and then help them to save year after year after year. With restaurants, I didn't even get to that, but our Rethink Disposable program, we have worked across the country. We started actually working in restaurants and helping them shift to reusables. And again, it's similar. Some restaurants have commercial dishwashers, others do not. So every situation is a bit different. The unique thing that I learned that I think we're seeing here in New England is that entrepreneurial opportunities are arising where regions are setting up businesses where they pick up reusable items, dishware from restaurants and things like that. They're barcoded, they're brought to a commercial facility, cleaned, brought back. There's really innovative businesses forming, and I can give you some of that information as well. So yes, there's an initial investment, and we need to think about that and be mindful of that. But I think this bill that is being proposed and the work that's being done on it is moving us forward in the right direction. And I'm very confident that we can get there and see some really good returns.
That's great. Thanks for sharing that.
Yeah.
So I heard you reference the task force. Would you be willing to write something up that makes sure it includes the right people? I don't know, you referenced someone said it before, and maybe I'm just losing my mind at the end of this long day, but I can't quite follow that through. So is that something that you'd maybe follow up with us on? So if we set something up like that, we make sure it's structured the right way?
Yeah, I think Randall is the perfect person, and I'm happy to talk with him about that.
Randall from Middletown? Is that
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Yeah. I know he and other food and nutrition directors have a ton of expertise in this area. And I believe that, they want to do the right thing, but, as they've talked about, they're really constrained with their budgets, and we understood that. So that's where we come in and can kind of help think about different opportunities to help them get there.
Right,
But
thanks.
yeah, I think I'd be happy to help kind of identify who might be good stakeholders on that.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thanks
Thank
a lot.
you.
We're going to go to Mark Moore.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Environment Committee. It's been a long day. My name is Mark Moore. I'm the CEO of Whisper Aero, an aerospace company developing ultra quiet and ultra efficient electric propulsion for aircraft. But yes, even leaf blowers. I'm here to express my support for Bill 6263. Senator Lopez, in particular, my testimony maps into your desire for a crystal ball into the future of leaf blowers. Whisper Aero has developed a unique blower technology that moves more air, uses less energy, and emits less noise. I know it sounds fantastic, but we've taken the best from aerospace. I came from 34 years at NASA, and we really have some stunning technology. We've incorporated this into a prototype leaf blower, and now we're working with major lawn care manufacturers to apply this technology into near-term product offerings. Our technology delivers high performance at only 45 dB from 50 feet away, which is the background noise level of a typical suburban environment. Other electric leaf blowers are at 57 to 65 dB at 50 feet. All of us use a standard ANSI test so that we can have a uniform comparison. While if you look at gas leaf blowers, they are greater than 80 dB, so much, much louder. At the same time, we're 20 to 40% more efficient than other leaf blowers, allowing for smaller, lighter, and less expensive batteries. Also, we're able to make these aerospace-grade blowers at a similar price point as leaf blowers today. So the first leaf blower sales start next year, and I would be privileged to visit Connecticut to demonstrate the pre-production versions of this as you perform more due diligence. While we are a Tennessee-based company, we have several employees in Connecticut who have encouraged me to share this story. Thank you.
Thank you. I am very interested in having you come up and maybe do a demonstration. One of the efforts of this bill was to get state agencies to use battery to be a pilot program, to act as a pilot program on using electrical leaf blowers and lawn equipment, that then if we had successes, we would move that onto the larger population over the next couple of years. So maybe we could set something up over the summer to have you come down and show some of our property managers for the state of Connecticut.
It's a fantastic transition model. We'd love to. Thank you.
Okay. And any questions for Mr. Moore? Seeing none, thanks a lot. Is there anyone left in the room to testify? Oh, we didn't get you on the list earlier. What are your names? What number were you? And ma'am? 92 is a Vincent Giordano. Oh, okay. All right, you can go, and then we'll go list, and then we're going to go back to the other person. So what was your name again, ma'am? Oh, no, you I know as, okay. Okay. So be Helen, and then we're going to go to Elizabeth Guerra, and then Christine, and then to Jasara Lee.
Awesome. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak at folks today. My name is Helen Humphreys. I work for Connecticut Citizen Action Group. We were established on Earth Day of 1971 and have been fighting for a better climate and environment for Connecticut for over 50 years. I'm here to support HB 7174. We're very supportive of the first part of this bill with the riparian buffers. However, I'm proud to say that we are in fact responsible for Section 14, specifically around the insurance policies, having a surcharge of fossil fuel projects, which would help fund flooding mitigation and resiliency efforts in the state. One amendment that we would suggest to the language is that the fossil fuel projects should be specified that they're in Connecticut, so just for the language. Some background on where this policy came from: CCAG is a key partner with Insure Our Future, which is an international campaign to move insurance companies away from fossil fuels and underwriting investments. So far, the campaign has seen 46 companies committing to end or restrict insurance on coal projects. 26 companies are introducing policies to restrict insurance of tar sands projects, and 18 companies have committed to end or restrict insurance of new oil and gas projects. The logic behind this policy is fairly simple. It's that polluters must pay. It would hold property and casualty insurers and fossil fuel companies accountable for their role in the current climate crisis and no longer allow them to socialize the costs of climate damage and their policies that their policies have caused. It would also encourage the industry to make less risky investments in renewable energies like solar and wind. The more investments in renewables, the more likely we are to see a positive impact on our climate, which would ultimately lead insurers to being able to keep their premiums and not have to pay out so frequently on severe weather damage. A report that came out late last year said that over 1/3 of weather-related insured losses over the last 2 decades, which totals $600 billion, can be attributed to climate change. We want the insurance industry to be successful, and ensuring planet-destroying projects is not in their best interest, fiscally or morally. In terms of the criticisms we've heard today, it was interesting to hear the AIC and APCIA testimony earlier who claimed that the insurance industry has been a leader on climate change. I would respectfully but strongly disagree with that statement. According to the report I mentioned before, US insurers have over $582 billion invested in fossil fuels, with almost 90 billion of that being in coal alone. So I wouldn't consider those to be climate leader numbers. What's even more interesting is that in the early 1970s, insurers were among the earliest voices warning about the risk of runaway climate change, which makes their support of the fossil fuel industry particularly puzzling. Insurers face a clear choice: either continue to enable fossil fuel expansion and watch their business model become increasingly untenable, or help drive the rapid transition necessary to make sure that our future is insurable. So we urge this committee to support this bill, and specifically Section 14. Really appreciate your time, and it was good timing.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Guerra.
Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, members of the committee. My name is Elizabeth Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Waterworks Association, which is a trade association of municipal, private, and regional water utilities serving customers throughout Connecticut. I'm here on behalf of CWWA to oppose Senate Bill 1494, an act concerning testing for PFAS by certain water suppliers. Connecticut's public water systems are committed to meeting their obligation to provide safe, high-quality drinking water supplies to customers throughout Connecticut. And as part of that effort, we spend a considerable amount of time and investment to ensure that we are in compliance with extensive state and federal laws and regulations, including water quality standards. Currently, the EPA has adopted in April of 2024 the National Primary Drinking Water Regulation, which sets forth maximum contaminant levels for various PFAS substances. At the same time, the State Department of Public Health has identified action levels for various PFAS substances. So our water utilities are very busy trying to ensure that they comply with those standards. They have begun testing under the rule and are working with the State Department of Public Health to ensure that if there are any exceedances of those levels, that they respond accordingly. So the concerns that we have with the bill is not that we oppose testing or remediation for PFAS. What we are concerned about is the extent to which it conflicts with or creates confusion that may undermine existing efforts to address PFAS in Connecticut's drinking water supplies. There are a lot of flaws in the bill that, again, would create confusion. For example, the bill does not specify which PFAS substances it intends to require testing. Both the state and the federal governments have spent a considerable amount of time identifying those PFAS that are of particular concern and pose particular health risks to the general public. And so again, the failure to identify those is going to create confusion. I know Ann Hewlett from Clean Water Action did comment about adopting the federal standards in place, but it's more than just adopting the standards. The concern is that the federal rule also identifies sampling protocols, which can be very extensive and complicated. It also requires testing requirements, timelines to ensure compliance, monitoring guidelines. And again, it's not a simple task to end up adopting that as part of legislation. It is important to note that in order to comply with both the federal MCLs and the state action levels, requires considerable planning investment on the part of water utilities. And so again, to make changes at this point could undermine our efforts to address and comply with these water quality standards affecting PFAS to protect the public health. So again, we oppose the bill. Happy to work with lawmakers to discuss some of these issues more fully. Thank you.
Oh, did you just finish? I guess so. Question from Representative Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Gara, I actually wanted to ask with you about riparian buffers. Did you
Okay.
I believe you submitted testimony on that, correct?
We did. We do. So part of our efforts to ensure that drinking water supplies are high quality is source water protection efforts, source water management programs. And so riparian buffers can be extremely helpful in making sure that those source waters are protected from various sediments, contamination, et cetera, that may again, impair the quality of those water sources. It's much easier, much less expensive to ensure the integrity of the sources of supply than it is later on to then begin treatment to address those issues.
Sure. So did you, I scanned your testimony. Did you have any concerns with the bill as drafted, or are you okay with that language that's in there?
From what I understand, it's a starting point. I did talk to Representative Mushinski earlier today, and I know that there may be some questions about whether the language really captures what they need to do or whether or not there are some implications that need to be addressed. We're supporting the intent of establishing riparian buffers, but again, we're happy to be part of the conversation to see how they can move forward with establishing the buffers in such a way that can be protective of the state's drinking water sources.
Okay, thank you. I believe Rep. Mashinsky had a holiday to celebrate this evening or something.
She did.
Glad you got to speak there before, and looking forward to keeping you in the conversation. Thanks so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions?
Mr. Chair, I'm still on duty. Just want you to know. Cooking too.
Nicely done, Rep. Mashinsky.
Ms. Phelan, I believe.
Co-chairs, Mr. Lopes and Mr. Parker, members of the committee, I'm Christine Feely, and I'm here to urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 6263 concerning gas-powered leaf blowers. This is a very doable undertaking, the actions of this bill, and it can have a powerful effect. If there were a prize for wasteful and harmful small machines that are used widely in our neighborhoods and town centers, the gas-powered leaf blower would win it hands down. First of all, the wasteful. 30% of the fuel is not combusted and is dispensed into the air. So that has high levels of waste. Right there, that's a reason that we shouldn't use it. It just doesn't make any sense. But more than that, of course, the emissions are harmful. So we, our children, our parents and grandparents, maybe a friend or neighbor who has had lung cancer, or a neighbor's small child who has asthma, breathe in a lot of harmful products of these gas-powered machines. And as you've heard, to add insult to injury, the leaf blowers are extremely loud. We all experience this, but workers who use gas-powered leaf blowers and other gas-powered lawn care equipment for hours a day have a lot of exposure. And the use of leaf blowers beyond the typical leaf season for blowing cut grass and even blowing snow off of sidewalks means that they're used year-round. So for perspective, consider that leaf blowers are a recent invention. A backpack blower misting apparatus was invented in about 1955. So the precursor of a leaf blower is not even as old as I am. In other words, we managed without leaf blowers for a really long time, and we don't have to manage without them now. We just need to get rid of the pollution and reduce the noise. I was really excited to hear what this other man said. I thought, wow, you know, especially the noise level thing would be so great. And this new invention. So switching to electric leaf blowers will have a noticeable effect on ground level air pollution in particular, not to mention the noise. And for myself, I get enough air pollution living close to an elevated stretch of I-84. So I want to reduce the in my face and in my lungs pollution in my neighborhood. So what are these harmful substances, though? Got formaldehyde. We all know that formaldehyde is terrible and it causes cancer. It's used for embalming, but it's very dangerous. Nitrous oxides, now that's an interesting one. It irritates airways, it aggravates respiratory conditions, and it enhances the greenhouse effect, which leads to warming, which leads to sea level rise, which, oops, mean more loss of coastline in Connecticut. Butadiene irritates the eyes, throat, nose, and lungs and causes cancer.
Ms. Feely, the timer's up.
Okay.
And we don't generally do props either. So if you want to, please summarize very quickly.
Okay. I just, last thing I want to say is that if I had a container of the actual chemicals, I would not walk outside and toss this into my neighbor's yard. And, when people talked about choice, I don't really think we should have a choice to throw chemicals at the children in our neighborhood. And this is maybe a new way of thinking about it, but it's time for us to really get past the idea that we can just toss chemicals out into the air that are harmful to our neighbors and our families. So I really, again, urge you strongly to pass this bill.
I appreciate that. And I put this bill forward. I believe strongly in it, but I also have another hat where I work with this type of equipment all year round as well. And there are some harsh realities that we have to face here. The electric machines are not quite up to par to the gasoline counterparts currently. They're getting very close, but at a certain levels commercially, they're not there yet. And saying we can't use blowers, I mean, blowers are far more efficient than a rake. And you can't take that away from a business trying to run a business. My business, I would never run without blowers. I mean, I need them. But no, ma'am. So I just want to be very clear. You're saying 70%. I just trying to get rid of the hyperbole on both sides of this argument and cut to the chase. I mean, you're saying 70% of the gasoline's not burned. Well, that's true.
No, 30% is not.
Whatever. That's true of every gasoline motor. Actually, it's closer to 50. So that's the reality of the world. Anytime you're burning a fossil fuel for any kind of engine, it's not, the efficiency is at best 50, 60%, usually quite a bit lower. So, I mean, let's cut down to there is a movement to lessen the use of gasoline powered lawn equipment. The industry's already moving there. Society is already moving there. So we're trying to do that in as responsible as way possible without harming small businesses and people who use this equipment too. So we understand your testimony, but I just want to move forwardly as judiciously as possible to not hurt people in the process as well. So I do respect your testimony. Is there anyone else who has any questions, Ms. Feely? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Jasari Ali.
Hi, thank you, Environmental Committee, for this opportunity. I really appreciate your strength and dedication for enduring such a long session. I started at 10 o'clock and I can't believe you guys are still here. Thank you. And finger crossed you still have a little more energy for one last testimony. My name is Jasari Ali from Washington, Connecticut, here to testify in support to HB 6229. I am a mother and grandmother, recently became a grandmother, grieving the pollution and destruction of the natural world. While plastic brought convenience at a low cost, in quotes, it also created unsurmountable waste. The plastic industry ingrained in our culture that to-go cups, plates, trays, and disposables in general were the solutions to our hustle and bustle lifestyles. And we were convinced that single-use plastics were indispensable, protective, and many times sanitary, without informing us that plastics are made of fossil fuels, mainly petroleum and natural gas. These non-renewable resources that release greenhouse gases during production contribute immensely to the climate crisis while polluting the air and waters with toxic chemicals. They are the direct cause for more frequent and more devastating fires, hurricanes, storms, earthquakes, droughts, and human illness. Polyvinyl chloride, or PVC, for example, is a known human carcinogen linked to liver cancer, endocrine disruption, and that means diabetes, obesity, and has caused widespread harm through environmental contamination. So plastic is mainly designed to be single-use and disposable, which is a lethal combination when you take into account that plastic doesn't biodegrade. That means all the plastic that has ever been manufactured since, I think, 1863, it still exists in some shape or form, whether it's floating or buried in the oceans, in landfills, or in our bodies. And the smallest, or incinerated into toxic ashes. As plastic waste skyrockets, threats to human health escalate. I want to breathe fresh air, drink untainted water, eat food that is not contaminated, and protect ourselves and our kids from getting sick, and many times irreversibly sick. So the industry created this problem, and I truly believe they need to be held accountable to come up with solutions, implementation, and funding of these solutions, or at least support acts and bills like this 6229 trying to remedy some of the problems. So I urge you to please support and reinforce 6229. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for testifying. Any questions for Ms. Lee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Heidi Matonis, followed by Megan Wolf. Is Heidi anywhere? Okay. Heidi, if you can hear me, please unmute.
Yep, I'm right here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, yes, thank you, esteemed members, and thank you for your time. And I'm here as a member of Greenwich Zero Waste, Waste Free Greenwich. We have submitted a written testimony, and I personally have submitted a testimony. Everybody, I know you've heard to death the problems of plastic with pollution and a problem of health and also our statewide disposal problems. But I just want to tell you indulge in a personal and anecdotal plastic story. My husband orders lunch every day at the office. He specifies no silverware or extra condiments in an effort to reduce plastic. When his food comes in plastic, as opposed to the occasional cardboard, when he is done, he rinses it and he puts the containers and the extra plasticware, which inevitably comes with the meal, in a big bag. And he collects this waste and he brings it home to me for me to separate, recycle, and possibly reuse. And I just want to tell you, it is astounding how much one person how much waste, plastic waste, one person creates eating one meal order takeout a day. And to think this is being duplicated across the state innumerable times, it's shocking. And I challenge you to maybe do the same experiment yourself. And I think the gentleman that testified earlier today from Surfrider really had it right when he said the solution is turning off the faucet. So I thank you for your time and your consideration of Bill 6229. And I hope we get this done. It's really important. And thank you for your time.
Matonis. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. We are going Megan Wolf.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I know it's been a long day and blood sugar is running low everywhere, but This is important, so let's do it. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6229. My name is Dr. Megan Wolf. I hold a doctorate and a master's in public health from Columbia University and a BA from Wesleyan University in Middletown, Connecticut. And I'm not here to talk about litter or waste or even the environment, though all of these are critical. I'm here to talk about lives. From 2022 to 2023, I was a member of the Minderoo-Monaco Commission on Plastics and Human Health, which released an authoritative report in March of 2023 on the impact of plastics on human bodies. I teach a course on the subject at Bennington College. Here's what we know. Plastic is stable, but it's not inert. Over 16,000 chemicals are used to manufacture plastics, including the ones made out of plant starch. And contrary to what we were led to believe about the safety and convenience of disposable plastics, these chemicals leach out constantly. Through a process called chemical migration, they move into our water, our air, and most especially into our food. So for the same reason that we no longer eat from lead plates or pump water through lead pipes, scientists are warning that we need to decouple plastics and food. Styrene, the base ingredient of expanded polystyrene, was identified as a carcinogen in 1975. We call it a probable human carcinogen now because we can't intentionally feed people styrofoam in the same way that we can feed it to lab rats. But as go the animal models, so go the human ones. Anyway, we're eating styrene. We've known since 1991 that styrene particles migrate into food. When a person in a cafeteria eats from styrofoam dishware or a styrofoam tray, they're eating not just the food, but also the particles of a chemical that produces cancer in the other animals that also eat it. This is only the beginning of the chemical menu. The plastic cutlery, the straw, the cup is seasoning the food as well. Some of the most common chemicals that leach out of plastic are phthalates, which make plastic flexible, bisphenols, which make them rigid, PFAS, which make them water resistant, and flame retardants, which keep them from catching fire. Reminder here, plastics are made out of fossil fuels. So the list of health harms associated with these chemicals is astronomical. It includes cancer, diabetes, obesity, and problems like autism and ADHD. And yes, I did say autism. That literature is starting to become clear. If you want to know more about it, reach out to me. I teach a class on this stuff. The list is so long, in fact, that it's less useful to think in terms of what these migrating chemicals do to the human body than how they do it. Some are directly carcinogenic, others are neurotoxic, but their most dangerous impact of all is that they disrupt or hijack the hormone signals all over the body. Now, when we think about hormones,
Timer went off. If you
are
could
we time?
Yeah, if you could summarize.
Sure. All right. The science isn't in dispute. The stuff is directly hazardous, it's directly harmful, and it's already been outlawed as foodware in schools and elsewhere in 11 states, the District of Columbia, and over 250 cities and counties. These plastic bag and other kinds of single-use plastic bans are incredibly effective. We know that. We also know that they are not expensive. Most of the time, they save money. If Maryland is doing it, if New York is doing it, why would Connecticut not stop the kind of harm that's coming from these plastics? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Wolf? Thank you. The testimony is, I mean, as the last person who spoke said, pretty amazing that we've had plastics for less than 200 years, and yet we're finding them all through the ocean, the microplastics all through the ocean and in places that, you know, they're there because we put them there. So I don't know. Not to be the pessimist, we don't tend to do anything about it until everyone starts dying. So seeing no questions, next person I have is David Standridge.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to talk in favor of Bill 6222. Specifically, I just wanted to really briefly talk about Section 1, some other comments that were made earlier about oysters and sizing. I'm the executive chef of Shipwright's Daughter in Mystic. I've been working as a chef for 25 years, and I've never seen anybody look for a larger oyster. The market is really for smaller oysters. They command a higher price. And they're much more desirable. So I just wanted to spell that. And then also on the recycling side of that, it's true that oyster farms recycle all of their own shells, or a lot of them. They don't, however, recycle the hundreds of thousands of shells that go out to restaurants. And that's what this bill is really dealing with. These are a valuable commodity. They're made into a lot of things, not only habitat for oysters. There's companies making clothing out of them, for instance. And it would be great to get them out of landfills and into a more useful application. Also, Section 3 on sugar kelp. Someone mentioned earlier that the kelp farmers, have more kelp than they can sell currently. This is almost certainly true. However, the reason for that is that there's almost no infrastructure for them to process and get the kelp to market. At my restaurant, we sell about 1,000 pounds of kelp a year, but we're lucky to live with us in a stone's throw from a kelp farm, and we can get it and
Hold
use
on
it.
a second. Hold on a second, David. You got
Yeah.
we had to mute somebody. Please proceed.
Sorry about that.
It's your fault.
As I was saying, we're in a close proximity to a kelp farm, so we're able to use it for food, and in such pay that kelp farmer a premium of about $10 a pound for their kelp, where they're selling it at the end of the year as fertilizer for just a fraction of that. And the reason they can't do it is they need the infrastructure, and that's something that this bill addresses. We invented sugar kelp here essentially as a harvestable crop in Connecticut, and we're falling behind other states simply for a lack of infrastructure in its production and being able to bring it to market. Lastly, Section 6, I had some input on this section. This is very important to me. Invasives and green crabs in particular make up a big part of what we do. They're basically a nuisance. They have been here for a long time, but they destroy the ecosystem in a lot of ways. One adult green crab can eat up to 40 baby clams a day. They rip out the eelgrass and they displace native species that are more desirable for the market, like the blue crab. They are, however, a really great culinary ingredient. They're prized in Europe for their culinary prowess. We use a ton of them. The biggest problem is that even though Deep may tell you that this is already accounted for in their licensing, it most surely is not. You can only harvest and sell them with a bait license. It's called a bait license for a reason. I just read the memorandum on this from Deep, and it specifically says, and I quote, that you can harvest and these species for use as bait and sell them as bait. So that there is no one in Connecticut who can legally sell me a green crab to use on my menu. I have to buy them from Rhode Island. And it's because these regulations are a little outdated and kind of wonky. So those provisions are really important. And also having the second tier of having a fisherman who has to then also have a dealer's license. This is 2 sets of paperwork now that they have to go through to sell any of this stuff. And it is definitely more burdensome than it has to be. We are the only state in New England that has this. Every other state has a direct sale provision. Many states have a next to free or free license for the harvest of green crabs specifically in order to get them out of the environment. And I think it's just kind of high time we got on board. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Parker has some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chef, for being here. I did not know we were going to see you tonight, but earlier today I know of one restaurant in Connecticut that sells green crabs, and it was yours. And then you just answered the question, which is that you have to buy them from Rhode Island. So in your perspective, there's actually not a functioning system that's happening for these. So that's good feedback to hear. Presumably you would participate in this. Do you think there's a market in other restaurants in Connecticut that would participate if there was a license available for them to be sold?
Yeah, I do a lot of education on this. We did a master's class for professional chefs last year where I demoed some of the techniques and kind of explained the process. And many of, the question at the end is always great, where can I get these? And the answer is always, I'm sorry, nowhere. And I think there's definitely a market to be had for this kind of stuff if we can just make it easier to get.
And I think you commented, we heard from Deep earlier that there's a concern that if you make a license around this, you sort of end up trying to lift up a market that is supporting invasives, which we're trying to stay away from. Did you comment on that? You're not actually concerned about that, given what you've seen in other states? Because I know you're involved in
this isn't the kind of invasive that's being brought over now from some other country. The green crabs have been here for 200 plus years. They're well established in the ecosystem. This is not really about people breeding them for sale by any means. They're a stable population that we'd be very lucky if we could deplete it at all. We're just trying to kind of keep it at bay. And also the other side of this is it's just a marketable product that fishermen should be able to supplement their otherwise heavily quoted and restricted catch with. They could go out there, like lobsters are gone from Long Island Sound. They could be catching green crabs and selling them as food, but they're not able to do that.
Great. Thank you for that. Thanks for your work. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Are there any further questions? I do have to say thank you very much for your testimony. It was incredibly informative. I've already reached out to Deep to ask them to clarify their testimony and how it doesn't seem to jive with what you're telling us. And we definitely will be following up. Also have to say congratulations on your James Beard Award, and you're becoming a Connecticut institution, so please keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
It's not a problem. We may have to investigate some of these claims in much more detail down at your restaurant in the near future. I welcome everyone to come with me. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for hanging out this long to testify.
Thank you.
Andrew Ginsburg.
Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Andrew Ginsburg, and I'm the General Manager of Hartford Distributors, a local beer distributor and a responsible participant in Connecticut's bottle redemption process. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today in strong support of SB 1115. Since the deposit redemption value increased from 5 to 10 cents, we have witnessed an unimaginable surge in organized fraudulent redemptions. This discrepancy in redemption value between Connecticut and our neighboring states has created an ideal arbitrage opportunity for bad actors. These individuals and organizations are illegally transporting massive quantities of non-Connecticut containers into our system, exploiting the law and generating major profits. The evidence is clear, as detailed in my supporting testimony. One redemption center near the Massachusetts border saw a staggering increase in redemptions. In January 24, just as the deposit increase took effect, this facility redeemed nearly 43,000 containers, accounting for only 3% of Hartford Distributors' total redemption center pickups. By October 24, redemptions from this location skyrocketed to 336,000 units and accounting for nearly 20% of our total redemption center pickups. Meanwhile, our redemption rate at Hartford Distributors has jumped from 56% before the increase to 73% in 24, with an all-time high of 92%, in January. This surge is happening while beer sales are declining, further proof that the system is being manipulated. The rampant fraud has significant negative consequences for our state. It places undue stress on our redemption system, erodes its integrity, and directly harms Connecticut residents who are redeeming legal containers. Customers are frequently turned away from redemption centers when large fraudulent loads are being processed, making it harder for honest consumers to participate in the system as intended. Additionally, this fraud is costing Connecticut substantial revenue. The state collects the sheets from unredeemed deposits, but fraudulent redemptions artificially inflate the redemption rate, reducing the unclaimed deposits that would have otherwise benefit Connecticut taxpayers. We are effectively allowing illegal containers to be counted within our state's redemption program, resulting in significant financial loss. We're simply asking that all participants in the redemption system be held accountable. Hartford Distributors operates under strict state liquor laws and is regulated by DCP. Any violation on our part results in fines or even the loss of our state license. Why should redemption centers not be held to similar standards of accountability? As it stands now, there exists no language or statute that grants our state agencies the ability to effectively monitor, regulate, or enforce compliance within a redemption center network. Without clear enforcement mechanisms, bad actors will continue to exploit the system without consequence. This bill is a necessary step in ensuring that redemption centers are held to the same level of scrutiny and oversight as other regular entities in the industry. Therefore, I urge you to pass SB 1115 as written. This legislation is essential to preserving the integrity of Connecticut's bottle law and ensuring that all participants in the system follow the rules. Thank you, and I'll be happy to field any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ginsburg. Any questions? I'm not seeing any online. I assume you watched the other testimony earlier in the day from the other other people coming to give testimony, pro and con.
Correct, and I've learned a lot about shellfish and gas blowers as well.
Yeah, we cover a lot of different disparate topics. As you're aware, we spoke earlier, but there is an interest in fixing this, and I think the position our legislation has put a lot of your companies and similar companies and has not done you a favor. So we are desperately trying to come up with some happy compromise that'll make everyone whole without damaging too many other businesses. So please stay in touch, and we'll do everything we can.
Well, I appreciate yours and the committee's work on this bill, and to everybody, happy St. Patrick's Day.
Thanks. Lori Brown.
Yes, good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and all the members of the Environment Committee. My name is Lori Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. The League has submitted written testimony to explain in more detail our support for 4 bills on your agenda today. In particular, this includes 6229 to reduce single-use plastics and especially styrofoam, 7174 to protect vegetative buffers along shorelines and watercourses, or the provision as part of that bill. We also support 6263 with a suggested addition to the gas leaf blower bill that relates to noise pollution. And we also support 1494 regarding PFAS in drinking water, also with suggested changes to strengthen the bill by adopting the current EPA standards. So thank you for raising these important proactive environmental initiatives. Unfortunately, we do see once again the effort to pass legislation that would undermine the state's most basic environmental law. The League joins many others in opposition to 6249 that would undermine the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act in the name of expediting development. Bypassing environmental laws is never a good idea. The Protection Act is the most basic environmental law in the books that we have, allowing members of the public to have a voice in protecting our land, our air, water, and wildlife. So you should not take that right away from anyone. It would be like letting some people testify today and not others. So the Environmental Protection Act, as you've heard, has served to hold developers in check, to flag environmental problems that can be avoided, and to prevent unreasonable environmental impact in sensitive areas. And that is the entire purpose of that legislation, of that act. To that end, I'd like to also just speak quickly to the important benefits of protecting our waterways and shorelines with natural buffers. And as we see more and more development pressures in our state, HB 7174 is an important step to ensure we're protecting the vegetation that filters our water, that absorbs flooding like we're seeing today, controls erosion, and also gives a little space to the wildlife that depend on it. Our state laws are critical, and they will certainly be tested in the next 4 years as we defend our environment against the heavy-handed gutting of our federal laws and protections. So I urge you to reject any efforts to weaken our existing state laws and to take this opportunity to strengthen others. Thank you again for considering my comments.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Hannah is next. Hannah? No Hannah. Chris Phelps. Not seeing Chris. Okay. Allie Peck. Okay. Trying to roll. Is my microphone on? Carly Fabian. Thought I saw that one. Okay, please proceed.
Hello, thank you, and good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Section 14 in House Bill 7174. My name is Carly Fabian, and I'm a policy advocate with the national organization Public Citizen. We have about 500,000 members across the country, including 10,000 here in Connecticut. The reason we're so glad to support Section 14 is that we've been concerned for a long time about the effect of climate change on the availability and affordability of home insurance. We've also appreciated the General Assembly's leadership on this issue in particular. Insurance companies have a really unique influence in determining who pays for climate change through the premiums they charge as well as the coverage they offer. And that's not just for homeowners, but also for energy infrastructure as well. Unfortunately, what we're seeing across the country is a painful double standard in terms of who they're expecting to pay those costs. Even as they drop homeowners and raise premiums dramatically for home insurance, we're seeing them bend over backwards to provide coverage for oil and gas companies, even sometimes appearing to violate their own climate commitments in the process. We often hear the question, why is this happening? Surely insurance companies should want to be the leaders they claim to be. They should want to be phasing out oil and gas over time, even just to reduce their own insured losses from extreme weather. Unfortunately, the reality is that insurance companies just face very little incentive for change and little incentive to put pressure on their oil and gas clients as well. And the reason is that they don't expect to pay the price themselves for climate change, not when they can pass the costs on to policyholders and leave taxpayers to foot the bill. What's so promising about Section 14 is that it would reverse that trend. It would essentially apply a concept that we're all familiar with. You break it, you buy it. As long as insurance companies continue to insure oil and gas, they would need to pay a surcharge to help the state adapt to the cost of rising sea levels and help people adapt to flood costs. This would be a strong step in the right direction by creating a proactive approach to funding climate adaptation. And we thank you for the opportunity to testify and say again that we strongly support the bill and would be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Fabian? Seeing none, thank you for testifying. Next person is Carol Mark.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey there. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carol Mark, and I live in Ridgefield, Connecticut. First, let me thank this committee for considering this bill and for holding this forum to discuss it. What did we learn today? We now know that if you didn't know it already, that gas-powered leaf blowers burn fairly dirty. We know that they expel an excessive amount of pollutants into our air. We know they are unbearably loud and that they are hazardous to the workers that operate them. But we also learned the good news game changer, that we now have alternatives and residential owners, and then this is very important, professional landscape companies right here in Connecticut and New York have already successfully made the switch to quieter, cleaner electric blowers. Now, some people say that it's their right to operate a gas-powered leaf blower. Okay, I would like to ask them, would they object to my blowing an air horn that emitted pollutants and a gasoline smell for 2 to 3 hours at a time in their neighborhood? Also, from some of the dialogue I heard today, maybe more from some of the representatives and those giving testimony, you would think that we are trying to land a leaf blower on Mars rather than just phasing them out. But the reality is, successful bans on gas-powered leaf blowers are already in place in surrounding counties in New York and in towns right here in Connecticut, and we've heard one or more of those success stories right here today in testimony. We need to stop dragging our feet on this so we can get to the more important discussion of how we can provide landscape companies with rebates, buyback programs, and other assistance to help them make this transition, which is happening whether we drag our feet or not. So please, let's stop wasting precious time. Give Connecticut quieter neighborhoods and cleaner air it deserves. Thank you so much for your time, and this has been a very educational day for me. And I appreciate all the hard work and the time you guys spend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none. All right, thank you very much. Moving on to Scott Dolch. No, guess not. Just to be fair and nice, Chris Erb. That you decided to grace us with your presence. Move you up the list.
I couldn't resist. Thank you. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 family-owned heating fuel retailers. Our motor fuel members own, operate, and distribute fuel to over 1,000 convenience stores throughout the state. We're here in opposition to Section 14 of House Bill 7174 that would place a 5% surcharge on virtually everybody upstream from the retail side of the industry. I know the bill exempts retail delivery trucks, but that is just one segment of the of the industry. Obviously, we sell 1.6 billion gallons of gasoline in Connecticut that would all be exposed to this 5% fee on property and casualty insurance. We sell hundreds of millions of gallons of diesel and about several hundred million gallons of heating fuel. With that being said, these costs, every cost that occurs upstream from us is passed down. There isn't one, not a tax, not a surcharge. I don't know whatever you want to call it. Every single one of them is passed down to us. And as local family businesses, and I think I've raised this before the committee before, in 1979, the legislature divorced major refiners from owning and operating gas stations in Connecticut. So these are family-owned businesses that we represent. When you fill up at a Shell station or a Mobil station, you're not doing business with Mobil or Shell. You're doing business with typically a small local family-owned company. So as I said, anytime there's any additional costs upstream from us that are passed down, as small family businesses, we can't just absorb them. Absorbing them is just not financially doable. So therefore, it all ends up at the cost of the pump. It ends up in the delivery of the fuel to the home. And even, like I said, even though the bill does exempt delivery trucks, everything else falls under that. Much of it falls under property and casualty insurance policies. Currently, we pay 0.881 gross receipts tax. We pay a gasoline excise tax. We pay a state excise tax. Many of our members are exposed to the state sales tax. We pay income taxes. We pay corporation taxes. It would seem to me that if this is a priority for a resiliency standpoint, that the state already has access to billions of dollars in tax revenue that our industry provides to be able to be allocated towards that. So if this is a priority, it can be accomplished through the existing revenue streams that are out there. And I know that when you redirect money from one purpose to another, that maybe another program loses. But we would suggest that the legislature, if this is a priority, to look at those revenue streams and figure out how you can direct those monies to provide resiliency. So other testimony has been given today. The only that we agree with in terms of the opposition to Section 14, the only piece that I did want to highlight is that sometimes in the transportation part of our industry, that those trucks are not only transporting fuel, but they also transport pool water, for instance, in the summer. Those customers would be exposed to having to pay for the additional premium, even though they have nothing to do with fossil fuels. Thank you.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Herb? I will say, since I got you, you do understand the theory behind this legislation. I mean, it's isn't meant to put pressure on the mom and pops who own the stores. I mean, the thought would be the consumer, unfortunately, would be paying the price of this and since it's across the board, it would be everybody. It wouldn't be business disadvantages, competitive disadvantages. So it would be a way to create revenue by an industry, not yours, but by an industry that does have the ability to put pressure on fossil fuel, the industry that theoretically is damaging our environment. And so you understand that concept. So you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, I do understand the concept, and I would disagree that yes, it would be fair for all businesses within the state of Connecticut, but a third of our fuel comes from outside of the state of Connecticut, so I don't know how you'd be able to capture, especially in a non-taxable form like heating fuel, right? Heating fuels are non-taxable, so if a third of the heating oil in Connecticut comes over the road in a truck of companies that are incorporated in Massachusetts. Like we get a lot of product out of Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New York. I don't know how they would be exposed to it. So we do think that it could create, as worded, could create disparities within the competitive marketplace.
It's actually a good answer.
Do I not usually give good answers? You seem surprised.
No, it's a good answer. So now we'll continue to work, and it's the bill for contemplation. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much for testifying.
We're always here to work with you.
No problem.
Thanks.
I forgot where I left off, but I
Excuse
think it's
me, Chair, Scott Dolch is back.
Scott Dolch. All right, we go to Scott Dolch.
Good evening, members of the Environment Committee. Apologize I'm not there in person, but I know you guys have had a long day, so I'll try not to go through my whole testimony. But Scott Dolch here, President and CEO of the Connecticut Restaurant Association, on behalf of 9,100 restaurant food service locations in the state. We appreciate the opportunity to testify actually in opposition to House Bill 6229. In addition to the economic stressors of attracting employees, inflation, and the high cost of goods, this legislation would have a significant negative impact that singles out the restaurant, catering, and food service industry. Restaurants and food service locations are vital to Connecticut's economy, generating over 12.1 billion in annual sales and employing more than 145,000 employees, which accounts for nearly 10% of our workforce. Proposals like these send the wrong message to such a critical industry in our state. This bill seeks to eliminate the use of polystyrene containers for food from restaurants. A majority of restaurants have made the transition to other, more environmentally friendly to-go containers on their own, and others are working hard to find alternatives. For an industry that relies heavily on takeout, we believe that this bill will increase costs and do more harm to one of Connecticut's most vital industries. Similarly, for food service industries individuals, plastic cutlery, straws, and stirrers are often an essential part of many operations. The alternatives to plastics are often less durable, more expensive, and may not meet the needs of high volume businesses. Many of these alternatives, such as bamboo or paper products, can also contribute to environmental harm due to deforestation, excessive water usage, or chemical treatments. A ban may result in unintended consequences, pushing businesses and consumers toward alternatives that are not necessarily more sustainable, but merely more costly. While we appreciate the intent of this proposal, we also know that this language would have a significant financial burden aimed directly at the restaurant industry, where so many are struggling still to operate even 5 years removed from the pandemic. We support the ability of restaurant owners and operators to make the best choices for their businesses and customers. Thus, we ask the committee to reject these proposals. Thank you again for the opportunity to submit testimony, and obviously I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any questions from the membership? I'm not seeing any, but I do want to ask you quickly, since I don't think you and I have we met and talked yet?
I think we have a couple times, but
my apologies.
Go ahead.
I do just want to ask you off the cuff. The woman we had speaking a couple persons ago, was a scientist, when she said, you know, these containers we're putting our takeout into, they are poisoning us. I mean, we understand the costs. We understand the cost will always fall back on the consumer. I mean, there's no way around that. And it hits the industry, then it'll hit the consumer. But we're putting our food in containers that could be, well, from a scientific standpoint, are poisoning ourselves, our children that we're bringing the food home to. I mean, in terms of cost, how do you reconcile that?
No, it's such a good question, Senator, and I appreciate it. As I've talked to other members of the committee in regards to this bill, this isn't the first year, as many years of just looking at the polystyrene. I think is definitely a conversation our industry is willing to have to try to find solutions. I think, you know, this bill as a whole has many different elements, and I think, you know, with the polystyrene, to your point, and some of the plastic containers and those such, you know, we are trying to learn the safest ones, the ones that are safe. Obviously, there's other materials that are used that also have, you know, are sprayed with things and have other chemicals on them. So I think there's a lot of questions that come about this, Senator, that I think we want to continue to work with the committee. I'm not sitting here to say, hey, we want to be an industry that is environmentally friendly always. We just want to make sure that, you know, obviously, as you look at this piece of legislation as a whole, I think there's more concerns that we have that we just want to make sure we can voice and make sure we're not harming the industry, but at the same time protecting our customers and the citizens of Connecticut as well, as much as you're asking this question. So I appreciate it, and obviously willing to discuss it in more detail offline and with the committee.
I hope so, because some bills go away after a couple of years, but I have a hunch this one's going to just keep coming back until we get to a point where if these things are poisoning us, we have to stop using them. And I would never call out a single company, but I really like Cumberland Farms coffee. And one of the few places that still puts out styrofoam cups for their coffee. And every time I get one there, it bothers me. And I want them to switch over to paper cups like everybody else. And we have to, I know we're moving in that direction, but I think our job in the legislature a lot of times is to encourage industry to move in that direction, maybe a little faster.
I don't disagree, Senator. I appreciate your sentiment and everyone here on the committee, and I hope you guys understand too from our side. We are trying to continue to work with our members to find solutions and alternatives that hopefully are even more price beneficial to them, and not just, you know, making sure providing a great environmental product, as we talk with Deep all the time as well about other things that we're trying to do in our industry for the future.
All right, I appreciate it. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think we're up to Christopher Nicopolis. No?
No, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
we're at the Reverend Dr. Nancy Wright.
Reverend
81.
Dr. Nancy Wright, you're up.
Hello, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So, thank you very much, honorable co-chairs and members of the committee. It's a privilege to testify before you this evening. I am the Reverend Nancy Wright, a Lutheran clergywoman living in Bloomfield, Connecticut, and I work with faith communities to create green teams that foster care for creation and efforts toward a stable climate. I'm a member of Connecticut Third Act and co-chair of the Connecticut Third Act Fossil Fuel Finance Committee. Third Act is a national organization, a community of Americans over 60 years of age determined to change the world for the better. I speak in support of HB 7174. First, the bill will offer much needed protection for waterways and creating riparian buffers. These buffers, as we all know, naturally filter out pollutants from the water and also stabilize the soil so that there is little soil runoff, which harms fish and other aquatic flora and fauna. Second, I support Section 14. It is critically important that insurance companies help to pay for the damage and climate chaos caused by climate change and global warming through the use of fossil fuels. These companies, insurance companies, provide both the necessary funding and insurance for fossil fuel projects that are two of the three legs of the stool needed for such projects, the third leg of the stool being a permit for the projects. To quote from a study titled The Changing Climate for the Insurance Industry, published by Ceres, quote, there is urgent need for more transparency into insurers' fossil fuel exposures for both their investments and underwriting. Despite the unique climate risks they face, insurers are continuing to back the fossil fuel industry as it expands through their investments and underwriting. Instead of responsibly managing their climate risks, insurance companies are adding fuel to the fire and ensuring climate disaster. And from the Insure Our Future 2024 insurance scorecard, I quote, people worldwide are paying the cost of emissions as the promise of insurance fails. To continue, this year, Insure Our Future updated the campaign demands to urge insurers to recoup climate costs from the fossil fuel industry and scale up investments in a clean energy economy. This includes renewable energy generation, energy efficiency measures, storage capacity, grid infrastructure, and more. Section 14 of HB 7174 states that Connecticut-based property and casualty insurers who are worsening extreme weather by writing captive insurance policies for fossil fuel projects will be issued a 5% surcharge to pay for damage caused by climate change. This is a polluter pays bill, which will provide the funds to mitigate and rebuild communities after disasters, which we have seen in Connecticut even this past year, including flooding and wildfires. The bill would make it possible to stabilize.
Doctor, the timer's gone off. Your time's up. If you could please summarize.
Sure. It will put the responsibility for the chaos and losses caused by climate change on the insurance companies so that they pivot by investing in renewables to actually help to ensure a stable future for humans and the planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for testifying. I know the clerk just sent me a update, which I already lost. Okay, next we have Mike Noel.
Good evening, Chairman Lopes, Chairman Parker, members of the committee. First, thanks for being here. As a Connecticut resident, I do appreciate your public service being here so late. My name is Mike Noel. I am a public affairs director at TAMRA. We're based in Shelton, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 115 with amendments. So TAMRA has extensive experience with container deposit return systems, or bottle bills as they're known here. We operate in every major jurisdiction with such a program in the world. In Connecticut, we provide a range of technology and services to make the program work. After the state passed its bipartisan modernization of the bottle bill, the number of locations where people can return their containers and get their deposit money back doubled. And the redemption rate has started to increase from 44% in 2023 to 62%. With respect to SB 115, first, I want to be unequivocal that we want cross-border redemption to be stopped. We're only interested in legitimate redemption volume. You've heard how state-specific barcodes can eliminate this issue. That's true, and it's not illegal. I'm happy to answer questions about how some distributors already use this option and what it would take others to join them. In the meantime, on this issue of cross-border redemption, there is no cop on the beat, so it should come as no surprise that people are taking advantage of that. In our opinion, what's needed is to define the agency that is responsible for enforcement, B, make sure they have the resources to conduct enforcement, and C, set meaningful penalties to deter the behavior. The bill does a good job of crossing off A and B, but what's missing is stronger penalties. Right now, the penalties in the bill top out at $500. We recommend the penalties to be increased to match those in New York law today. Also, we're concerned the bill takes a bit of a shotgun approach to collecting data. The bill requires reverse vending machine operators to submit data on every redemption location in the state monthly. Our competitors would love to see that kind of data, investment analysts too, since we're a public company. So it would be easy for competitors to use that to try to poach our customers. It's a real concern for us. We're more than happy to cooperate, but we really need some sort of assurance that the data will be kept from our competitors. And finally, the bill requires redemption centers to have everyone redeeming more than 1,200 containers to fill out a form. We support capturing this kind of information, but 1,200, as some others have said, is too low. All that will do is force your constituents to wait longer to return their containers. It should be bumped up more to like the 2,500 containers, which is what is in New York law today. Again, we appreciate the legislature's continued support and oversight of the bottle bill. We agree it's time to set some firm measures to properly enforce the ban on cross-border redemption. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions? I'm not seeing any, but Bill's got a ways to go, so we might be reaching back to you someday.
Okay, thanks.
All right. You're probably not on the list, but Barry Michelson? No?
No. Mr. Chair, Jan or Jan Schaefer is next, but needs to accept the promotion to panelist.
Okay, yeah, I just read them anyway.
Okay, sure. Yep.
So Barry, then Aubrey Skelsky, not on the list anywhere. Jan Schaefer, you are next, but if you're listening, you have to accept the promotion from the clerk to get on. All right, we'll skip over there for now. Dustin Nelson.
Good evening, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, Vice Chairs, Ranking Members, and members of the Environment Committee. I am Dustin Nelson of Tallinn, Connecticut, and I'm testifying against House Bill 6263, an act concerning the use of and purchase of gas-powered handheld or backpack leaf blowers by state agencies. I serve as the immediate past president of the Connecticut Nursery and Landscape Association, a collaboration of over 300 businesses that accounts for over 51% of agricultural production in our state. I utilize leaf blowers personally and professionally. While I do own an electric-powered leaf blower at home, I do not feel the technology has progressed enough yet to viably be used on a commercial scale. The green industry is opened to gas-powered alternatives, but they must be economically and environmentally friendly. This bill does not consider the useful life of a gas-powered leaf blower and how it would need to be disposed of at the start of the ban. No rebates or incentives exist for residential or commercial users who have already invested in gas-powered equipment to encourage them to switch to electric. Storing a large number of batteries also becomes a fire hazard for commercial operations. And another concern for many that are considering making this switch is the electric costs, as well as the lack of additional capacity in our grid as we move towards electrification of many other things. That's all I have, and we'll take any questions now.
Thanks. We appreciate your testimony. I don't see any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert LaFrance.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chair Lopes and Chair Parker, Ranking Members Harding and Callahan. My name is Robert LaFrance. I'm the Director of Policy for National Audubon Society's Connecticut office. I've submitted testimony on a few bills tonight, but I want to focus on one in particular, and that's on House Bill 7174. The reason I'm speaking tonight is I want to focus the committee's attention to one provision in that bill. It's Section 8 of that bill. And Section 8 of that bill provides that the Commissioner of Energy and Environmental Protection shall designate not less than 5% of clean water state revolving funds to establish a nature-based solutions account to be used to help protect, restore, and steward wetlands, watercourses, and other resources. I want to draw the attention, and I've provided this in my written testimony, to a program that's happening in Vermont. The Vermont program it's basically called the program that uses state revolving funds for natural infrastructure projects. The Vermont program provides for an arrangement in which natural resource projects are paired with water pollution control abatement projects and control facilities for a purpose of improving water quality with upgrades in the physical structure of water pollution problems, along with natural resources to help other perspectives. What they do is they use program bond funds combined with revenue payback to help make certain these projects are provided appropriately. I've provided language from the Vermont program in my testimony, in my written testimony, and I would hope that the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and the State Treasurer's Office could work collaboratively on this and take a look at that information and possibly report back to the committee on how this program could work in Connecticut. I think that would be a great thing for this bill to actually provide. And I'm happy to talk in greater detail with both the Treasurer's Office, the department, and others about this specific provision. I think it's a very, very innovative, potentially very beneficial way to help finance some of the areas that we're trying to do here in terms of trying to make certain that we have the right amount of protection for riparian buffers. I think it's an interesting way to finance it. It's something that we considered when I was sitting on the GC3 committee, the finance committee of the GC3 committee, and I think it's something that could really be beneficial for the state of Connecticut. And with that, I will be happy to answer any questions and thank the committee's time and all the work that you're putting in at this late hour on St. Patrick's Day.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions for Mr. LaFrance? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, and hopefully you can enjoy the night.
Thank you.
I believe, if I'm correct, Reverend Davida Crabtree is next.
Yes. Good evening, my friends. Thank you to each of you, not only for this opportunity, but for your stamina. I speak today both as an individual citizen and as co-facilitator of Third Act Connecticut in support of HB 7174, and in particular about Section 14. I consider myself a child of the Hartford Insurance Company. My mother ran the war claims department there in the late 30s and early 40s. I've always respected our insurance companies and thought of them as good corporate citizens. Yet in recent years, as I have learned more about the toll fossil fuels are taking upon our health and the sustainability of Earth, I have also learned about the massive investments the Hartford, Travelers, and W.R. Berkeley have in the very oil and gas projects that are deeply damaging our lives. Their underwriting and investments constitute financial negligence. Their continued support of fossil fuels drives increased costs for taxpayers and our state government as premiums rise exponentially and the toll of climate change is exacerbated. Floods, fires, windstorms, and tornadoes are a direct result of fossil fuels combustion, and so are heightened health impacts like asthma, cancers, and other terrible diseases. These costs fall at their feet and must be assumed by them for their collaboration in fostering increased fossil fuel projects across America. Speaking as a public theologian, I call out this practice as immoral. For companies to knowingly contribute to climate change, through underwriting and investing in the very products that then result in impossibly high premiums, which they then charge as though it were none of their doing, is morally bankrupt. Across the nation, homeowners and businesses are finding it more and more difficult to pay for insurance. Ultimately, the consequences of these business practices are equivalent to the tobacco companies who denied any connection to cancer while they knew all along the causative effect of their products, or to Exxon, which knew in the 70s that their products caused global warming and did nothing to stop it. While these insurance companies attempt to play good corporate citizen in the public's eye, out of our view, they are complicit in creating exactly the circumstances that are deeply damaging to the health and well-being of Connecticut people. They are indeed contributing to the very conditions that will destroy the viability of property and casualty insurance nationwide. Think of the jobs that will be lost in Connecticut. I find it hard to believe that they don't know what they are doing, but every generation seems to think it can live on the fuel of its greed and pass the consequences along to the next generation to handle. It must stop here and now. Third Act Connecticut urges you to adopt 7174 and especially Section 14 to place a surcharge on these policies to meet the needs of Connecticut people as climate change speeds up and health and well-being deteriorate. Taxpayers should not have to pay these costs. Polluters must pay. I'd be glad to take questions, and I really am sincere in my thanks to you all for your amazing stamina.
Oh, no problem at all. No problem at all. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have Ari Ramris. Vincent Giordano already went. If I miss anybody, just call it out, Mr. Clerk. Shahil Kantasaria. I think he owns a business in a really great town.
Good evening, Senator Lopes.
Good evening. Please proceed.
Good evening, members of the Environment Committee, Chair Senator Lopes and Representative Parker. My name is Sahil Canisaria, and I own a lovely redemption center in the city of New Britain. My family has owned this redemption center since 2003. And as a 20-year veteran in the bottle bill industry, starting at a ripe age of 13 years, at my family's redemption center, New Britain, I've learned quite a few things along the way. Last year, I was awarded the largest Connecticut bottle bill grant submission to bring bag drop to the citizens of Connecticut. We've started a new company called RecycleX in Bristol, Connecticut, which created a high-tech 30,000 square foot processing facility, which employs over 20 full-time staffers. In January, we launched in Connecticut through a partnership with Clink and Stop and Shop Bag Drop, with 3 sustainability stations already rolled out and over 4,000 members signed up in the 3 towns that we've deployed. These consumers are hungry for a more convenient way to redeem their containers. We look forward to continuing our growth and expanding our network to the entire state of Connecticut with over 80 locations planned. Our technology is bar none. Every container UPC gets scanned and is associated back to the individual consumer who we have names, addresses, and locations for. However, there's one provision in this bill, Senate Bill 1115, that could be disastrous for RecycleX, potentially shutting down our services and preventing us from helping people recycle. This specific clause in Senate Bill 1115, dealers to redemption center transportation to be done by distributors could be disastrous and should be removed from the bill. It could have serious negative impacts for the redemption centers, the recycling sector, and of course, RecycleX and Bag Drop in Connecticut. It would lead to the shutdown of our multi-million-dollar plant, which was sponsored by the taxpayers of Connecticut, and lead us to lay off all 20 employees we have at the plant. Moreover, Senate Bill 1115 is unworkable for the small group of independent redemption centers in Connecticut. The cap of the bottles being at 1,200 will bring unrealistic and undue burden to these small businesses. Instead, Connecticut should follow a similar model to New York and have that number of units triggered be at a much higher threshold. I would suggest somewhere in the 8 to 10,000 range, as discussed earlier by Representative Parker. This approach is more practical and less disruptive of redemption center operations, leading to less lines, and customers are already getting pretty furious waiting in lines. Just wanted to hit on a few more topics that I heard from the cross-border debate from the beer distributors, Bree Deatley from the ABA. Bree Deatley made a claim saying a tractor trailer load of cans is worth $168,000. I think she did her math wrong. As an engineering veteran from a top engineering school in the state of Connecticut, it's actually 168,000 units, which is only worth $5,800. So I just want to put that on the record that there is some information being dispelled that's incorrect from Bree Deatley's testimony, along with the overall redemption rate only being at 60%. If distributors are claiming we're at 120 to 140% over redeemed, how does that lead to the redemption rate only being at 60%? It should be much higher if we're at sustainable multi-quarters of 120 to 140%.
Your timer went off.
Oh, okay. Just want to hit on two more things. I think the only true way, and I think everyone's beating this horse, that we can stop cross-border fraud is a labeling change. Without specific Connecticut markings or UPCs, how are we to identify a Connecticut bottle from a Massachusetts or a Florida bottle or any other state's bottles?
That does seem to be the problem. I had a question for you, and I already slipped out of my head. We had, I know the beer industry or other people were pushing 1,200. I know you said 8,000. One of the other redemption centers had said 2,500 as well. So we're, as I said to you when we met earlier, we're probably going to be doing something on this. So I'd like to have you on board, trying to help us find some of these threshold numbers that won't cause you undue stress. In terms of RecycleX and destroying the business model, yeah, we can do some work around that. I understand you. I explained to you why the beer distributors had that problem regionally.
Yep.
You can come up with ideas on how to fix that for them. Then we
Sure.
don't need.
Yeah, that caveat there would lead to the entire shutdown of bag drop, and I don't think that's what the legislator's trying to do.
We're really not shooting for that. So yeah, we're happy to work with you to solve these problems, but you understand these are serious problems. Oh, and I do want to reiterate, we talked about it earlier, the difference between the 60% recycling rates, 100 and the over 100% recycling rates. Again, 60% rates, what we're talking about is overall redemption rates of everything. When they are exceeding the 100% rates, that's for the individual distributors, the ones who are collecting their own product, the beer distributors, they're collecting over 100%. That's why there's a dichotomy of the two numbers there. So just want to make sure it's very clear for people. But I have Rep. Nishinsky with a question.
Yes, first I wanted to thank Shahil for hanging in there for so many years and decades. He was persistent, and your company is not only still here but thriving. And thank you for hanging in there for all the years it took to pass the increase in the fee for the redemption centers. I appreciate your perseverance. But I did want to ask you: is the best way to deal with the cross-border thing to have the manufacturers of the beverages put the additional sticker on for Connecticut?
Yes, I feel like that is the most logical approach. Is it has to be solved at either a marking or a UPC level. At RecycleX and even at most redemption centers now employing technology, we have the ability to scan every UPC, so we can differentiate between containers that are in state and out of state. We just need to be provided the right markings so we could take action.
Okay, one of the other redemption centers, Fred Myers' center, said he couldn't read the code because I guess they do everything visually.
Yes. Yep. I mean, there's redemption operators that are still completely manual, but as time goes on, I think more and more redemption centers have invested in automated sorting technology, which is all done through UPC scanning.
Well, could we do a label that also allows them to participate?
Yeah, which I think Mike Noel brought it up, but major manufacturers such as Poland Springs and Niagara Bottling, which makes all the Kirkland Costco products, they put a red stripe on the bottle, so it makes it easier to identify at hand count manual redemption centers. Along with that, UPC is also different than a Poland Springs UPC anywhere else. So it gives
Okay.
you the best of both worlds.
Thank you, Shahil. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Representative Mashinsky. It's been a pleasure, and I think next year would be 10 years of testifying about the bottle bill
Yes,
for.
you are a very patient man.
All right, thank you. I see no further questions, so thank you very much. All right, next up is Bill Hyatt. Are you ready? We can skip over and come back later.
Thank you. So I'm here today on behalf of the Connecticut Fisheries Advisory Council. Council is an umbrella organization that represents the interests of anglers and fishing organizations all across Connecticut. The FAC has submitted written testimony supporting HB 7174. That's an act concerning riparian buffers. To be specific, we submitted testimony supporting sections 1 through 13 of that bill. We didn't comment on 14. What I'd like to convey today is the importance of riparian buffers to people and property, the importance of riparian buffers to the health of our rivers and streams, and the importance of riparian buffers to anglers and to the future of fishing in Connecticut. Trout are Connecticut's most popular game fish. Well over 1 million fishing trips per year are made in this state by nearly 100,000 anglers statewide. But populations of wild trout have been steadily declining over the last 3 decades in all but a handful of our most protected streams. This is due to the combined effects of development and a warming climate. DEP has data on this decline that they can provide, but just 10,000-foot view 30 years ago, there was a statewide stream survey done, and there have been a lot of those streams have been monitored regularly since then. And in the course of that 30 years, about a third, a little more than a third of all our brook trout populations have disappeared entirely. And in the remaining populations, the abundance has decreased significantly. In addition, brown trout, which are somewhat more tolerant species of trout, in 3/4 of those populations, their abundance has declined. So the combined impacts of development and a warming climate have resulted in increased stream temperatures, increased drought, increased flooding, increased non-point pollution, all of which work to undermine the health of our streams, all the way from the headwaters to Long Island Sound, impacting people, property, and fish all along the way. Riparian buffers applied statewide are the most cost-effective way to address these threats. I think you've heard that from a number of people here tonight. Buffers, in short, buffers enable nature to work for us and not against us. This is why all of the other Northeast states, New England states, including New York, have implemented some type of riparian buffer. The FAC and the thousands of anglers we represent believe that wild trout are truly a canary in the coal mine. They're an environmentally sensitive species that's pointing us to a very, very sensible solution. As such, we in the FAC urge this committee to do everything possible to pass HB 7174. Our written testimony includes more detail and some suggestions. I won't go into those tonight. I'll leave it at that. And thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your advocacy. And I don't know who you keep pissing off to get number 100 on all of our lists here every time.
So last time, well, I've either been high or early or late. Last 2 times ago, I was 96. I didn't think it was possible to get higher than that.
You got
I was
higher.
wrong.
Would definitely love to dig into the testimony. I mean, I think the riparian buffer, as we discussed earlier, and the proponent, the good Rep. Mashinsky mentioned, there might have been some gap between intention and what came out. So there'll be a little bit of work happening there, and we'd love to get into your specific comments about improvements from the legislation. So I'm happy to circle back on that. Are there any other bills that were on our list tonight that you wanted to speak about, or is that the main thing for you?
Nope, just the buffer bill and to what you just said, be willing to look at anything you come up with along the way. It's something we're very, very interested in. And we've got a large contingency of clubs and organizations throughout the state, from fly fishing clubs to fish and game clubs, that consider this an important topic.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you for sharing. Any comments or questions from my colleagues? Seeing none. See you at about 9:30 p.m. next Monday. Thanks, Bill. See you. Next up on our list, we have Jonathan Green. Are you with us? Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan. Next up on our list was number 94, Pete Myers. I believe I don't want to go too far out of order unless Pete is actually not here with us. It looks like maybe not. All right. Jonathan, back on.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening, chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Environment Committee. My name is Jonathan Green. I'm a licensed funeral director, embalmer, and the legislative chair of the Connecticut Funeral Directors Association. We're one of the oldest and nationally recognized associations of funeral homes in the country, with over 220 rooftops across the state. Thank you for raising HB 6257, an act authorizing the use of terramation. Terramation was first performed in Washington state in December of 2020, and since then, the process has been adopted by 11 additional states, with 12 more already introducing their own legislations. While CFDA has shared written testimony in opposition of this bill, we are committed to seeing terramation legalized in Connecticut to provide more comprehensive funeral service options. This proposed bill needs to be supplemented with regulations to properly enact this new type of disposition. Of principal concerns are the omission of licensed funeral homes, licensed funeral directors, licensed embalmers, and critical public health and safety oversight from legislation that's concerning the composting of dead human remains. The weeks to month-long process of terramation involves the handling and care of unembalmed human remains, which includes then sheltering such remains for an unknown period of time before terramation can begin. There is no guarantee of an immediate or expedited start to the process. This time frame will depend on having unoccupied or soon to be available processing vessels within terramation facilities. Once human remains are placed in a terramation vessel, they need continued handling and mixing with organic materials to speed the decomposition process. These responsibilities remain firmly within the scope of licensed funeral directors and licensed embalmers. As such, funeral homes should be allowed to own and operate terramation facilities with their staff trained and certified in this area. Other regulatory recommendations include that a facility which performs terramation be licensed as such, subject to annual renewals and inspections by the Department of Public Health. Before terramation begins, and due to the irreversible nature of terramation, an inquiry into the cause and manner of death should be conducted by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, who must then authorize and issue a terramation certificate. This inquiry is similar to one conducted when human remains are to be cremated, which would necessitate a waiting period of 48 hours after death. HB 6257 needs significant revisions to align terramation with our existing statutes and disposition regulations that protect the dignity and respect of the decedent, as well as the health and safety of those charged with their care and handling, the client families, and the general public. These recommendations are already in place in states with operating terramation facilities, and our concerns are reinforced by example of the governor of New York already moving to include funeral homes in a revision to their recently passed legislation with these similar omissions. The CFDA, of course, respectfully requests to work with the Environment Committee regarding HB 6257 as you continue to draft this legislation. I welcome any questions or comments, and thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate it. I appreciate the specific and detailed feedback. I understand that there was a working group that happened off session to discuss some of these issues. Were you a part of that?
Yes, I was, among with other representatives of funeral service, representatives from the medical examiner's office, DPH, DEEP, Department of Agriculture. I apologize, the complete scope escapes me at the moment, but yes,
Yeah,
we
it's
were part
great.
of these.
And in your perspective, did that process end with some agreement on what the next steps would be?
So we had addressed similar questions and concerns that have come up over the years in different attempts to pass this legislation, and it seemed we'd really narrowed down the complete scope of the process, the possible concerns from different departments, and routes to assuaging these concerns. Unfortunately, none of what we really shared and hoped to see appears in this version of the proposed bill. I defer to some of the other representatives from those departments to voice their specific concerns. I just wanted to make sure to address from the funeral service standpoint some of the issues and oversights that we're seeing in this proposed language.
Okay, I got that. Thank you. Yeah, likely on our end for dropping the ball to not carry that through. I had hoped that we would have and taken what came out of that working group to bring into the proposal for this year. It seems like we did not do that. And so it also sounds like your edits are not necessarily representative of what everyone on that working group might have said. Is that fair to say? Or do you think, did you take good notes and capture everything on there and put it all in your edit?
I expect the scope of our edits would interact with the concern from Department of Public Health and the medical examiner's office. We did raise the issue of handling of remains following terramation, which I know was a concern for DEEP and DOAG. Other concerns were more so about gaining a better understanding of the process, which we seem to have resolved in our research and coordination together, not necessarily material that needs to appear in the bill, such as finalizing whether there are harmful materials remaining, such as microplastics, metals, bioorganisms, harmful bacteria. That's elements that's my understanding wouldn't need to appear in legislature because it is by process of terramation resolved already.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Appreciate you taking the time to stay on top of this. And I heard you loud and clear from the beginning that you would like to see, you and your industry would like to see this happening at some point. So we'll see what we can figure out. I see a question online from Representative Dubitsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for coming in. This is something that I've always had questions about. Nobody that I've seen so far has been able to testify authoritatively, and since you're since you do funerals, I assume that you have some knowledge of how the process works. We've heard a lot about what happens afterwards. From your standpoint as a funeral home director that deals with the initial process up until the funeral, what happens afterwards? Like, where does this stuff go?
Am I correct in understanding you mean in reference to after the terramation process has concluded, the resulting soil, what is done with those remains?
Correct.
So currently in practice, what I have seen from other providers across the country, the typical process is to return a nominal amount to the surviving family members, which they would describe as akin to a 5-gallon pail, a nominal amount. The remaining resulting soil, which is a much larger volume, up to 1 cubic yard, that is typically in partnership with conservation lands. There are agreements made for proper, safe, environmentally conscious avenues to distribute the remaining soil. That being said, next of kin also have the right and the ability to claim the entirety of the resulting soil mixture.
Okay, so conservation lands, let's say the family doesn't take the whole thing and put it out in the backyard. So conservation land, there's an agreement with a land trust or something to spread it on a field somewhere?
Essentially, yes, and that agreement would be between the terramation facility and the conservation land, not between the individual survivors and family members. That would be their own responsibility to navigate.
Is there any testing at any point for chemicals, heavy metals, medicines, anything?
There was a research project that I found. This was part of our discovery during the working group. The project was sponsored by a provider of Terramation, so I will ask you to take that with a grain of salt. However, this was through the university escapes me, but it was a scientific study through a soil and earth sciences department of university, which ultimately found in summary that the heat levels, the microorganisms within the materials would neutralize any dangerous bacteria. There were no resulting heavy metals. They did cite EPA standards, which some of the experts in our working group stated EPA standards may not be a reliable source to use as a variable. That is beyond the scope of my scientific education. But as a basic answer, there's no immediate harm presented to people handling soil or in contact with the resulting soil.
Okay, now I could see that with healthy people that get hit by a bus. But what about somebody who's been on chemotherapy for months or radiation therapy or something like that? Back, being in soil composting, can't imagine that that's hot enough to get rid of those type of chemicals.
We've included a number of provisions for existing statute and practices that are in practice for cremation, which has certain limitations to arranging cremation when certain radioactive treatments have taken place, certain materials, medical implants have been implanted in one's body. Similarly, there should be similar restrictions for this type of medical care that someone may have received. That again is really to the discretion of the Department of Public Health, the medical examiner's office, also taking into consideration communicable and reportable diseases that might carry restrictions for undergoing this kind of process as well. You were absolutely right to state a relatively healthy person who has passed would be an ideal candidate for this process.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I'm trying to educate myself on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative. Are there further questions? Seeing none. Jonathan, thanks for your work on this, and we'll keep in touch. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next up, number 96, David Christensen. If you're there online, would you please come off mute and jump in? Mr. Christensen, are you available? All right, let's try for number 97, Bob. Oh, you're there.
Hello?
Got you,
Yeah.
David. Go ahead, sir. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Lopes, Representative Parker, and Environmental Group. I'm very honored to speak. We're a state and national award winners in organic care and organic landscape, meadows, and design. But my other hat is president of the Connecticut Groundskeepers Association. So, which is where the rubber meets the ground. The basic principle, the basic equipment of our average member is a backpack blower, a mower, and a weed whacker. So I feel that there's not enough time given to move into electric. In my company, we moved everything electric except the backpack and the mowers for our crews. But right now, our members are under contract for 2, even 5 years on HOAs, home condominiums. So this is a big burden. We have over 200 members throughout the state, and we've heard 15,000 landscapers. So I just feel that right now, at the present time, this is detrimental to a time frame because the average backpack blower, they're expensive, and we get about 5 years out of them. If we could, go to 30 or 32, 2030, 32. I think that's something that our members could work around their contracts and plan for. And hopefully, there are no electric blowers that we can compare with backpack gas blowers. They just don't add up. They don't perform at a higher level than a gas backpack blower. So I think we need some time to prepare for this. And hopefully in 5 years, we can have something in electric that's competitive and feasible, but more competitive by the performance. I think that's it. If there's any questions, I can answer a lot of questions.
I think at this time of night, we don't have any questions left.
Yeah. Well, I just feel this is, 62, 63 is basically talking about us, our association, the Connecticut Groundskeepers. So
yeah, we had a lot of similar testimony, which I also agree with. And a couple of things you might want to know is we're hoping to put together a study group over the summer with industry professionals who would weigh in on a reasonable timeline to move over to battery operated equipment and which equipment it will work for and which ones won't. I don't think they all have the same timeline. As you may not know, I also work with a lot of yard equipment, and I could weigh in on it too, and I'm sure we could talk about that for a while. We also had testimony from one gentleman who said they have a revolutionary new kind of electric blowing leaf blower technology, and we're inviting him hopefully over the summer to come on by and show us what they have, which might be the future of leaf blowers, because that does seem to be the one weak point going from gas to electric is on the blowers.
Yeah. On the backpack blower, correct.
On the backpack blowers, yeah, which are the ones you use, so that's the ones that matter.
Yeah, right. It's 3 tools and 30% of our, function is backpack blower.
Yeah, I figured. All right. No, thank you very much for your testimony. And we'll try to stay in touch.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Bye-bye. I'm lost. Bob Butkus? Or his brother Dick Butkus? Nope. And I don't think Francis Bartolomeo. No. So we're up to Eileen Kopic. No. All right, Laura Kahn. I know I saw that one. There you go. Please proceed.
Good evening, Honorable Co-Chairs Lopes and Parker and members of the Environment Committee. Thank you so much for being here. My name is Laura Kahn. I chair the New Haven Environmental Advisory Council, the city board that deals with environmental issues. I support HB 6263, phasing out gas-powered leaf blowers, SB 1494, testing water for PFAS, and HB 6229, banning single-use plastics and polystyrene. Thank you for raising these bills. The issue of gas-powered leaf blowers was brought to the Environmental Advisory Council by a Yale doctor in June 2017. In subsequent discussions, including 2 municipal hearings, public hearings, we learned a lot about them. We continue to hear from people concerned about adverse effects of these unnecessary polluters. Gas-powered leaf blowers spew oil, gas, heavy metals, animal feces, and pesticides, among other things, into the air, yet users are not required to post signs to warn passersby they are breathing toxins, as lawn pesticide applicators are. And the toxins settle into soil and seep into water. Gas-powered leaf blowers emit a particular loud, window-piercing noise. They're frequently used improperly by operators not wearing correct protective gear, teams running 3 or more at once, and people using them at gas stations where they can spark fires. I've even seen them used at New Haven's waste transfer station and to blow snow. PFAS was discussed at our November 2023 meeting with a very sobering presentation by Ann Hewlick. Please take Ann's advice and mandate PFAS testing and remediation of drinking water supplies and codify the current maximum allowed level of PFAS set by the EPA into state statute. Single-use plastics and polystyrene are clogging gutters, piling up in landfills, and destroying our oceans. We must stop treating our planet like a garbage dump. New Haven first enacted a ban on polystyrene food containers in 1985. Our council has had many discussions about limiting plastic waste. Until very recently, people lived without gas-powered leaf blowers, PFAS, and single-use plastics and polystyrene. We can and will do it again. Let our legacy be that we eliminated these problems instead of foisting them off on future generations to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ms. Khan? I'm not seeing any. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Myra Clockenbrink. Myra, there you go.
Here I am.
Please proceed.
Good evening. My name is Myra Cluckenbrink. I'm here in support of HB 6263, and I am a resident of Greenwich. I have helped the Quiet Yards Greenwich team here banning gas leaf blowers in the summer months from just before Memorial Day to the end of September. And we've done a lot of work on this along with the Greenwich Sustainability Committee. And I wanted to say that the General Assembly has a golden opportunity to make the everyday lives of Connecticut residents better, not by spending a bunch of money, but by riding the wave of the inevitable conversion of gas-powered leaf blowers to electric leaf blowers. Here in Greenwich, we have restricted the use of gas leaf blowers during the summer, and our neighbors in Westport, following our neighbors in Westport and lighting the way for those in Norwalk. This legislation is all the more significant because electric vehicle incentives have been cut back and the new federal administration is rolling back regulations on emissions from automobiles, trucks, and power plants. It is astonishing that driving a Ford F-150 Raptor truck from Texas to Alaska would emit the same amount of air pollution as a mere half hour of yard work with a two-stroke gas-powered leaf blower. Plus, leaf blowers are loud, really loud. Some gas-powered blowers roar at 100 decibels, laying waste to topsoil, insects, and the environment, just as the previous speaker said, while blasting air at 280 miles an hour. That 100 decibel roar is the same noise level as a passenger jet taking off. And we have these in our neighborhoods at all hours, just flagrantly. It's really kind of outrageous. So please join the ranks of the converted and phase out gas-powered leaf blowers, and let's make the way for their cleaner, quieter electric counterparts. I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to you tonight.
Thank you, Myra. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. And to our last person of the night, Diane Lauricella. Before you start, I just want to thank all the members and staff who hung out with us. It's good not to be alone, have some company. It's appreciated. So thank you very much. Go ahead, Diane.
Well, first of all, thank you for letting me speak. I'll try to come in under 3 minutes at this. You must be weary, and I really appreciate your tenacity, both co-chairs, Senator Lopes and Representative Parker, and all the ranking members and the distinguished members of this great committee. I wanted just to go over briefly 3 or 4 of the bills. You have heard a lot of testimony today, so I will try to say something a little different. I was able to listen to some of the other people that testified. The first I wanted to state in support of House Bill 6229, an act concerning reduction of single-use plastics, etc. I am a lead organizer of the Norwalk Zero Waste Coalition. That is, of course, only an aspiration. But one thing that is our mission is to reduce of plastics. Over the many years in a previous life, I did a watershed association that is still operating. I'm no longer the president, but I still conduct a lot of and help with a lot of river cleanups. Constantly see all sorts of different kind of plastics. You have a lot of co-sponsors. I hope you have more. Just believe that you have to make sure that the polystyrene is not utilized in children's food and food containers. And of course, people have talked with you already, trays. I want to make sure that there are environmentally friendly alternatives. And I want to just ensure that the time has come for decisive action. If alternatives exist, then I think that particular type of single-use should be banned, phased approach. I wanted to also lift up the House Bill 6249. I'm in opposition of cutting back on for the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act for all the reasons you were giving people that also are opposed to this. I believe it is a NIMBY and I don't believe that it should be cut back in the way that this bill asks. I'm in support of Senate Bill 194, an act concerning test in certain applies. To make sure, I'll just say that I hope that you change the wording of this bill as it only way use 20 parts per trillion. I think you'd instead adopt a chart that others have already presented to you. Joseph Biden, that was 0 and 4 parts per trillion, etc. I think very important that we use those limits.
Timer went off.
Yes.
The time's up. If you want to.
Okay, thank you. Just want to say thank you, and I appreciate all of the work you are doing.
I appreciate you staying up till 8:44. All right, that is it. I don't see anyone else. Monday next week, 24th, we have a committee meeting at 10 and hearing at noon. See y'all again then. Thank you.